Everything's so blurry and everyone's so fake, and everybody's empty and everything is so messed up, preoccupied without you. What can I live at all? My whole world surrounds you. I stumble then I crawl. You could be my someone, you could be my seed. You know that I'll protect you from all of the obscene. I wonder what you're doing. Imagine where you are. There's oceans in between us, but that's not very far. Can you take it all away? Can you take it all away? When you shoved it in my face, explain you gave to me. Can you take it all away? Can you take it all away? When you shoved it in my face. Everyone is changing, there's no one left that's real. So make up your own ending and let me know just how you feel. 'Cause I am lost without you. What can I live at all? My whole world surrounds you. Stumble then I crawl. And you could be my someone, you could be my seed. Know that I will save you from all of the unclean. I wonder what you're doing. I wonder where you are. There's oceans in between us, but that's not very far. Can you take it all away? Can you take it all away? When you shoved it in my face, explain you gave to me. Can you take it all away? Can you take it all away? When you shoved it in my face, explain you gave to me. Oh, nobody told me what you thought. Nobody told me what to say. No one showed you where to turn, told you where to run away. Nobody told you where to hide. Nobody told you what to say. Everyone showed you where to turn, showed you where to run away. Can you take it all away? Can you take it all away? When you shoved it in my face, explain you gave to me.
Now, it's time for the Melee Madness podcast. James and Kay, your podcast sucks ass.
I love my friends, and I love my God, and I love my country, and God bless America, I guess. What else can you say?
Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. Hey, I am Melee James.
I'm Melee K. I should have known that was what you were going to use.
Well, like, all these shows are doing 4th of July intros, and I'm like, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do for our intro? Is it, everyone's doing Independence Day. Everyone talks about that. You've talked enough about Independence Day, so I'm like, what?
Oh, my God. I can't anymore with that movie.
What is us? And, us, it's Smiling Friends here. And I saw that clip being shared so much today over on Twitter, and I'm like, God, I love this show. This clip has to be played every 4th of July now. It's got to be fucking
so
played.
good.
All right, perfect. Well, it's 4th of July. Happy 4th of July. Happy Freedom Day, everybody.
Yes.
All you blessed
Happy Freedom
Americans.
Day.
Oh, my God. I'm so jealous. I don't even care about Canada Day. We had Canada Day over here on July 1st, and it's like, who fucking cares?
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
Like...
Blow a dog? Like, that's all we can do here. As I was saying it today when you're hanging out with Nerdy Neo. It's like you guys get to blow up fireworks. We just get to blow dogs. Welcome to Canada.
Woo!
It's the worst fucking thing ever. Gengar's excited though. Gengar's excited. He's still he's recovering from his Coke party over in Canada Day. So he lit it up on Canada Day. If anyone's gonna make me proud to be a Canadian, it's Gengar. But it's all about you Americans today. And it's all about the 4th of July. So happy Freedom Day. Happy 4th of July. Everybody, let's get to all the gaming stuff today. And I hope you guys are nice and drunk and full of fireworks and blowing them and blowing everything, because that's what you guys do here, right? Let's read some chat right off the start, and let's get into the show, because my God, do we got some stuff to talk about. We got JB, of course! Of course! JB! Vulcan Gang! For life! How's it going, JB? And he says, you cannot even save yourself. We got RNG Gaming Podcast saying hello. Well, how's it going there, my fellow diving buddy? And yes, the cult of Dave. What do you want to call it? The cult of Carl the Diver? What's the name for it? It has spread. I love that game. And we're going to be talking about that very soon. So stay tuned for that very, very soon. Patience saying, what the fuck is a kilometer? I don't know!
I couldn't fucking tell you if I tried, man.
RNG Gaming Podcast saying Rick and Morty got replaced by Smiling Friends, and yeah, thank fucking God for that. I swear to God.
We're better off for it, honestly. Rick and Morty, you have to be high IQ to understand the complexity of Pickle Rick. I'm good. I love Smiling Friends. Yeah. It actually is intelligent and funny.
Actually, you have to be a high IQ to understand Smiling Friends. No, let's hope. Like, look, I've noticed a trend on Twitter that all the right people are hating Smiling Friends, and it's like, how do you hate Smiling Friends? But there is a small sect of people not liking it for very specific reasons, and I'm like, good, because you people loved Rick and Morty, so stay the fuck away from my friends that smile. JB saying, why did Canadians celebrate on July 1st when they were subjects of the crown until 1982? I thought we still were. I don't even know my own fucking
history.
history.
We're literally still subjected to the crown. I mean, like, I don't even know. But, like, I'm pretty sure we get, like, royal visits regularly and all this shit. I don't fucking know. It's, like, the biggest thing in the world when who's the guy, the chick? Meghan Markle or whatever.
That sounds like Canada.
Meghan Markle and fucking whatever, the prince. They come here. It's like the biggest deal on earth, and we spend how much in tax dollars to celebrate them being here?
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy how much Canada bends the knee as soon as British royalty wanders in. It's what the Queen would do. And
that's what the Queen would do.
So, yeah, it's amazing. It's like we were made to kneel. And it's not even to anyone cool. Like, if you give me a cool king, like a badass, like King Richard the Lionheart or something, you give me like a cool badass king that's gonna go into history and like just fucking slaughter everybody, then I'm like, all right, electrons move through reality.
Cult of Carl RNG Podcast tipped $4.20. I was just wondering if you would hang out with me, smoke some weed, fill our bellies with diet soda, and play Burnout's Revenge for the PS2.
Let's go! Oh my God.
That's so perfect.
That's so perfect. Thank you so much. Cult of Carl, the RNG Gaming Podcast. So fucking true. And you know what's funny? Kay, you'll know this because you handle the store side of the business. Did Burnout's Revenge go up in value? It must have.
I think so. I've noticed a lot of people talking about Burnout in general, and now like everyone's like, "Oh my god, Burnout 3 was the best." No, but let's try the other Burnouts and blah blah blah. So yeah, there's a lot of Burnout conversation.
It's so because they could have picked any game from that era, any fucking game, but
and
it's
they picked Burnout's Revenge, which is not even like a terrible game. It's just like not the best of the series.
Well, I think there's a debate between Takedown, which is my favorite, and Revenge. Those two.
Takedown is like the best by far.
So now we're getting to a debate here. Revenge, I love both of them.
Why?
I love both of them. Why do I love both of them? They're both great.
Well, what is better about Revenge?
It's the upgrade. It's the next one. However, I feel like it's a little bit easier, like because they make it so that you can bump into cars, and I felt like that was almost game breaking. You can like as long as a car is going the same direction as you can hit it in Revenge. That's the big difference between Takedown and Revenge. Whereas if you hit any car that's not like someone else racing in Takedown, you will crash. But if you remember Revenge, there'd be a great comparison stream, honestly. You only crash into a car if they're oncoming, but anything in your same lane and you just shove it ahead. And you could actually, it's also a fun mechanic though, because you could use cars as missiles effectively. So if someone's ahead of you, you could like bash into a car, and if that car you hit goes into them, they explode. But anyway, thank you so much, Cult of Carl, the RNG Gaming Podcast.
Thank you. I am a takedown supremacist.
I will hang out with you, fill our bellies with diet soda, and play Burnout Revenge with you, because I love Revenge and Takedown, so I'll play whatever you want, sir.
I can't even believe they're in the same conversation. Takedown is like...
They're both so great. They're both... This ain't like an episode 1 racer and episode 1 racer revenge situation where like the next one's shit. They're both great. I do side with Takedown, but the elitist in UK is just making... What?
Did you say you side with so you side with Takedown? Okay.
Yes!
I think you side with Revenge.
That's what I'm saying.
My brain processed that wrong completely.
Your elitist brain is like clouding your judgment. I'm literally in agreement with you, and you're fighting me. Like, what the fuck is this?
My brain processed it in reverse. Okay, we're fine. You like Takedown.
Like,
we're good.
They're both great games. They just have subtle mechanic differences. Like, what the fuck? This isn't the battle. Thank you so much, Cult of Carl, the RNG Gaming Podcast.
Thank you.
And yes, I too am a smiling friends respecter. Good lord. Good fucking lord here. We're already starting off with fights. We have too much to get through for this. Where was I? Oh, Triss is here. Triss saying melees. Well, Triss A. RNG saying Canada got replaced by NHL free agency. We all know that's the truth. Oh. It's fucking crazy here, man. Like, I don't care about hockey at all. My sport's wrestling, and even that I don't really care about anymore because it's too time consuming, and the quality to time that it takes up is just not worth it. But yeah, anytime something hockey happens, I don't know. I just go outside and it's like a fucking ghost town. So if I go outside when something hockey is happening, I'm like, where the fuck is everybody? And it's like, oh, they're all at home watching whatever is happening in hockey. And it doesn't even have
at the bars that we're trying to go to. It's like, oh, hey, we want to watch this football match, and there's tons of like Canadians huddled around a TV.
We've had that. We've gone to bars wanting to watch NFL. And it's like NFL gets like the fucking 10-inch black and white TV that you have to smack like it's Ric Flair slapping a chest there just to get working. And then you have all these like 100-inch beautiful TVs just showing the same fucking game. And you only need one of them. Canada is a wacky, silly place. Be grateful this 4th of July that you're all not Canadian. Unless you are. Triss says, who is James blowing? Well, you got to stay tuned and find out. I arrive and he's talking about blowing. Stay tuned and find out, Triss. Triss saying, hi, Kay, you Kang. Hear that? You're a Kang. You're a Kang of Canada.
Thank you, girl. Triss is the queen. We all know.
Patience saying, I don't like King Charles. I don't know anyone that does. But you know what? If he shows up in Canada...
Is King Charles the one in charge now? I literally don't give a fuck about this fucking royalty shit.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no one I know cares or says anything about King Charles, but I guarantee you that if he shows up in Canada, everyone will suddenly be like, like immediately. Yeah. Triss cares more about King Charisma. Triss saying Queen James the Spaz. I am the Lizard Queen. Al Fiebre is here, blessing us. Thank you for the blesses, Al. Tris
What
saying,
up?
God damn it, Kay, he's agreeing. Thank
I
you.
know,
Even
literally, my brain got so mad
look at
just
that.
at the idea that revenge was in the.
Triss's
What?
last comment was calling me a spaz. And then her next comment was saying, God damn it, Kay, he's agreeing. Who's
know,
the real
I'm the
spaz? Yeah.
I'm the spaz.
Who's
What
the
are you talking
spaz
about?
today?
When it comes to burnout, I'm a spaz, okay?
Exactly. Triss says, Ric Flair slapping that chest. Woo! Amon Ross saying, I want to be Canadian. Are you sure about that? Well, come hang out and let's see if you'll change your mind. I'm the ambassador of Canada, if you didn't know. Triss saying, I don't care about King Charles either. And RNG saying, what is the best Mega Man spin-off, y'all? Ooh, good question.
Within like a Mega Man series, I would say Battle Network. But if you're talking about like games that are like Mega Man, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Games like Mega Man that are better than Mega Man. Anything else? That is my answer.
Would you consider Metroid within like would
dare
that
you.
be comparable?
How dare you? How dare you?
What do you mean? How dare I?
Mega Man
They both
is
go pew pew pew.
Mega Man is a boy. Samus is a woman. A beautiful
Right.
woman.
So if I say Metroid is better than Mega Man, why does that offend you?
It does. You know,
Why?
You know what my...
You know how I feel about Takedown and Revenge
yeah.
now? That's how you feel with
I
fucking
can see your-
Samus and Mega
I
Boy.
can see your mic going off there. But yeah, you know what? The best Mega Man spinoff is Burnout Revenge. How about that? Much better shooter. Much better game. Triss saying, oh no, watch you two start fighting again. It's getting out of hand, Triss. JT
We
saying...
argue about everything, clearly, when it comes to
JT
video
saying,
games.
I haven't played enough Mega Man to say, so I barely played the frustrating one and another one years ago that I don't remember. JT is literally me. I did like Gaming with Spoons, and his friend. He showed us like the what's it called one, the FPS one, like the revamped Mega Man in the first.
The one that was supposed to be like Metroid Prime. Yeah, I don't remember the name of that now,
one.
but it looked really sick.
That one looked so good, and like every
Yeah.
Mega Man fan would have hated that, and I would have been like, I finally like the Mega Man. They made a Mega Man for me. Dace is saying Mega Man Legends, and JT saying Lamau, the first one. Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out on this 4th of July.
Thank
I know you
you.
guys want to get drunk and shoot off fireworks, so thank you guys for getting drunk and shooting off fireworks with us. With that, it is time for our opening segment. So, Kay, what are your plays of the week?
Well, 2 mega hitters, I would say. First of all, I have finally beat Halo 3. Let's go.
Oh my god, finally. About fucking time you did it.
What year, Halo 3 came out in 2007, so it's been like
2007, yeah.
almost 20 years, and I haven't played it, even though I was like always like, yeah, I'll play it one day. Finally beat it. Finally understand our intro more. It's so weird building an intro in silence and not understanding the context of scenes, and then after being like, oh, okay, good, I put it in the right spot in the intro. So
Yeah.
that was a little funny to me. I edited out a clip last night of the final segment where I'm driving, and I had another laugh over it. Now getting to watch it rather than be in the moment.
I rewatched
this
that
is-
because I was
this is
so mad
chaos.
that I died when you won. And so I was like, why did I die? And it was because you hit like a bump. You hit like this ledge here that stopped you. So
Yeah.
all the sentinels went, oh. And then like you were halted for a second and they just went, zzz, like 5 of them hit me at once. And I'm like, fucking great. I was so mad. I was so
Yeah.
mad. I wanted to share that moment with you and I got murdered for it.
I'm sorry. I tripped, but I made it still.
You did.
I thought at one point I was gonna have to just like jog the whole way because we lost the warthog, and I was like, what do I do now? But they like just dropped the platform because I guess there's like a certain timer on everything. It just crashes behind you.
Mm-hmm.
So luckily I didn't have to do that. Halo 3 was a great game. When I first finished the game, I was sitting at like an 8.5 or a 9 out of 10. And I've been sitting on it more, and I'm like, that was like a near perfect experience. Like, it feels almost weird not even giving that a 10 out of 10 and like saying it. Because for me, like 10 out of 10 games are like what, Mass Effect 2 and Paper Mario Thousand Year Door.
Okay.
And I feel like Halo 3, like, the longer I sit on it, the more I'm like, is that a 10 out of 10 game? It kind of is, because the only hangups I have are so minor. And they're like particular to my gameplay style. They're not really like criticisms of the game. Like, I just wasn't a fan of how they handled dual wielding. That was the main thing. I wish that it was a little smoother, that you didn't lose your weapon every single time you like did some sort of action, essentially. You told me that I should go back to play Halo 2 because that probably would
Yeah,
have been more the feel I
it
was
doesn't
going
change
for.
that mechanic though. That's how Halo set it, and the logic behind it is pretty much like you can carry one gun on your back and you hold one. So
Yeah.
Halo 2 introduced dual wielding, and so it's like, well, Master Chief can flip a tank, so obviously he can hold a second weapon, but then he takes up his other hand. So you can hold 3 weapons total as long as it's like the weapons are the tinier weapons. But if you do anything, you have to use that hand to do the other thing. That's kind of the logic behind it. So whether that's swapping weapons or melee or
It's just a weird thing to me. And then I was mentioning to you, like with meleeing, it's like, well, why can't I just whack you with the back end of my gun?
yeah, that
You know what
that's
I
definitely
mean?
a take.
Like that's just weird. But like when I think about those criticisms, they're so fucking minor. And it's really hard to rate a game like in current year, as they say, looking at how content is now, it's an easy 10 out of 10 compared to all games that come out now. Would I have felt like it's a 10 out of 10 in 2007? I don't know, but then I feel like a lot of people give this a 10 out of 10 game. They consider this like a perfect game. So it's like maybe it just is a perfect game. And, those things aren't a big deal. So I don't know. I'm still sitting at like a 9 out of 10 for now, I think, but my opinion could change. That could be a perfect game. I do want to go back and play Halo 1 and 2 because you explained the story to me when we started 3 and I was like, I didn't absorb any of this the first playthrough. I was just more concerned about enjoying the game that you like because Halo is so important to you that I was like, oh God, if I don't like this game, it's over.
It's so
Like, I'm
over.
just like, oh God. So, yeah, that's what I was like playing through. And that was way before we started, doing our streaming and stuff. I was like, I need to like get into this game and enjoy it. But I wasn't absorbing the story. I was more worried about like keeping up with you in the combat. So
Meanwhile,
I'm
me
going to go
playing
through.
your games, and I'm like, this sucks. Earthbound sucks. Final Fantasy, I don't get it. Why does he only have one wing? But I
Well,
do
I'm
appreciate
not.
that.
I'm not making you play Tales of Symphonia because I know that's not your type of game, right? Halo, like, is it my type of game? Probably not, but like, I kind of explained it on that stream. It's like I always flip between genres. Like, I have my main genres that I enjoy. I love my strategy type games. I love my JRPGs, whatever. And then, like, if I'm getting exhausted over one genre, then I'll kind of flip around and just go play another genre for a bit. Maybe I'll go to sports for a little bit, or I'll go to shooters or whatever. So for me, there's like tons of 360 shooters that have been on my backlog that I just haven't touched because I always want to keep it fresh and go back to something good. And even Mass Effect was on that list for the longest time. I'm like, I know I'm going to like Mass Effect, so this is going to stay on a backlog. And then eventually I got to it. So Halo was just a part of that on top of, wanting to understand the cultural significance because it was such a big deal in the early 2000s. I think it rivaled Mario and everything else at the time. I think it rivaled Star Wars. Now that I've played through the first 3 games, I'm like, this literally could have been a Star Wars killer if they tried a little bit harder. And obviously the importance to you. So I'm really happy that I beat Halo 3. I think it was excellent. I think I would play through it again, and I would even try other ones in the series, but I don't know how far I'd go if I'd play like the newest one or whatever. I think I'd probably just play like the select recommended ones, maybe a little bit of multiplayer here and there, but yeah, I definitely want to go through 1 and 2 again. That was just an excellent game through and through.
Would you go
for
through
3.
1 and 2 again before ODST and Reach?
Is it necessary? I don't know.
It's really kind of your preference, really. But yeah, I'd be curious to get your takes on ODST and Reach for sure. But I'm really glad you liked it. And then yeah, no, here's the thing: is you've only played part of the game. That's the thing, is you've only played the single player of the game. But Kay, if you want to experience the multiplayer, if you want to come and play with us and kind of get a semblance of what that was like, just an essence of what that was like, you can join us if we have an open spot for you on our Halo
There
night.
is an open spot for me. We're doing the Halo night on July 16th at 7 p.m. PST. Right now we have 5 spots open. So if you want to join us, feel free. I just personally don't take up that spot because so many people are interested in the community and playing this game. And sometimes we have people like on the day that want to play. And it takes a little bit more maintenance for us to set up those kinds of events. So I like to just sit in the back end and make sure, chat's not being completely neglected, that we're catching when people want to hop on, and that like everything technically looks good on our side. So that's why like I don't hop on to those community events all the time, especially with ones that are a little more demanding with 16 players. But if we get into a groove and there's spots, then I'll probably hop on because I mean we have it on Xbox and on PC. So
Perfect.
yeah, I'll probably be in the background. But guys, there is 5 more spots left if anyone wants to play. 7 p.m. PST. That is July 16th, Tuesday. And the last one was a blast. That was back in May, and we ended up doing 2 sessions because everyone loved it so much. It was really just that reigniting of like, oh, this is what gaming is, and this is what's good about gaming. So definitely come hang out. It's gonna be a fun time.
Perfect. Well, I've talked about Halo 3 to death, so I won't take up any more time on it. But I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you finally finished the fight. And I really like what you said in the opening of the stream, how you were like, this was kind of the peak of gaming, and this is what's lost in gaming. And because, yeah, it's to me, 2007 was the peak of gaming, and Halo 3 was the peak of the year. So just looking at it and like how it's just perfectly crafted and everything into this game. And it's really the hype around the time. A lot of it is about like the feelings at the time and everything, all the anticipation that led up to that moment. Like there was nothing like Halo 2 or Halo 3, and I think Halo 3 was really like just the peak of the entire industry, and we will see if we can ever top that ever again. I don't know. It's going to be a tall order.
I think there's a few problems. One being like LAN parties were a big deal back then as well. And so I think like being in the same room with a lot of people that wanted to play the game was also something that contributed to that and made it more culturally significant. At the time, it was just like the hottest game to play. Microsoft was at the top of their game, in my opinion. That was when they were like at their peak, when people wanted to be around them, when they were very edgy and fun and more, but the commercials around that time, not even
They
just
literally
around Halo,
changed it
but
next year.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to me, like that's a big contributor that's missing is the media push around like being the underdog and, like, oh, we're the cool kids and we're not mainstream. We don't have that anymore with gaming, unfortunately. So that kind of takes away the LAN parties. Now you have everyone playing online at home. So yeah, I mean, you can kind of get a sense of it through Twitter, but it's not the same. It's hard to find a game now that is so culturally significant that like everyone's getting excited. I think Helldivers got close, but there was just too many problems around it, too many people trying to nitpick at it as well, and like just this need to like find a problem because it was so exciting for people. And then a lot of people involving themselves in the game purely because other people were talking about it and they thought it would be popular. It didn't feel like all of the growth was organic, right? And so like, I mean, I don't know if we're going to talk about the Helldiver story today, but there were people saying, oh, it's got a 90% drop off in retention and all this stuff now.
No,
and,
there's so much to talk about. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was something that was talked about, but this was like a week or 2 ago at this point. But yeah, like there was a 90% player drop off, but it's like that's all the people sifting out that were using this for streams, that were just trying to play because they thought like, oh, this is the popular thing to report on. I feel like a lot of that was manufactured growth to begin with, so now they're just seeing a level out of what actually the interest is. Personally,
what I want to see again is kind of that Halo 3 feeling, and I don't know how to get that back again. And that's also kind of just like talking about 4th of July. That's like an American feeling. Like, how do you get that hype and anticipation and like in real life, like waiting in line, cheering, celebrating, like kind of feeling that energy like a wrestling event or something. And I think the last time I felt anything close to that was the Lich King launch, and even that was pretty quieted down compared to Halo. Maybe Smash on Wii U felt a little bit like that for me.
Yeah,
but
I would say Smash.
But like Halo 3 was like cheering, applause, like it was like a celebrity. It was a video game like celebrity that people were going insane for. So with everything being digital, even if someone does get the level of hype and anticipation to that level, I don't know if we would even necessarily feel it in that way. But I'm always chasing that feeling.
I think it would be felt, just not to the same intensity, right? That's the problem. But if I'm trying to think of games that are coming out that could hit that. I think there's a few. Marvel vs. Capcom Collection kind of got that vibe in general from people. I think people were super excited about that. So I think that has some of it. But the problem is it's not a new game, so it doesn't really count in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
The other one is if they successfully launch Metroid Prime 4 properly, I can see that kind of scratching close, but it just depends on how many Nintendo owners there are, which is quite high. So that could hit it. I feel like GTA 6 should have been that, and it's not going to obviously be that because it's going to fall flat. But I think people are going to really try to invest themselves into it because it should be the next huge thing that everyone's getting excited for.
If Microsoft played their cards right, and they won't, I'm already saying they won't. There's no way they will. But they could garner a semblance of this anticipation with Gears of War E-Day. They could. They absolutely could. One of my favorite, I used to love going to like in real life cross promotion events, and they seem to be a thing of the past. And I went to a lot of them. But one that I went to was, I want to say it was the Gears of War 3 launch party. And I went to a Gears of War 3 launch party, and it was great. It was like a setup PvE style laser tag thing. So we all had to line up. We were lining up for hours. I made new friends in the line because I was in a group of 2, and you had to be in a group of 4 to play it. And so I made friends with the other 2 guys that were in front of us, and you got like Lancers, and you like had like full blown, like that's the most popular weapon in the game. And you had Lancers, and you had to like run through and like shoot like all these standees that they had of the oh god, what are the Gears of War enemies called? I want to say brutes, but they're not. It's a locust, the locusts, and they had like they literally had a food cart where you eat the bugs. I'm not fucking kidding, because the enemies are locusts, so they had locusts dipped in like different like fucking things like barbecue and all this stuff. But then you got free shirts, and I got cog tags and all that stuff, and you took photos with the Lancers and all that stuff, and it was fucking great. So if they do similar, and hey, Bill Gates, you want people to eat the bugs, it's time to bring this back, bro. They could literally do this if they wanted. They could have Gears of War E-Day, and it is because it's the 2 beloved characters, Marcus Phoenix and Dom, from Gears of War. Like, it's not new characters. It's not Marcus Phoenix's annoying, bitchy daughter that's insufferable. It's literally the 2 characters everyone likes. No one complains about them. People love Dom. People, like, love Dom. So you could literally do events around this. You could bring in the in-person energy. You could do edgy, cool advertising like, hey, what you do when you build our intros and all that stuff. They could do that. But they won't. They won't, and it's like such a missed opportunity.
This is gonna be such a casual launch, I feel.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be like, oh, look, the game's out, and
but if they just
gonna be it.
They literally could, man. I was looking at we're going so off topic now, but like Nintendo did a launch party for Luigi's Mansion 2 HD in New York. And, like, there was a Luigi mascot there, and you could build a Dark Moon puzzle, and you could do all this stuff. And it's like, this is just an HD port of a game, and Nintendo's still trying.
This was across North America, at least, by the way, because there were events, local stuff to us, too.
What?
So
there was something here?
It wasn't to the same degree. Like, New York always gets the biggest one. But there were similar events.
Are you telling me I missed out on Luigi's Mansion merch?
But it was just, like, you get, like, random, like, sticker swag. Like, it wasn't anything like too fancy.
If I could have gotten a Luigi's Mansion t-shirt, or
they don't do shirts anymore. So I saw like a hat,
themed fleshlight, I'm gonna be really upset.
No, what the fuck? No, like how they have those Burger King hats or whatever. It was like a Luigi hat with the L.
I would have made use of that. Ah, damn it! I'm sad. I didn't even know I would have gone. All right, Kay. Before we move on, anything else on Halo? The literal peak of gaming, in my opinion. Anything else you want to say?
The amazing parts of gaming. No, we're gonna have the town square next Friday, I should say.
Wow.
And that's gonna be 7 p.m. PST. That I believe is July 12th, if I remember the date correctly. Yes, July 12th. So we're going to be talking Halo for like a good straight 4 hours.
Perfect. Save it.
With the community. So the Melee Town Square, for those who don't know, anyone's welcome to join. You just have to be in our Discord, and then let me know that you want on the call, and I whitelist you for the call. So we stream that once a month. We do a different topic each month. This month is Halo month. So it's just talk about anything Halo. You know, you want to show off your stuff, go for it. You want to talk about your memories, go for it. You want to be like, I think it's the most overrated dog shit ever, go for it. You'll probably get laughed at because I think most people don't feel that way, but you can still talk about that. You can still say
it would actually be pretty funny. I want to get someone in here that is like a huge Killzone simp. And they hate. What's the name of the kid? What's the name of the PlayStation fanboy? I was trying to find this the other day. I couldn't find his name. The brown kid with the spiked hair that was always like a PlayStation fanboy, and he'd be like more like Galo Reach and all that.
Oh, I don't know that kid's name, but
what's
I know
his
who you're
fucking name?
Yeah, I don't know.
And he just went viral for hating Xbox. I want to talk to him. But you know, I've honestly always been interested in Killzone. Never played it. Never played the Gears of War.
We own them.
I want to play them because.
And by the way, like Killzone is so popular, people still buy it. That's one of the top selling things on our store.
It was Sony's attempt to make a Halo killer, and I feel that Resistance was Sony's attempt to make a Gears of War killer. And I've always been, I know they're not going to hold up to Gears of War or Halo, but I'm always just kind of curious. I'm like, what did they think at the time? What's the design like? Never played
Killzone is beloved. I recommend you go into it. I mean, it's not my genre, but like I can just tell you right now, the number one things that sell in our shop are Modern Warfare 2 and 3 on the PS3 and any Killzone on the PS3. Within seconds, it's gone.
I gotta figure out.
It's crazy.
I gotta figure out what is the most recent. Whoa, Mr. Creamy, my creamy boy here. The Creamnado just became a bro. Thank you so much, Creamnado.
Bendover tipped $1.15.
And Bendover's here.
Halo 5 is the best Halo.
Oh no.
343 does it better than Bungie.
Who is that? Show yourself, Bendover. I will not bend over for you. Oh my god. Do we make Kay play Halo 5 Guardians just so she can see The Last Jedi of see, I've told you about this, Kay.
James, I'm so happy right now with gaming because I just finished Halo 3. Don't do this to me. Yeah. I'm in a good headspace right now after beating Halo 3.
That's right. But yeah, so Bendover said Halo 5 is the best Halo. Thank you so much, Bendover.
Thank you, Creamnado, for becoming a bro.
Absolutely. The creamy boy himself becoming a bro. Thank you so much. And thank you, Bendover. It's literally, as I explained to you, the thing I love about Halo 5, and I explained this while you were trying to drive a Warthog, is that everyone hated it. It's the Last Jedi of the series. It's laughably bad. Laughably bad. So what do you do when you have to make a sequel to that? You just say, so all the things we set up happened. They fucking happened, but, you know, we're just going to skip it. We're going to make, instead of doing Halo 6, we're effectively doing Halo 7, and you don't have to waste your fucking time with Halo 6. We'll kind of give you a gist of what happened in it, but
yeah, you were on this rant while I was like, where the fuck do I go? And I was like driving in circles, and I was like, isn't that like not good that they're skipping story? And you're like, no, it is good. I'm like, where am I?
It would be like instead of making Rise of Skywalker, they just skipped it, and then they made an episode 10. And they were like, yeah, everything we set up, like, you don't care about Kylo Ren, you don't care about Rey, all the stories are fucking terrible. So why don't we just skip these characters?
This is so retarded because it's like, you don't even need an episode 10 then. Like, just stop making games. Instead of being like, we're gonna skip parts of our story that nobody likes, why don't you just stop fucking making the game? Why don't you let it lay to rest and be like, look, we made a perfect trilogy. We don't need to make any more. Okay, we made one spin-off. Okay, whatever. Oh no, now there's 2. Now we're at like fucking Halo Infinity and Beyond. And I don't fucking care anymore. And it's like, can you just let series die in peace? Why did they have to be revived? Why can't we just say that was a great experience? Hey, guess what? People still play them. It's fucking 2024, current year. And I finally got to play a game in 2007 and I loved it. I don't need to play anything beyond that.
I just find that
it's still like can live on. You put it in the Master Chief Collection, you're still making sales off of that. I am going off because you don't need to fucking extend series that far.
Nothing is allowed.
I'm not gonna clap and applaud and be like, good job, you skipped Halo 6 to make Halo 7 because no one cared about your dog shit story from Halo 4 anyways.
Nothing is allowed to die. Nothing is allowed to ever die as long as money happens.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's forever.
The only IPs that are allowed to die are fucking dog shit terrible. Which is why I like dog shit games, because they will never be ruined. They're shit to begin with, and the publishers will never greenlight a sequel to them. So they stay perfectly shitty. But anything that is even remotely good needs a sequel, and that needs a sequel, and that needs a sequel. Thank God Microsoft now is pretty much just killing Halo. Like, they're finally done beating that corpse, and now it's just dead. Master Chief has been degraded to a Dolby Digital fucking ad during an Xbox showcase. That's all he gets.
That was so depressing, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Anyways.
Thank you so much, Bendover. Thank you, Creamy Boy, Cream NATO, for becoming a bro. We love you guys. Thank you so much. And also, Edward Van Helgen over on Twitch answered my question. Thank you so much, Edward. Chad Warden. That's who I'm thinking of. The boy. Chad Warden.
There you go.
Who
Chad Warden.
out there is friends with Chad Warden? I want to get him on the show. I want to talk to him. I want to talk to him real bad.
I didn't know his name was Chad Warden. You know how many times I've heard the
forgot
name
it.
Chad Warden? I didn't think that
That's
was the
him.
same person.
That is him.
What the fuck? Anyways, I guess I'll talk about my second game so we can get to gaming
games. Yes, thank you. And
Yes.
Cam, I'm looking forward to talking to you more about Halo. I can talk about Halo nonstop. That's the problem.
But that's why we're doing a town square, right? Like,
Exactly.
that's what I said. Next Friday, 7 p.m. PST, that's July 12th, we're going to be doing all things Halo in a conversation. Anyone is welcome on the call. Just got to be in our Discord. Talk about anything Halo. The next game I will talk about is, well, I've kind of yelled about it a little bit on the channel already. Civilization III Complete Edition. I have been obsessed. Now, I played this game way back when it first came out, which I think was like maybe 2001, I want to say. I was like addicted to this game forever. And I hadn't played it in a very long time. And the reason why I played it is because during our most recent roulette, you kept landing on like really shitty 4X games.
Mhm.
And every time you would land on a really shitty 4X game, I'm like, you should just be playing Civilization. Like, why are you playing this shitty Star Wars one? And obviously it's because the wheel determines it, but it's like you're playing like an XCOM one that wasn't that great. And then there was a third one.
It was
wasn't
so
there?
painful.
Was there 2 XCOMs
There
and
was
1 Star Wars?
Two XCOMs, 1 Star Wars. Yeah, I feel like there was even something else in there. And it's like I don't play these games to begin with, and they were so unintuitive and so like, what the fuck am I even doing with my life?
Yeah, so I'm like, I've got an itch. I'm addicted to this game. I need to go back to it. I need to play a 4X game. And before I even like did that, a few days prior to the Steam Roulette, I was already kind of in that mood, and I was like, well, I'll download, I don't know, Praetorians HD, and I downloaded Age of Empires and a few others.
Holy shit, the faces in this game are
It's
fucking-
amazing.
They're terrifying.
I know. It's
They-
so good.
They look like botched surgery Nicole Kidman. Like, all of them.
It gets so much better when you get to the end, like the end of a match. Let's say you retire and they all just mog on you completely. And they're like, well, maybe if you weren't so shit at the fucking game, you would have won. And it's just like all of them laughing at you. And it's like so much better with these faces.
I'm getting Ghoul Moriarty vibes here. Jesus.
Yeah, it is Ghoul Moriarty. So, yeah, I put a few, different kinds of 4X style games on the Xbox. And I was like, you just can't play these with a controller. It just doesn't feel good. So walked over to the computer, was like, oh, well, there's a Steam sale right now. I don't know how I don't have this in my account because I always owned the box. Like, I had the Civ 3 Gold Edition box, and I think I still have that somewhere. So I would always play it with CD. So I never bought it on Steam. I was like, this is $1.27. Bought, done. So thank you, Steam sale. Bought it for $1, best dollar of my life. I already have lots of hours in this. I'm so addicted. But this game is great. I love this era of Civ because it was about the technological advancements, but you kind of sit more in the medieval era. I find with the newest ones, it's like, can you like fly to the moon? Can you explode a rocket? And like they got so aware of like how great the like character interactions were that they started controlling those character interactions and not making them good anymore. Whereas like the old one is very like accurate to how the leaders would be. Certain nations will always pair up with each other naturally. Different leaders will play differently. So like the Americans will always be more aggressive. So I always play the Romans. I love the Romans. And yeah, I'll have the Americans trying to peer pressure me all the time, being like, just give us money. Just give us money. And I'm like, no, fuck you. So yeah, I love this game completely. I highly recommend it. Like I said, it's only $1 on the Steam sale right now. If you don't have this game, you should get it for $1. Play it. But yeah, I'm sure I'll talk about this game more in the future because it's all I do when we're done streaming now. I'm just like, turn off stream. Okay, now I'm going to play Civ 3. And also, I already went on my rant the other day about how the Mayans tried to peer pressure me into giving them money, and I said no, so they declared war on me, and I was like, fuck you, I'm not giving you 27 gold, suck my cock. And then because I did that, I started fighting them. I like destroyed a few of their cities, and then they decided to go with the Inca and the fucking Aztecs as well, so all three of them were dogpiling on me, and it's like, all of this is because I didn't fucking want to give you 27 gold because I'm not taking your empty threats, bitch. So I get very heated playing this game, is what we've learned. Oh, and also, I decided to do a second match as well. So I usually play as the Romans, but now I've also been doing the Scandinavians, the Vikings. And I've been setting it so, like, the world is as small as possible. And I, like, crank the barbarians up to max, and I just see what happens. And it's hell on earth, but it's so fun. I wanted to feel alive, so I did it.
Oh my God. One thing you said to me that really, like, because I don't play these games. I don't even hate these games. It's just like, it needs to be the only game I play. And that's it. I have to get so into them. But one thing that I love that you said while you were playing this game is you said you haven't felt happiness like this in a long time, which was you just beat Halo 3. And then you're in the middle of the night playing Civilization 3 on a computer next to some chicken wings and a Slurpee, and that's really all you need in life.
Oh my God, that's all I need in life. The lights were all off. It was like 1 in the morning. I ordered a fucking Slurpee and like chicken wings and beef jerky and like, I don't know, whatever, chocolate bar. And I was just like huddled over the computer being like, I need to fucking dominate the world.
The most autistic moment ever. And so, yeah, I want you to do a Civ 3 stream. I think it'd be fucking hilarious. And I think the people want it as well. So I think we got to give it to them one of these days. We need a chicken wing Slurpee Civ 3 stream. I'm also curious, Kay, I've told you about this, but I figured let's show you a trailer. There is a Dune civilization, and I made you watch everything Dune, and this game looks great to me, but just like I said, it's 5:40. I don't have the time to get into a civilization game. So I'm going to show you a trailer right now, and I'm curious what your take is on the very new, it's not even a year old, the Civilization 4X game for Dune that came out, and it's, let's see, if you guys are interested, the Steam sale is still on. It is 40% off, currently Canadian, under $30, so probably for you Americans, it's around 20. This is Dune Spice Wars. Let's take a look at the trailer right now.
How seductive it is to live in peace. There could have been a bloodless Arrakis. The steady hand of my Duke, governing a confident workforce. A plentiful House Atreides, providing for the whole Imperium. A brilliant society, gracefully withstanding the red winds of this land. But we were not sent here to thrive. Plotters will infest this benevolent regime, and blood will be spilled. Rivals will surround this prosperous house, and violence will ensue. Unknown forces will emerge from this bountiful land, and there will be no respite. To live in peace is a privilege.
Dude walked right over the sandworm. How?
Strength culminates. A new age of turmoil.
It's not
approaches.
perfect, that's for sure.
Yeah.
On this day begin the Spice Wars.
So yeah, I think it's neat. I think it looks kind of good. It's definitely a flawed experience, but I would be curious to get your take on it, Kay. It's got a mostly positive on Steam, which is, you know, that's usually like maybe if you're the right person, it'll work out. But yeah, some people are saying meh here. It's got a nice flow and it feels a little slow at times, but yeah, interesting stuff. Is there any like extra content? Let me see here. There is a expansion as well. Good Lord. So,
I mean, at a first glance, what I'll say is I think they tried to pack in too many mechanics at once. So I wonder how polished those systems are. And this is my problem with modern civilization as well, where like they just keep on tacking on more and more and more things you can do to a point where the game loop gets like too convoluted, and then you don't like have a polished product in every section of the game. That just at a glance, looking at that trailer, it's like you can upgrade individual units, but like it's not just like in Civ, it's automatic, right? You fight and then it just like they go, oh, you're character's a veteran now and whatever, and now they're like a war chief or whatever. But this seems like you can actually go into like a tree, kind of like an RPG, and you can go in and add stuff. At least that's what I thought I saw. But the gameplay loop looks pretty fun. I kind of, yeah, I guess I have two things I'm confused about. One, I think that Dune would work better as like a Mass Effect style game than a 4X.
Thank you. That's
personally,
I 100% agree, and that's what I hate about the new game. The new one coming out, it looks so good, but they made it a fucking survival MMO. And I'm like, can you just give me a story-based like third-person shooter Dune game that only runs like, 30 hours? I don't want to spend 9,000 hours punching Arrakis and fucking hitting sand. So just fuck off. And that's also kind of my problem with this game is I know it's like I would have to get sucked into it forever. I don't want to get sucked in forever. I want my sucking to be a short amount of time.
Like, you should have more like societal decisions rather than like war decisions, if that makes sense. I know it's not 100% the right terms, but like it seems too focused on like where are you taking the war rather than like the interaction between leaders. Because I felt like the movies, from what I saw, it was way more about like the relationship between leaders, which you still can do in a 4X game. But ultimately, your number one focus is going to be building units, taking over territory, building infrastructure. And it seems like, in a civilization game, that's cool. It works because it's, it's leaders that you already kind of know, so you don't need to worry as much. With Dune, that's such a rich world. You would get a lot more from individual dialogue, rather than just like, oh, I'm against this leader, I'm paired up with this leader. It's like you'd get way more from like taking that through like a cinematic experience, having like your own crew that you go through with, and you make story decisions that lead up to like certain endings. I think that would work way better. So I will try this game if it gets cheap enough. I don't think it's really worth like a full price, but I will try it. I just don't see how it's a good product. Like, it seems like it needs more polish.
Yeah, no, I agree with you for sure. It's definitely a flawed experience, so maybe at a better discount here. Us Canadians are poor, give us a better discount. Anything else to say about Civilization and how you're a horrible warmongering leader that's conquering the world and destroying everything, which is what I prefer, by the way, just to make clear.
If any nation tries to threaten me and tell me, just give me 20 gold, why not? Don't you want us to be at peace? Don't you love us? If they try that, I will tell them to go fuck off, and I will go to war. And I will decimate your civilization. You will not exist anymore. The Romans will take over. So don't fuck with me. Even if you're Lincoln, I don't care. All of you.
Get fucked, Lincoln. Happy 4th of July. All right, let's read some chat here real quick, and then we're going to get over to my play of the week, and then it's, oh my God, all that crazy news. Okay, I'm going to start over on Kick here. We've got Sanoon33443. Hey, Sanoon. Wow, long time no see. Sanoon says, hello. Hi, Sanoon. What, so polite. I'm impressed by your content. Compliments? Wow, they'll get you everywhere. Let's partner up. I'm taken, sorry. To elevate your channel visibility. Hey, I don't get into that hot tub shit here, bro. Targeting 1,000 followers. I'm only at 73. And start earning revenue per stream and drawing more than 100 viewers. Why don't you go tell people? Hey, Sanoon, if you're genuine, how about you go fucking tell people over on Kick? What are people doing on Kick? People are like pulling guns on each other and shit over on Kick there. So Sanoon, no, sorry. I'm not going to like jerk you off or whatever and get all your dolphin porn all up in my business. Fuck the fuck off, Sanoon, and happy 4th of July. Go fuck yourself, dolphin porn. We got Edward Van Helgen over on Twitch saying, anyone remember Dune 2000? That was my first introduction to Dune. Yeah, if you're referring to the TV show, Edward, that's actually my favorite thing of Dune. We had to get massively Dune pilled in preparation for the Dennis blah 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 version. I should just call it the Zendaya version because that's really what it is. But Dune, if you're referring to the TV series Dune and then Children of Dune, that's my favorite Dune. I thought that was fucking great. I thought it was awesome, and it's got the best waifus in it for sure. Beats the hell out of the new one, that's for sure. Let's go. Oh my God, YouTube is popping as always. Thank you guys for hanging out on the 4th of July here. Let's see. I'm going to start right at Lizard coming in. Lizard saying, can we please get some explosions? I'll work on it. And he also says, like the stream. Only like the stream if I show an explosion. How about that? Thank you, Lizard. How's it going? Happy 4th of July to you. RNG Gaming Podcast saying, James is right about Final Fantasy. I'm so vindicated. Patience saying...
You're not right about Final Fantasy.
Yes,
it's
I
all
am.
a matter of opinion. There's so many fucking Final Fantasy fans out there.
And yet none of them are the final one!
Oh my god. Whatever. I'm not going to debate again about Final Fantasy.
Patience saying, put something dumb on the Discord to commemorate America Day. Let's take a look. I'm going to do it. I'm going to look at our Discord. What'd you do, Patience? What to boobies? Perfect. Oh, I've seen this post. Great. God bless our 4chans, everyone. Please stop putting my country's flag around giant tits. It's against the flag code. Fuck off. Happy 4th of July. We like tits here. Perfect. Thank you, Patience. I agree. Saying, hooray, multiple dumb things now. Hell yeah. JB saying, no one ever said Canada, fuck yeah. 100%. I don't think I've ever heard it.
And you never will. You never will.
No. Canadians are very lame. JB saying, Killzone was pretty cool. I got to check it out. JB saying, what shop? Which shop? Do you mean the Melee game shop or another shop or like an E shop? Or maybe a V.
I think he was asking about our shop. Yeah, we sell retro games as well on eBay.
If you check out our link tree, it's linked in there. You can buy video games from us. That was kind of the first birth of Melee games, and now it's spread all over the internet there. JT is saying, I've never finished a Halo 5 playthrough. Was that you that super chatted there? Thank you so much, JT, if so, or whoever said that. I haven't been able to force myself, and I don't know anyone who loved it enough to suffer it with me. Here's the thing about Halo 5. It's also the only game left on the Xbone. Like, they never brought it to the Master Chief Collection or anything. I'm sure it's backwards compatible on the Series X, but it's such a black sheep of the series. Like, everyone hates it. There is people that like 4. 4 is my most hated one. There is people that say 4 is their favorite, but everyone hates 5. I've never heard anyone say they love 5. It's such a fucking shit show, man. It's crazy. It doesn't even play like Halo. It plays like Call of Duty in space. Terribly. Crazy T is here. Happy 4th of July to you, Crazy T. Lizard saying, too bad Valve can't count to 3. Yeah, exactly. And maybe more on that in a bit here. We do have some Valve news for you. JB saying, no RAR off 2. Oh, maybe if we get them enough attention.
If that company even survives, it's, what is it, Fat Dog Games now? I'm losing track of what the name is.
Maybe it's Skinny Cat. Who knows?
Who knows?
But hey, you know what? Maybe if K plays RAR off enough and gets it enough RAR attention, they will make the RAR requel. The requel.
I still owe 10 minutes. I have not forgotten about it. Next time we do a Switch stream, I will preface that stream with 10 minutes of RAR off.
Good lord. JB saying XCOM is a great game. 2 things about it. 1, you will lose soldiers in every mission. 2, James sucks at XCOM. True. JB saying, does Civ 3 have the Gandhi nuke bug?
I don't think so. I haven't encountered it, but now I'm curious, so I'm going to look into that.
Patriot saying, I should play RTS games again. I'm trying to get Kay to do a Warcraft 3 playthrough on the channel as we speak. Patient saying, been meaning to get into Age of Empires, but I have no idea how to play it. Hey, you're in the same boat as me, sir. Patient saying, I'm a Command & Conquer baby. I am a StarCraft Warcraft baby, so glad to meet a fellow baby here. Fractured Filters here saying, howdy, down with the Featherheads. Hey, it's 4th of July. You're allowed to say that. Here's a blanket, Fractured. Fractured saying, Civ doesn't even need a story. You create it through world domination and retarded leaders you need to destroy. Perfect. Weird that they'd make it a 4X when they want to bring in the normie movie crowd, I think. Yeah, no, that's a weird thing is Dune has 3 games on Steam right now. 3 modern games. It has the 4X game. It's got like a TCG style board game, like very like self-contained, not TCG. It's like a board game, a card game, board game that you play in video game form, and then it has a survival MMO. So it's weird. Like, it is definitely weird that we don't have like a more kind of streamlined experience. But I guess maybe the MMO survival game is more like the trendy thing to do. JB says Dune is irritating and it gets everywhere. Snapple saying hello everyone and happy 4th. Happy 4th to you, Snapple. Fractured saying every time they start with messages like that, I immediately prepare troops, position the troops. Fractured saying, and then war were declared.
War were declared. Suck it.
Jason saying not the Final Fantasy discussion again. It's, it's inevitable.
No, we're not getting into this discussion again.
Crazy T
Not doing it.
saying, boobies! My favorite. Lizard saying, isn't there a third worm emoji? We need more worms. Edward saying, Dune 2000. Oh, you're talking about the RTS. Dune 2000 was an
Ooh.
RTS by Westwood, the remake of Dune 2. That's right. And here's a little fun fact for you. The first RTS ever was effectively a Dune game. It was a Dune game. So I said that wrong. Effectively, the first RTS ever was Dune, the first ever Dune game. Not Dune 2000, but way older, before the days of Warcraft and StarCraft and Age of Empires and all that stuff. It was Dune that kind of birthed the genre, which is kind of crazy to think about. I have not played any Dune games, actually, Edward. I was interested on the Dune game that got released for PS2, and that is based on the TV series I was referring to, but it's apparently absolute fucking dog shit to the point where it's barely playable, and that just makes me want to play it more. But yeah, I do know of that RTS game from the 2000s. I know it's very much beloved. There's also a point-and-click game that's more based on the Lynch movie, and I would also be down to play that. Okay, well, I guess I'll ask myself, James, would you like to talk about your plays of the week? Goddamn right I would. Also, James, you're looking very kissable today. Maybe after the stream, you and I could, you know, go behind a shed and talk about Dune and get our sand in areas that sand doesn't belong. Oh, James! You tempt me. You know I can't say no. Okay. Let's do it. Let's go into what? What?
No,
What
nothing.
just happened?
I was here for the show. I don't know.
I'm literally Dr. Manhattan cloning himself, but he also fucks himself. Okay. I'm going to talk about one game, but I have a lot to talk about. So let's do it right now. And this, of course, goes out as a shout out to Fractured Filter and Cult of Carl, the RNG Gaming podcast. Yes, James and James needs to get a room, Lizard. You're right. I am, of course, talking about my new obsession, and that is Dave the Diver. Now, Dave the Diver is a pretty new game. Came out last year, and it is lovely. I knew I was going to be sold on this game, and Carl beat us to it, and he gifted it to the channel. Thank you again, Carl, and I'm addicted, and I've been loving it. Dave the Diver is a 2D/3D. It's a 2D game with 2D pixel-style graphics, but some characters are in a 3D style, which I always love that blend. I'm a sucker for that style of game. Diving game, and it is a exploration restaurant manager adventure, a little bit of Metroidvania in there. It's got sprinkles of all these genres to make this lovely, wonderful experience. But at the end of the day, the reason I'm addicted to it and I love it is it's got something that I am always a whore for. And I think this is why Carl gifted it to us, is when I first talked to Carl, we bonded over our love of Abzu, the only walking simulator I can stand. And I am a sucker for atmospheric deep sea diving games. If you're a deep sea diving style game with like beautiful water and you give me that aquatic ambiance feel from Donkey Kong Country, I am in. The game is lovely and wonderful and wholesome. And you play a fat scuba diver named Dave, and your greedy Monopoly-based friend wants to open a sushi restaurant, and he's like, you are going to go catch all the fish, bring it up to me, and we have this cool chef guy who's going to chop it all up and serve it at night. And so kind of the routine of the game is literally during the day, you dive, you get fish, you bring them up, and then at night, you're a waiter, and you also prepare the menu. And so it turns into kind of a restaurant sim game, but it's very simple. The restaurant stuff is very simple because you're not doing any of the cooking. You literally just have to take the plates and give them to the customers based on what they order, and you run back, and it's got a little bit of that. Okay, what are those like popular restaurant sim games like where you have to serve food really quick? You know, there's a few of them.
Like Diner Dash back in the day?
Yeah, I was trying. There's so many of them, and I was trying to think of a specific, like, what's the most popular one, and I couldn't think of the name off the top of my head.
I mean, technically Overcooked is in there.
Cook Serve Delicious, like a little bit of that.
You know, of all things, there was a Flash game I used to play that was like Arby's or something, and it was like you would assemble like an Arby's burger. Yeah, because I used to play like a lot of Fox Kids games, and I remember at one point they had like an ad campaign with them. So you would just like assemble an Arby's burger or like Burger King or something. Harvey's.
Harvey's.
Not Arby's, Harvey's.
But yeah, the restaurant stuff's only a third of the game, I would say. So what you're seeing on screen right now is what you'll primarily be doing. This is the tutorial, so I'll skip ahead just a little bit here. Let's get to some more diving. Come on, give me a dive. Oh, I'm going too quick here. There you go. We really only did the tutorial on stream, but yeah, it's great. It's big. It opens up in a Metroidvania style where like you get new equipment as time goes on, and you can go deeper and deeper and encounter more dangerous and weird things in the ocean. And you may think this is boring, maybe, but there's also a story. And so every time you go into the ocean, you might encounter something. I had to rescue some gay dolphins. There was a pink blue dolphin lovers or something. I actually don't know if they're gay. I just, that's my headcanon. And I had to rescue them from poachers, and then the poachers come back and they get all aggressive, and they're working for like BlackRock or something crazy, and they try to kill you. It's a whole fucking thing. You have to fight like giant monster squid in like boss battles. The game has got like all these beautiful stylistic cutscenes, and the story is actually really riveting, and you're very curious to see where everything goes next. And I really love the flow, and it's a very addictive how every mission goes. So you're not just diving, getting fish, diving, getting fish. You can do that, though. But you can literally just hoard fish and make money. And that's also a great tactic, because that way you can go use that money and upgrade your suit so you can dive faster or live longer or have better weapons. But if you want to just do the missions, like every mission starts off and you're able to just focus on that if you want. So it might be go find sea people, go rescue an anime girl doll in the ocean, and it's like you're not on a timer to do that. If you don't get that mission done in your dive, you can go the next day. You can spend days just getting fish. The game really plays however you want. You can just stay on chapter 1 forever and just use it as a like diving fish simulator. But the story is so fun, and you want to see what happens next. And so this kind of play how you want, go along the flow of your own flow style design is just wonderful. It works wonderful. And, I'm not a fan of timers. The only version of a timer in this game is your oxygen tank. But if you don't like how little oxygen you have, once again, you can just pick up, you can just grind, get new fish, sell fish, upgrade your oxygen tank. And you can pretty much get it to the point where oxygen isn't even a factor. And you can really focus your upgrades in whichever way you see fit. And it's really, 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 really lovely like that. The only real complaints I have about the game so far is there's just some little nitpicks I have. For example, there is a system where there can be VIPs that come to the restaurant. And they're like dynamic story characters. And this pissed me off to no end the other day. They're dynamic story characters that can come into the game and be like, I want to eat this dish by this day. And so you say, okay, you have to get these ingredients by this date. And here's what happened to me is if you're focused and you want 100% this game or whatever, and I usually like to do 100% of the story, and this game is no exception because I really like the story and the charming characters. I was spending the whole fucking time looking in the ocean for this one ingredient, for this one fish. And I'm like, it doesn't fucking exist. And I was spending hours looking and neglecting the other stuff that's fun in the game. So then I ended up giving up and looking it up and being like, where the fuck can I find this fish? And a lot of people had this complaint online. And people were like, it only spawns in this one area. Also, and this is something I kind of like, but also I hate in the context of this mission, they spawn RNG, so you may not even see them in your dive. And so it was days away, and I kept looking in every fucking nook and cranny of this one area of the ocean where they may or may not spawn. So finally, 1 out of the 3 days, and you can dive twice per day at the start. So like 6 times, like 1 out of the 6 times, I finally found this fucking jellyfish I was looking for. So then I'm like, okay, great. I don't want to miss this opportunity. I wasted so much time looking for this fucking jellyfish. I went over to the sushi bar and immediately set it so the menu was going to be serving jellyfish so that the guy would trigger and be like, okay, jellyfish is on the menu. I come in. Turns out, and it never tells you this, that if you do that, it's treating the jellyfish as a used item. And even though it's not served yet, it's like, no, it's now on the menu meaning it's not being served. So it literally did a thing of, this guy wants to eat jellyfish. Okay, I set it to the menu. Well, now that it's set to the menu, you no longer have jellyfish. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And I was livid. And I found a person online that said, I literally quit the game over this. And it is such a minor thing to quit the game over, but it's like, man, couldn't you fucking warn me? And also, when you set things on an item, they're treated as used. Even though they're not prepared yet. And so if I was to remove it from the item, the jellyfish goes in the garbage. I was pretty fucking mad. That is my one little nitpick on the game. So the game ain't perfect, but I am loving it. I'm loving every little bit of it. And now I know for next time, I'm going to fucking kill every jellyfish I see in the goddamn ocean. I'm going to kill them all. And guess what? I'm not being... JT just gifted me a game. Oh my God, JT. I'll check it out in a second here. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. But now I know that every jellyfish must die and stay dead and not cooked in my pants. So I have to shove jellyfish down my pants and not pull them out to cook them. Everything else, I love about this game. I can't wait to play more and more and more of it. And also, the guy does come around again. It's not like that storyline is lost. I looked it up as well because I was so bad. And apparently, if you don't get a VIP thing done, they just come back in a few days and repeat their dialogue until you do it all. So that's fine. But it's a gaming lesson.
But you could have just set like such an easy menu to be like,
you need this for an item. Are you sure?
Yeah. Are you sure? That's like just like one like little barrier.
There's pretty much gaming lessons you learn from this game because the game is pretty unique. It's taking a lot of different things and putting them together. And so that would have just been a little nice quality of life touch. The game is pretty fucking flawless, but in the grand scheme of things, but that was like very much just one little frustrating moment, and now I know. So if any of you guys are sold on what I'm telling you the game, now you know to not put VIP items on the fucking menu. You wait, and then they just dynamically get made. So little nitpick there, but everything else about the game is great. I love it. It's super wholesome. It's super fun. It's super beautiful. And it really scratches that deep diving itch that I always have. I always I was always sad about not playing Subnautica because those devs can go fuck themselves, or whoever was responsible for firing a guy on their team for political reasons. So I always said, man, Subnautica is like the game I would kill for as a kid. I love everything about that game, but I will not play it because I'm so mad that they used political differences to fire their sound guy. And this, I say, is better. Is it first person and next gen visuals? No, but it really scratches that itch, and it really feels like you're diving as Dave the Diver. I have more Dave the Diver news coming up in a second here because I am gonna cheat and do it as a news segment. But first, JT, what did you do, sir? You didn't have to. JT Epsilon just gifted it. By the way, I also want to do a shout out before I even look at this. Kay, because we have so many games gifted to us, and you guys are the freaking best. Thank you. Did you get my message earlier in the day? Sparta Chris gifted us Dredge. By the way, I don't know if you wrote that one down. But also, if you're a fan of Dredge, thank you so much, Sparta Chris, for gifting Dredge to us. Dredge is another boat simulator game. It's more horror and Lovecraftian. I'm really excited to give it a shot. But Dredge has free DLC in Dave the Diver, and apparently the Dredge DLC is like worthy of being money. Like, it's got a story and new characters and all that stuff, and it's free. It's just a free cross promotion with Dredge. So now I'm really excited because I love Dave the Diver. I'm really excited to play Dredge, and then I'm gonna get to that Dave the Diver DLC and love that even more. So that, and it's got like a free skin and everything. So that's all. Thank you so much, Sparta Chris, and also JT Epsilon gifting us Sad the Game. What have you done, JT?
What is Sad the Game?
This War of Mine, the final cut. Oh God, I know of this game, JT. Thank you so much, JT. And I hope you don't hate me if I have fun playing this game, because this game, I know about this game, this War of Mine, and it's supposed to be like, it's one of those games where it's like war's fucking hell and you're going to be miserable playing it. Thank you so much, JT.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is, when I play those kind of games that try to make me feel sad, I find them really funny. So if this game tries to make, when I play it on stream, and it's going in the gifted games gallery, don't hate me when something really horrible happens and I burst out laughing. Okay, JT says I laugh a lot. I'm accepting
Okay,
it.
good.
Thank
Yeah,
God.
'cause
Okay.
that's the only
Okay.
thing. So we're always honest about our opinion on games. So like, even if you guys gift it to us, which we appreciate the gifting part of it, obviously. But if we have an issue with the game or we find something funny that's supposed to be serious, like you'll see that. So just
Oh my God.
you know, just putting that little warning out there is that we always appreciate the games. We never expect anyone to gift us anything,
Exactly.
but just also be aware that we're going to be honest regardless.
Brutally. Thank you so much, JT. I appreciate it. And good. I laugh at horrible shit. What?
Snapple!
Urgh! What do I do? What do we do? What do we do here?
I know what he likes, the TF2 clip.
Oh, wait. Yes, you're right. I'm going to pull that up. Okay, talk while I find that. I'm in
Well,
shock.
let me read this. Snapple for 100. Thank you so much, sir. Says, hey, Melee Games, I'm feeling generous today. I'll say thank you. And after praying, want to send some support. Well, thank you so much. Says, just wanted to say that I enjoy the streams with you both alongside the awesome chat/community here. Keep up the good work, everyone, and hope you all stay awesome. Thank you so much, Snapple. That's an incredibly sweet message, and we appreciate the support.
Man, oh man, that is insane. Seriously, Snapple, thank you so much. Love hanging out with you on Twitter. Love having you in the show here. You're an absolute legend, and that support means a lot because yeah, we just love sharing our hobby and our love and kind of spreading the good word on video games. So thank you so much, Snapple. And you know what? You didn't ask for anything, but Kay is right. Kay is right. That is worthy of something. And you know what? I'm gonna give you some credit right here. I'm gonna go and do something here. You know what? Let's see. I'm gonna turn this red. Let's turn this red here. And we got on the screen. We got the Snapple Strut. That's right. We have the Snapple Strut for you. And you didn't ask for this. You probably don't want this. You're probably regretting even doing that super chat. But Snapple, you sent us a video on Twitter. And you know what? It's related to a news story we're going to be talking about. So let's just jump right in. So Snapple, this strut is for you. Let's do it. Oh, yes. Oh, shit. Let's go! TF2 strut! Yes! Yeah! I see spy! Kill all spy! Oh my God, Snapple! Everyone, do the TF2 strut with Snapple. Let's go. Those damn blues are gonna die. All their NGs are gonna die. We're sapping their sentries! Medic! Oh my God, he's got it! He's got the package, everyone! Look how cute NG looks! NG small. Do the strut. Do the Snapple Strut. That's what it's called now. Oh yes. We love it! Death to all spies! Nobody likes spies, not even spies! Victory! Down, 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 down. Thank you so much, Snapple, for the Snapple Strut. And I'm sorry if you regret...
Thank you, Snapple.
I'm sorry if you regret that super chat now. Thank you so much. 100 is insane, sir, and your words honestly mean a lot to us here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, my God. Okay. JB saying K, switch James to decaf. No! I need my sweet pink goo.
What are you drinking?
I'm drinking pink Monster Energy. It's nice and thick and pink. You love it. You love it, too. Snapple says, no worries, just here to enjoy the content. Well, thank you, and plenty more of it is coming. We ain't going anywhere. Thank you so much, sir. Interesting comment here from Jason I saw. He said, I heard there is a Guilty Gear crossover with Dave the Diver. Do you know anything about that? I'm about to tell you some news on a crossover on Dave the Diver, but I don't know anything about a Guilty Gear crossover. Fractured, you're a Dave the Diver fan as well. Let me know if you've heard anything on that, or Kay, if you can find anything on that. Also, we have Zim Zuva over on Rumble. How's it going, lad? Let's see. Fractured says, I never felt that was too troublesome of those special missions. I was always trying to drain the ocean of fish. And do you want your handheld? You a Care Bear now? They weren't spawning. I was spending hours and those fucking jellyfish wouldn't spawn. I just wanted to kill them all. But yeah, I don't know anything about a Guilty Gear crossover, but now I'm very curious.
It's Guilty Gear Strive, which to me doesn't look like a mainline Guilty Gear game, but I'm still looking into it.
Is it a Dave the Diver crossover?
It is, but it looks like it's like this looks more like a mobile game. It does not look quite like a.
Okay, well this makes sense. And Kay, you look into that. Once again, thank you so much, Snapple, for that support here. That's insane. And I'm going to continue my Dave the Diver news here because we are going to talk about a crossover. And
Okay, so it does say there's Guilty Gear themed boat skins coming. So yeah, but that was in March that they announced it, and I'm not seeing a date for when that was going to happen.
This thing we're talking about was just announced, and it just came out, and it's like it's already out and everything and sweeping the internet. So okay, yeah, feel free to send that to me. I'll look into that later. So it sounds like Jason, there is one. And so it sounds like on the Dave the Diver side, it's just a boat skin, but then on this Guilty Gear mobile game, there's a lot more Dave the Diver in that side, which lines up with this promotion we're talking about as well, but that's interesting. So, yeah, Dave the Diver is getting everywhere. We're getting Dredge DLC. We got the Godzilla DLC as well, and if you are new to Dave the Diver, definitely redeem that Godzilla DLC because it's going to be limited time for you to add it to your accounts there, so it's going to go away in November, so definitely add that to your accounts right away. But here's an interesting one that we're going to be talking about, and I'm not going to read the whole interview, but this is a cross-promotion with a game called Nikki. Now, Nikki announces collaboration event with Dave the Diver, and it introduces a brand new mini game in it. And do I have the trailer here? Yeah, okay, I do. Perfect. I just want to show that because this was really confusing to me, and this was really fucking surprising because I never heard of this game. And it's pretty much what Nikki is a gotcha anime mobile game full of sexy anime girls, and they're doing this Dave the Diver promotion. But let's play the trailer right now. So here is what confused me, and here is what's mind-blowing to me with this crossover. Nikki, for the record, is a cover-based third-person shooter. That's what this game is, with anime girls. And you, like, I don't know, you romance them or something, they have narrative. So I figured on the Dave the Diver side, it seemed like we were getting anime girls in Dave the Diver, because if I go back over to this trailer here, all this footage looks straight out of Dave the Diver. But guess what? This footage all here is in Nikki. They literally rebuilt the entirety of Dave the Diver and put it as a mini game in this mobile anime girl gotcha style third-person shooter. They took the whole fucking game. This cutscene is just from Dave the Diver, and you literally have the sushi bar mechanics and everything, the enhancing the food, the having these. This isn't Dave the Diver you're looking at. This is a Nikki minigame that just took the entirety of Dave the Diver and put it in it. So I was really confused just trying to figure out what is even in Dave the Diver that is the crossover part. This is all it is. This is all it is. In the actual Dave the Diver, you just get anime girls in your boat. This is my own screenshot here. As you can see, you just get anime girls on your boat. To me,
This is amazing.
That is fucking insane.
Yeah.
That is absolutely fucking insane. So I want to bring you guys to this post that I found over on V today. And I thought this was perfectly said. This person posted saying, "Bad girl summer theme." And this is all based on the Nikki game. Fishing and photography minigame. The Dave the Diver minigame is literally just Dave the Diver, the game itself. Real bikinis and true fan service. Knickers, we won bigly. Bigly knickers. Oh my god. And you can see Mr. Snapple Rai is a fan of the game. And he's been playing it. And he's trying to get me into it. And I'm like, don't make me play an anime gotcha game on mobile. Don't do that. Don't do that,
Is it only
Snapple.
mobile, or can you get it like a shitty version on the Switch or
You
something?
can get a PC direct download or mobile. So no Steam or
okay.
anything. And then Mr. Lizard of Linux Lane said this, and I think this is an interesting conversation here. 1 second, let me pull it up. Yeah. So Lizard said, "I, for one, welcome our new anime overlords." To which I said, "I swear Korean devs are intentionally taking advantage of the West, consistently making trash. Every recent Korean developed game is either insanely sexy, fun, or both. While the West cripples itself to pander to those that hate them, Korea is making dump truck levels of money." But that's kind of what I wanted to talk about here super quick is, look at this. Both Dave the Diver and Nikki, and now the new Destiny killer, what's it called? The First Descendant? The Last Descendant? What's that game called? It's Descendant something.
The First Descendant is the game.
Yeah, which
The
everyone...
free-to-play one, right?
The free-to-play sexy girl one,
Yeah.
that's like a Warframe Destiny-style game. All those games are Korean. So they're all insane, with the exception of Dave the Diver, which is just an incredibly well-made game. But they're all Korean, and 2 out of 3 of them are insanely fucking sexy. And if you want Dave the Diver sexy, you can literally just play it for fucking free in Nikki. And so just think about that. I've started to notice this trend, but I really noticed it today looking at these 3 games here. And it's like, you have the West, and I saw the Mrs. Freeze DLC announced today for Suicide Squad. You have the West that is shoving all of this garbage into their games. All of the horrible things that we're so sick of, like ugly, fat women. Like, look at the Concord design. It's all these designs of characters that, like, you know, they all hate you, but they still want to take your money away, but they're not making anything appealing for you. And it's just like, why would I give you money? Why wouldn't I just live in the past? Why wouldn't I just play old shit? Like, you really want me to suffer and look at, like, ugly, fat, disgusting characters all day and play storylines that are all promoting things saying that you hate me? That, like, how does that make sense? I believe that Korea is seeing this and they're taking advantage of it. I think Korea is literally being like, we'll give you what you want. It's so fucking easy. We don't have any of this shit here. We don't have DEI quotas. We don't have, horrible HR departments. We don't have any of this shit. What is it you want? Let's see. Good video games and sexy women. Fucking done. Like, it's insane. Like, the Nikki game is borderline porn, and I mean that in the biggest compliment possible. The First Descendant has some of the best female character designs I've seen in, like, 1 to 2 decades. It's crazy. So I really truly think that Japan is doing that to a lesser degree, I think, because they're so tied to Sony, and then you also have Nintendo, which has always been kind of more family friendly-esque. But Korea don't care. Korea don't fucking care, and they don't fuck around. So do you think this is true? Do you think Korea is intentionally making overtly sexual games and, like, genuinely fun games just to be like, come play with us? We don't give a fuck. Come hang out over here.
Yeah, I feel like the standards in the West versus the other side of the world is completely different. The problem with Japan is that, while they were, like, you know, they're behind us in terms of, like, music and everything, which means we got, like, a good era from them, right? Like, they're in their metal era right now, and you and I have been enjoying that. But, like, I think part of it is Japan is so tightly knit with the industry, and they outsource so much of their work to North America that it's getting affected that way, if you think about it. But with Korea, it seems like these are just homebrewed companies just within Korea pumping out content. So it's a little bit different. Japan, it's like you said, Nintendo's out of there, Sony's out of there, and all of these companies, they're worldwide. So they have a bunch of studios in America, and then they also have their roots in Japan. So you're kind of seeing the work still reflect what like the Western values are. Whereas with Korea, it seems like these are small startups. I want to point out also that Snapple's saying that the people that made Nikkei is the same company that did Stellar Blade.
That's right.
So it's Shift Up. So that's interesting. It might just be Shift Up themselves that are really like holding the entire industry.
Yeah, but it's like who does the first the first Ascendant, which I had a friend reach out to me and say play this shit. And here's the only thing, because it seems like Korea, at least to me, and it seems like, hey, you may not be 100% on board with me, but it seems to me like really...
No, it's not that I'm not on board with you at all. I just... No, I didn't say anything, actually, that disagreed with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm like, I genuinely believe that they are intentionally taking advantage of the West, and I say more power to them, and they should get all the money. But the first Ascendant was recommended to me by a friend, and... if I look at the reviews, and he said this as well to me, it's like it so greasily and desperately tries to take your money, because just like how they don't give a fuck about making sexy characters, they also have no qualms about like just constantly begging for your credit card and doing the greasiest tactics possible that EA has been run out of town with. But yeah, we'll see that everywhere. It's literally just made by Nexon Games Co., and Nexon's the publisher.
Oh, they did Maple Story.
They
Nexon.
published Dave the Diver, which is interesting.
Pretty sure Nexon is Maple Story, which I loved Maple Story back in the day. Let me make sure. Yeah, it is them.
Yeah, and then they also did DNF Duel, Counter-Strike, Nexon Studio. Yeah, Maple Story, Vindictus.
Maple Story was like just fucking amazing. That was my MMO. Everyone else was playing World of Warcraft and all this stuff. I was playing a fucking Maple Story.
Yeah. So it
So
feels
good.
like Nexon is like, that's kind of like the center of South Korea and where a lot of these games are coming from. So yeah, it's interesting. So anyway, there it is. There's Dave the Diver. There's your Dave the Diver cross promotion. Dave the Diver, all it gets is anime girls on a boat. But if you want to play Dave the Diver with sexy girls, literally a free game has the entirety of Dave the Diver in it. It's fucking crazy as a minigame.
That just blows my mind
Yeah.
that they went that far for an advertisement.
Insane. Okay, so any other thoughts on that, Kay, before we move on ahead?
No, I mean, I'm just happy that there's some sexy games out there. Keep them coming.
Sexy
And,
games,
like
solely
great
from Korea.
crossovers. Oh, the Guilty Gear thing. So Guilty Gear Strive looks like it's the latest like fighter. So the thing that was weirding me out was I saw a screenshot and it looked like a rhythm music game. So is there like a rhythm music section in Dave the Diver that I haven't seen yet?
Maybe I haven't seen it then yet either.
It just looked very mobile, but there's a Guilty Gear Strive content pack that you can get on the Switch at the very least. I don't know if that's across platforms, but I am seeing a Switch version being released. Yeah, it looks like it's exclusive to the Switch
Okay.
with the physical anniversary edition, and yeah, you can download that as well. So that's to answer Jason's question earlier.
Okay, yeah, if you can throw that my way as well, I want to look into that after. But
It's very vague, and it said it was going to come out the end of May, but I don't know, maybe it just got buried. I'll put it in Discord.
perfect. Okay, I'm gonna read some chat, and then we're gonna get over into all of our news. Let's see. Even though Dave the Diver was really cheating with news, and so was everything else. Let's see here. Fractured is chanting, one of us, exactly. Snapple saying, didn't think Dave the Diver would be released to Nikki. Literally, the whole game is insane, man. And yeah, I was reading a V thread today on it, and yeah, they're just dying laughing because this game is just so fucking good, and it's everything that the West is not giving us, and it's a fucking shitty mobile game. So there you go. You know what? I for one welcome, as Lizard said, I welcome our Korean overlords. If the Koreans want all our money, I was also watching Kabrutus play the first Ascendant today, and he was having a blast, and it looked good. Like, it looked tight and everything, and I like those kind of games, and it's free to play. As long as I keep my credit card away from it, apparently I will be a safe boy. But I'll have to check it out there. It is free, and it's on Steam. Fractured says you need to get the Godzilla DLC for the boat skin, and then you can start doing collectibles of Godzilla figures with info and roar sound effects. I can't fucking wait for that. BD Jake is here saying, like the dang stream, nerds, only if you like it. If you hate everything I'm saying, maybe you hate good gaming. Maybe you hate Dave the Diver. Maybe you just hate Koreans. Maybe because it's the 4th of July and it's Independence Day, you're just like, those damn Koreans! And then you could dislike it because I'm praising Koreans on Independence Day. But thank you, BD Jake. How's it going? Lizard saying, did you like that other game about diving on an alien planet? The name escapes me. Oh, God. What is it, Lizard? What is it? Fractured says, also dishes based on Ibra and Godzilla. Perfect. Can't fucking wait to get into that. JB saying, so simple, even a waiter can do it. Lizard saying, Jake, I already like the stream, but you're right. All the nerds should like the stream. Dave the Diver is in my head now, says Linux. Fractured says, why would you inject the pause that isn't there, James? Come on, the Dolphins. The Dolphins were for once not degenerate grapists, but hetero dolphins. Come on. That's true. No, it was just 2 dolphins, 1 blue, 1 pink. Okay. I just have a horrible fucking mind. I will probably stream Dave the Diver soon, and I will ruin it for everybody. Tristan saying, anime doll ocean, let's go. So true, Tristan. Lizard saying, let's go. Fractured saying, also, there's a Metal Gear style mission that was funny to have this fat diver dude trying to hide under a cardboard box. Oh, no. Tristan saying, I'm looking for it too, like. And Lizard saying, goal, 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 goal. JB saying, like Monty Python's cheese shop. Lizard saying, cheese. Tristan saying, holy shit, the library, cool ass room. Yo, thank you, Tristan. Jason, oh, yeah, we answered that. That was a Guilty Gear thing. Fractured saying, I read that. I fucking sucked at that mission. Well, I just prepared the sushi too early. Fractured saying, Dave the Diver is easily more comfy than Subnautica. Good. And JT saying, I have fun playing it. I laugh a lot. Thank you again so much, Snapple, for that $100 super chat, buddy. And I'm glad you're enjoying the show. JB saying, it's worthy of 10 more minutes of suffering. Snapple saying, if it's the same video, I'm looking forward to it. I hope you liked it. Fractured is doing that strut. Snapple saying, no worries, just here to enjoy the content. Thank you, Snapple. Means a lot, buddy. Fractured saying, my main restaurant is going to be staffed by anime waifus along with Ninja Girl and Glasses Girl. And then he says, wait, what? They went to that length for this advert? What? Yes, Fractured, if you want anime girls as your restaurant staff, you have to go play Nikki on your phone. And from what I've heard from a friend that plays Nikki, it plays perfectly one-handed. Fractured says, no, I wanted the waifu staff. No. Snapple says, Nikki, enjoy her here. I recommend playing it. It's also on PC too. I don't know if they would allow it on Steam. I just like having all my games on Steam, but I would probably add it to my library if it did get a Steam release. It's just PC direct download. They would honestly be dumb to add it to Steam at this point with the amount of success they're seeing. Because 1, is Steam going to censor them for their product? More on that in a bit. And then 2, are they going to get a cut of the profits they're getting? So I don't expect a Steam release. I would just like it for my own greediness. Have a good night, Lizard. Thank you for hanging out. Fractured saying, yes, it has mini games in the Dave the Diver, and your Weeb weapons guy does a DDR game thing and all. Oh, perfect. Jason saying, thanks, Kay. If they have that Guilty Gear Strive music in that game, that will be a treat. Fractured, is the mini game good? Because I'm a sucker for both DDR and Guilty Gear songs. Okay, so with that, Kay, are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm so ready. I'm so fucking ready.
Well, it's time for the longest segment in the galaxy. It's time to figure out what the fuck is going on in gaming. Now, Kay, I'm kicking us off with not an important story, but what day is it?
America Day?
It's fucking America Day. So, for America Day, for Independence Day, I thought, let's kick us off on a badass fucking game announcement. A little game that may have passed people by. And what is more American than having a big fucking cannon specifically designed to shoot aliens out of the goddamn sky and take them back to where they belong? This is PVKK, also known as Planeten Würden Geigen Skanen Commandant. So, German developer Pippinbits has revealed PVKK, Planeten würden Guggenskaden Toden Kommandant, or PVKK for short, their new planetary defense cannon commander simulator. PVKK Planeten würden Tiger Guggenskaden Kommandant is in development for Windows PC via Steam, though a release date wasn't announced. Here's a rundown on the game, plus its reveal trailer. In PVKK, you step into the role of a cannon pilot for an autocratic regime confined to a defense bunker. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, manually control a massive planetary defense cannon to fend off an ongoing interplanetary invasion, master the various systems to protect your home world. Core gameplay, interact with a retro tech cockpit filled with satisfying buttons, levers, dials, and switches, manage energy generators, scan the skies for enemy vessels, analyze threats, calculate fire trajectories, and execute precise, I can't understand or read anything today, firing procedures. With limited resources and a strict regime, strategic thinking is your key to success. Progression and upgrades between missions maintain and improve your bunker, turning it into a comfortable and efficient retreat. Customize your space with earned resources to prepare for your next assault. Moral dilemmas. I got none. Face tough choices that challenge your ethics and loyalty. Will you follow orders blindly, or will you question the regime's motives? How will you respond when someone from outside shows you the truth? Your decisions shape the story and can lead to multiple endings in a world where everyone believes they're doing the right thing. Secrets of the bunker. Your bunker hides secrets waiting to be discovered. Engage in escape room style puzzles to uncover hidden items and clues about what is truly happening outside. The regime keeps you in the dark, feeding you half-truths and political euphemisms. Look behind these deceptions to understand the real situation and navigate the demands of the different factions in your own best interest. Key features: immersive cockpit interaction. Engage with a detailed tactile control panel filled with retro tech elements, deep narrative experience, a story rich with political intrigue and moral dilemmas, customization and upgrades. Improve your bunker and cannon to face increasing challenges. Atmospheric setting. Enjoy the unique blend of cozy yet oppressive bunker environment, multiple endings, and hidden secrets. Okay, enough chit chat. Let's fucking watch some aliens get blown out of the sky. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah. I thought it was my side, so that's why it took a minute. But I'm like, I don't hear anything. I hear you talking to me, but I don't hear anything from the stream.
What? Oh, no. Did you guys not hear the strut earlier? What's going on, big guys? Hold on. Hold on.
It might be fine now. That was weird. It could just be my end.
Did anyone else hear music and audio and stuff? Uh-oh. What did I do? I'm going to be horribly upset if I screwed up that strut earlier. I'm going to be devastated.
No. The strut was fine. I'm talking about just that trailer.
Okay. Well, here. Let me test this for you. Maybe it was just quiet. Okay, tell me, do you hear this? Ready? You hearing any of this?
Yeah.
This is fine.
What the fuck is this frog?
You know this frog! This is our audio test now. To see if you can hear it.
It could have just been a Twitch glitch.
So this sounds okay.
Yeah.
Can I get back to murdering aliens?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
I'm looking back on YouTube, and YouTube was fine. It was just Twitch.
What the fuck, Twitch? You're cock blocking our alien cock destroyers. All right, let's go. Oh, it's so comfy. have it. No release date, as it said in the Niche Gamer article, but you can wishlist it over on Steam. And once again,
Dr. Disrespect is on the verge
what?
of one of...
No, we're not talking about that. No, I don't want a Subway deal. I don't want a Subway deal.
Fuck?
Damn you, autoplay. Look at this frog. PVKK is now able to be wishlisted on Steam. You just gotta type in PVKK or Planet Verdun Geigen Guggen Kagen Commandant. Go do it. It looks great. I just thought that was a perfect way to kick off our American show. Our lovely American show. We had singing frogs. We had controversies. And we had blowing aliens out of the sky there. Okay.
You know, it kind of, like, for that game, I want the setup of, like, Steel Battalion. I feel like that would be so fucking cool.
Ooh, guess what?
You know what I mean?
We're never going to get to it because it's, like, story 408, but I actually have a Steel Battalion story in the news.
What?
Yeah, so maybe you'll have to hold it on that because there's no fucking way we're getting to that.
Oh, shit.
All right. Are you ready for our next story? And this one's a doozy.
Yeah, this one's gonna be something.
Okay.
But I'm ready for it.
So, everyone, if you watched the last Steam Roulette, you will know that it ended on a very wholesome and fun game that should offend nobody. A little cute game rated E for everybody known as Tyrone versus the Cops. And I loved it, and I want to play more of it. It was the same developer as the amazing and incredibly well-received, I think Jeff Keighley himself gave this like a gold star or something, the Jeff Keighley seal of quality. Same creator as Cuckold Simulator on Steam. And also, what was the other one called? Tyrone Souls. But just like with Dark Souls turning into Elden Ring, this famed, esteemed developer named Team Sneed wanted to release another game on Steam, but unlike all three of their previous games, Team Sneed was denied. Dun, dun, dun. So, Pirate Nation here over on Twitter saying Steam support the most understanding company of all time. And they're pretty much just simping for Steam here, which I have a love-hate relationship with Steam, as you all know. And Team Sneed, the developer we referred to, said, hey, shut up, idiot. They tried to release their new game called Elden Bling. And even though all three of their previous projects were allowed on Steam, Elden Bling got denied. Steam support person Mary said here, after review, we will not be able to ship your game Elden Bling on Steam. While we strive to ship most titles submitted to us, we found that this title features themes, imagery, or descriptions that we won't distribute. The app has been banned and cannot be reused. Thanks, Mary. Well, Mary, go fuck yourself. But don't worry, that has not stopped Team Bling. That's right, he is returning to tradition and he is going physical. So this madman, this absolute fucking madman here, has decided, fuck it. Fuck it. And I approve of this, sir. Instead of whining and crying that Steam said fuck you, you say fuck you right back, and he is returning to tradition, and you can literally buy a physical copy of Elden Bling. Yes, it's real, he says. Elden Bling, shipping out all pre-orders today. Got a few left over. Buy one or you're gay. Shit! I'm not gay. I have to buy one.
We have to buy one.
We have to buy one or I'm gay! So there you go. Physical copies returning to tradition, something that's really dead, especially for PC gaming, and you can order it right there on his Twitter, and that is at @team_Sneed. And he's been honestly taking the ban pretty well. He is just making memes. Why are they like this? So you have Elden Ring. Know the work rules. Good, looking good, Susan. Ah, you're sweet. But Elden Bling? Hello? Human resources check? Wow. The hypocrisy of Steam. You hate to see it. Now, here's the thing. You might be saying, oh, and also you can, if physical is not your thing, just to say, you can also get it on a different platform. Shadow of the Erd Tree, shit game, don't care. Elden Bling is now released on an actual digital storefront. Please buy it because algorithm only $3.99. And so this website is called store.onstove.com if you want to get this digital version instead of the physical version right here. But herein lies the question, right? And so why was Elden Bling denied when all 3 of their previous games were not denied? And other people did have that question. Hikaru Shido said on Twitter, what did you do in Elden Bling that was worse than Tyrone versus the cops? And he said, literally nothing, but I have a theory, and my theory is I'm willing to bet Steam is just getting more and more restrictive and sensitive. Going forward, you'll see less games like this approved. Which... That's really what I want to talk about and say is that I think there is a downfall of this. But before we get into that, just in case you didn't think physical copies of Elden Bling were enough, he said fuck it once more. And you know what did get approved? Okay, can you guess what? He submitted another game. Can you guess what game? This happened literally today.
Okay.
Can you guess what game he submitted under the Team Sneed brand that did get approved?
Is it another Tyrone versus game?
No. Guess what it is?
Did he flip it?
We talked about this kind of game before.
Okay.
It's Corn. Corn is coming. We are gonna make it.
What?
And you can now wishlist Corn coming soon, and it'll probably be free. Yes, this game is exactly...
Oh my god, it's the banana game!
He said, fuck it, fuck you, Steam. If you won't take my actual game... I'm making Corn.
Oh my god,
making
he
fucking Corn.
made it?
And I tweeted him saying my inventory is already full of bananas. Oh no. And he said, make room for Corn. So that's right. You can make room for Corn too. If you go over to Steam, you just type in Corn. Corn is the interactive clicker featuring America's favorite fruit. Brought to you by the developer of Cuckold Simulator. Buy corn, sell corn, collect corn. We love corn. Corn is an interactive clicker game in which you click on corn, get random corn every few hours, and grow your collection. Full Steam inventory and market integration. I'm shocked. Limited edition corn rotate in and out of the drop pool on a weekly basis. Special corn grant special effects. Buy corn, sell corn, collect corn, love corn, corn! Created by the acclaimed developer of Cuckold Simulator. Why corn? Corn is a versatile crop that is widely used in various industries, mainly food production. Corn syrup derived from corn is a key component of many American delicacies, such as soda and cereal. Corn is heavily subsidized by the government, to the tune of over $9 billion per year. Simply put, you can't go wrong with corn. Features: collect corn, buy corn, sell corn. Corn.
And they're not bothered by this description.
This
that
is approved.
This is literally calling out the whole like corn syrup is poisoning our crops thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't fucking care. I bet you this went over their head completely. They just didn't even think about it. Even though this is so fucking based on its own.
So remember, we were saying, should banana be banned or not? Well, turns out Elden Bling got banned. Is it satire and is it offensive? Yes, but it's an actual game. But what does get approved? A ripoff of a fucking marketplace scheme. Speaking of that, corn is better than banana. Participate in the e-cornonomy. Click corn, make funny number go up. Random event when clicking corn. Corn is in fact a fruit. Stop trying to correct me. Closing thoughts, add to wish list for now or risk missing out on extremely rare day one corn and die a poor man. So, there's a lot to unpack there. A lot of corn.
I love this developer so much. I love the name Team Sneed. I love everything that they've created. This is just so fucking great. I love that they literally copied the banana game and made it like 1,000,000 times better. And I'm like, I will play your version. I will play the fucking corn game. The banana game looked so fucking retarded to me. You've sold me on corn.
Hell yeah!
I will play that.
So, a lot of stuff here. One, I fucking am hating Steam more and more by the day. And what I tweeted out there is legitimately my theory. I don't think Steam is going to ban Tyrone versus the Cops or Cuckold Simulator or any of those games that are already on the store. But I think that the people, the big team that Steam has in charge of approving and denying games, They've been pretty much given the order to let's wean off of that and let's approve less of those kind of games. And so you're going to see more and more games like this, like the Order Ups, like the Super Seducers, like all the games that we have talked about that get Steam banned, which I hate. You're going to see more of those blanket statements. And this is like the most blanket statement of all. What was the game, the other game as well, the Great Revolution, I think it was called, or Great, it was something like that. So I think you're going to see more of these blanket statements. You're going to see Steam just flat out denying and saying, like, we don't allow this on store, and not getting into specifics, not saying anything to any details or anything. They don't want to be caught red-handed. They don't want any of their words used against them. They're just saying, nope, sorry, bye-bye. And Steam, because Steam is the best storefront, bar none. There is a lot to love about Steam. It is a pseudo-monopoly in that if you're denied there, you're not going to make it anywhere. Just for the fact that everyone prefers Steam. That's why EA games have all come back to Steam. That's why Ubisoft games have all come back to Steam. That's why Epic is fucking dying despite them just flooding the market with free games. Everyone loves Steam. Everyone goes to Steam. So when you're denied on Steam, especially for zero reasons, I assume it can only be because it was deemed offensive, then your game's dead and you're not making money off of that. I love and appreciate so much that instead of this guy, and I do, by the way, I think it's valid to be upset about it. I think if you're denied on Steam, you should be upset and you should be making your voice heard. But I love the way that this guy is making his voice heard. And he's making it heard by pointing out that, one, Elden Bling, which is an actual game, yeah, that's a parody, and it's an offensive parody, that gets denied. But he can literally just make a non-game that is just a marketplace fucking tactic just to make money. Which that Banana guy, I'm assuming, whoever made Banana is probably rich now because he gets a total of every transaction. And some of those transactions for thousands of dollars have sold. Like, a lot of them have sold. So he's literally able to say, all right, fuck you. You won't allow my actual game, which is an actual game, even if you find it offensive or whatever. And he's not even told that's the reason why. It'd be one thing if Steam was like, we don't allow offensive games. But they can't say that because they'll allow other offensive games, and offense is subjective. But they allow in the next day, the next fucking day from the same developer, just a marketplace tactic. Just to fucking get money. And just to trade and sell little icons. Effectively NFTing the marketplace on Steam. Fucking amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Just the pointing out Steam's hypocrisy and the absolute state of Steam and their approval and where it's going. So I 100% believe that we're going to be talking about Steam a lot more in the coming episodes of this podcast. I think you're going to see a lot more games that we're going to be highlighting that are banned for, you know, no reason. So if you are a developer that's making an offensive game, an offensive parody, or, you know, you're just using edgy comedy or something, which I love, and I would love to play your game, and I'd love to stream your game because I'm a horrible piece of shit and I love offensive comedy and edgy comedy. You know, don't be surprised when Steam denies you and they don't tell you why, because I think we're going to see that more and more and more, because while Steam won't make a big stink over banning things already on the store, they're going to try to wean off of that. It's also quite funny that Steam is just flooded with porn now. Tons and tons and tons of porn. But how dare anyone have a joke and have a laugh and all that. So that is the state of Elden Bling from Team Sneed. We're big Team Sneed respecters here. I will be harvesting the corn. I'm going on a corn harvest, ladies and gentlemen, and I will be playing that.
I have a few questions about all this. Okay. I agree with your theory because I've been feeling the same way. I've been feeling the same way since Super Seducer, essentially.
Yes.
Because Super Seducer 1 and 2 were totally fine for Steam. And then Richard built it's the third one, I think, right?
Fucking die, you fucking emo cocksuckers.
Gino SMRPG 95 just did a stream and he came in and fucked the Alliance. Loctaro Gar to you, Gino. How's it going? You're coming into our
Gino.
top story in the Melee Madness podcast. How's it going, lads?
So I think it was the third Super Seducer, right? And the thing is, Richard literally built this game around the first two were approved. We're making good money on this. Let's take care of the girls. Let's make sure if they're pregnant or anything like that during the development, they have all full benefits. We're going to make this an excellent game. And then he got denied at the 1 yard line, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
And so
After
that
he was
completely
told
fucked
it
him
would be
over.
approved, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like that completely fucked him over because obviously, as you mentioned, the main marketplace on PC is Steam. That's actually, in my opinion, what kind of kicked physical out the door is Steam and how well that was run. So Ever since then, I've been feeling pretty like angry towards Steam. It's not that I think that they're a bad product overall, but it was such a slap in the face to a person who like had no bad intentions or anything, wasn't, and even if he was making a game that was offensive or whatever, I wouldn't care. It should still be allowed on the platform.
Yeah.
But the fact that you allow the first two, what's so different about the third one that you can't have it on there makes no sense to me. And then of course we saw the Order Us thing, which you also broke. And I mean, you and I played a bit of Order Us for our member exclusives, and we're like, okay, this is a little racy, a little questionable. Some of the things that they pointed out in the customer support on Steam kind of get where they were coming from, but still the game shouldn't be censored. You know, it should just be like rated a certain way, and it should still remain on the marketplace,
fiction.
right?
It's still
Exactly.
drawings on a screen that you're speaking to. It's all written fiction drama.
And for Order Us, to be clear, the whole thing was like the main character is really dumb, and to the point where it's like, how old are you kind of situation, and it was a bit weird. So that's why Steam rejected that game. Then there was that, I think it's either Great Rebellion or Great Revolution.
Great
really
Rebellion
bad at
is
remembering
correct.
this.
Yes, sorry. I couldn't
Yeah.
remember the name. I'm losing my brain today, but yeah, I'll even bring it up.
But
that is
it's,
only banned in Germany.
Yes, this was a
The time
political
has-
move, right? This was specifically Germany couldn't handle the content. in
But
the
then
game.
they also didn't tell them why. And so I'm
Yes.
noticing this trend. And so, Kay, this is a great point. There's a trend of Steam is getting more what's the word, ominous, or
Ominous, yeah.
less specific
More
with
vague
their
about
wording.
everything.
And so Richard was really the first, Richard Laruna with Super Seducer 3, where they were having a back and forth, and he pretty much painted him into a corner, and he was like, this makes no sense. And they're like, well, we're not allowing this, but you allowed this. And he was deflecting all of their bullshit reasons, and then they eventually just closed the door on him. And then Order Us.
The biggest thing with the whole Richard Laruna thing as well, and I think this is maybe something that I would say on Elden Bling, just to jump a little ahead, you need to be clear with people why the game can't be on the platform, and there needs to be a process in place with Valve to say, if you fix X, Y, and Z, we will allow this game on the platform. I personally do not agree with censorship. I think that the game should be in its full glory. But I also think it should be up to the developers of that game to say, okay, we can still release our game on the platform if we change these things, and we can be transparent with our audience and let them know separately on Twitter, this is why this game is missing these things. We intended to have this. You can find a uncensored version at this other place on Steam. This is all they'll allow us to do. Then us as consumers can say, okay, as much as I love using Steam, I love what these developers are doing. I don't stand for censorship. I'm going to go to this other platform. But you still get the marketing on Steam for the people who don't look as deeply into this or who don't care as deeply, and you can still get their sales. The problem is that you're not giving developers any sort of feedback to say, this is what we don't like on your game, therefore this is why it's being rejected. You're not giving them any chance. And the thing is that they're spending so much money up front in order to build these games that they're coming at a complete loss. You could completely destroy somebody's career by doing this. And that's just insane to me. And there's no sort of like, here, just, take out one extra dick and then you're fine. You know what I mean? Oh, we didn't like that you used the word fuck in this section because of ESRB something. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that you can make clear. This country doesn't like it because of this. So if you're releasing it in this country, you have to, like, I don't know, censor the swastika, whatever.
Yeah.
Make that clear. So then you, as the developer, can still communicate that, and you can make a decision on your own. Okay, yeah, I want it on this platform, or no, I don't. But they don't do that. That's my biggest problem.
And they're getting more and more and more ominous and less specific about it.
And like in the case of Order Us, as you mentioned, the people that developed Order Us did confirm that the girl is of age. They just made her very fucking retarded.
And
much.
that's what I'm talking about. So with Richard, which was one of the earliest cases of this, it was a back and forth, and they were like, they were being shown as hypocrites. Steam was, or the Steam person that was denying the game. This Steam employee, and they were, it's like, well, it's this reason, and then Richard's like, but you have this game. Well, it's this reason. It's like, that's the same as my last game. That was approved, so what's different? And then they eventually were like, we're just not approving it, okay? And they just closed it. Order Us, they said one of the girls is underage, and the creator of Order Us said, no, She's just stupid. She is just stupid. She is a fully legal adult, and she's not mentally retarded. She is just a really dumb girl that looks young and all that stuff. So then that got denied. And so now we're going to this, and they don't want to get caught like that again. And so they're just like, nope, sorry, bye. And I think that's what you're going to see from now on. Bye. No reason.
Yeah, I do think, and we've talked about how Valve is a much bigger company now. So even though Gaben might have his values, you're hiring on so many people, and you're just throwing in minimum wage workers essentially to run the customer support side of it. And those people are going to make like their own little judgment calls. You've put too much power in their hands though, and not had anyone like to review cases or anything clearly, because now you're going, okay, the person at the very, very front line can make a decision that can cost not only the developer hundreds to thousands of dollars. In my opinion, you're also costing Steam thousands of dollars, because that game could sell very well on Steam, and Steam gets 30% of that cut. So you're actually directly hurting the financial decisions of the company you work for as well by barricading these games. Now, I get Steam gets so many different games thrown at them that they need some kind of process, but I just think they need to build their pipeline better. I do agree with you, and I have been feeling it since Super Seducer. We're going to see a lot more games censored, unfortunately, by Valve, and I think we need to make informed decisions based on all of that. But it's very clearly happening. But the other angle I wanted to ask, and I haven't looked into this myself yet, is are there other Elden Ring like parody games that have been tried to be pushed through Steam, or are they on Steam currently? Because I'm wondering if this is an IP issue.
That is a great question, and wouldn't it be great if Steam specified that? Let's find out.
Because I'm wondering, like, if they're worried about like people thinking that's actually Elden Ring, which would be really retarded, but it's still possible that they're worried about that. Oh, this game is too similar to a large IP. It's going to trick a lot of customers. That's why we don't.
And there is a case of this. You reminded me. I can't remember the exact game, but I own it. Oh God, what's it fucking called? There was a game on Steam, and it was really funny. We all thought it was funny on Steam, and it was called GTA 5. Before like GTA 5 was on Steam, it was called like GTA 5, but it was straight up called GTA 5, and it was just really shitty GTA 5, and it was hilarious. We all bought it because it was like 50 cents, and they got in trouble and they had to rename it. But they renamed it to something like Steam made me rename this, which just made it all funnier. But it was straight up called like GTA 5. So I'm trying to find it right now. It's like, you know what this is or something. Yeah, you want no. You suck at part. God, I can't find. It's somewhere buried in my 2000 Steam library. But so there is precedent for that, is what I'm saying. So that could be the reason. But that's why it'd be nice if they'd specify, because the reason
they should specify, because the only reason they gave was themes or description, right? That was the whole thing. Imagery, themes, or description.
Yeah, which is like
so
literally everything.
You don't like the image of a black man, which is a whole other concern. If you're they're trying to censor the game for having a black man on the cover.
But we can only assume. And this is what the Great Rebellion pointed out. The Great Rebellion, because we're all assuming it's only banned in Germany. Well, yeah. The game has swastikas in it. Is that the problem? If that is the problem,
that's our assumption. I have no idea.
He could make, and if he was told that was the problem, he could make a build without swastikas. That's what Wolfenstein does.
That's what I'm saying. Is that's all you have to do? Then he can release that in Germany.
They didn't tell the Great Rebellion people. They're just like, they literally said to him. The Steam support person literally said, "You should know," and it's like, no, fucking, this is my money. Tell me. You're holding my money hostage. Yeah,
don't virtue signal at me just because you have your own fucking code that you go by. Doesn't mean that we all fucking understand what that all means. Again, we're guessing. We're doing a guessing game. So with Elden Bling,
why should I assume your offense? And also, why should your offense be a barrier for me making money? I made a video game.
100%.
It's a legitimate video game. It should go on the store. Adults, you can put it behind the age filter. There is age filters on Steam. Of course there is, because you have all these fucking degenerate porn games all over Steam. So why can't this just have an age filter? Why can't this just have a little warning saying this has this, this, and this? Why do you have to hold my money and my entire livelihood hostage? Because you're offended. And that is me assuming you're offended because you won't tell me. I can only assume. It's fucking insane, man.
Yeah, they're not making it clear. But yeah, that's the only other thing I thought of is like I've seen cases before where something is too close to what the original product is, and it's clearly a parody to the person creating it, but like the company doesn't get that, and so it gets struck for that reason. And I've seen that happen several times, not just through Steam, just through like even T-shirts being made and stuff before, where it's like, oh, you're using the same font as this company, even though it's completely different text. Therefore, we're taking it down because you're trying to like emulate what our logo is or something. So that's what I thought it could be. It still would be a very bad case for it, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's also pretty clear that it's a censorship issue.
And
I think
also
if somebody
on
got
top
sensitive.
of that, that major AAA publishers and developers, if they get this sort of treatment, would be treated way better. Imagine if a new Wolfenstein game comes out and they accidentally publish the build that has swastikas in it to Germany. Do you really think that the Steam support person is going to tell the creators of Wolfenstein, you should know why it's not allowed, sweetie? It's like, no, they're going to tell them exactly what to remove. And now I'm assuming, but I'm fucking right. They're going to tell them exactly what to remove, what went wrong. And because that is going to make them way more money because it's coming from a major publisher. So, yeah,
well, I think also when it comes to that, like, unfortunately, indie developers are in this position where they have to go through all the same pipelines that us as customers would essentially have to go through. I firmly believe that any AAA studio has a direct relationship with Valve. Therefore, they wouldn't even be going through that pipeline. Yeah. They would just be pretty much saying to Valve, hey, we're releasing this game. It's going on PS5, Xbox, and also your system. And then they'll just be like, okay. Yeah. Like I don't think that there's a conversation of them even screening the content. Do you really think that Valve is going through and screening an EA game or screening like a Ubisoft game or anything like that? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that's completely just like on an indie perspective because they feel like they're doing quality control when in reality it's kind of discriminating to a certain degree.
Yeah. So there you have it, folks. Unfortunately, seems like Elden Bling, and I know everyone was excited for it, will not be allowed on the Steam store, but go follow Team Sneed over on Twitter. There is a plenty of ways to get this game digitally, literally, physically. The Steam sale is going on right now, so you can get Tyrone versus the Cops, Tyrone Souls, and Cuckold Simulator at a discount. And don't tell Kay, but I do plan on streaming through Tyrone versus Cops in a secret stream. I'm going to do it. And
What?
What? And also, if you don't even want to spend $1, maybe you can make some free money and say fuck you to Steam at the same time by playing Corn! Coming soon to a Steam
I'm literally going to play Corn just so that I can make them money at this point, Team Sneed.
Yeah. Because you're going to make a cent, they're going to make a cent. That's what's going to fucking happen.
Go ahead, Team Sneed. You can take my free time. At least you're doing something fucking funny.
All right. Well, I've honestly got distracted because I'm looking through my Steam library trying to find this fucking GTA game that was hilarious. I cannot find it for the life of me, but I know it exists. I just don't remember what it got renamed to.
There's fucking cyberpunk named games. I guess cyberpunk's a generic enough term.
Yeah.
There are games that have like the word cyberpunk in them that are fine and they're indie. So I don't know. It's just something that popped in my head because I've seen it happen before, but realistically, it's a poor excuse regardless.
No, I agree. Literally, if that is the issue, all they should have had to do is say, change it from Elden Bling to just Bling, and then you're fine. And then they could have said that. But no. Of course, you are going to see
Elder Bling or something, like
exactly.
Slightly swap it up.
So I'm going to cover every single one of these I come across. This makes me mad. I used to be a huge Steam fanboy, and they have just, as they get bigger, they're turning more and more into this fucking company, and I hate to see it. So every single time I hear of an indie developer, no matter what they're making, doesn't matter if they're making something horribly offensive, doesn't matter if you're banging girls that are borderline retarded, I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to report it, and you know what? It makes me more inclined to support these devs. Ever since, like Kay said, Richard LaRuna got fucked by these guys with Super Seducer 3. Richard, who's one of the nicest guys and sounds like one of the best bosses you can work for based on how he treated all those girls in that game. It's just fucking terrible. So I'm going to be playing all of Team Sneed's games, and I'm going to be playing Corn, and I recommend everyone does the same during the Steam sale and show them some support. Okay, Kay, why don't you read some chat? And we will carry on with the next story.
Let's see. Oh, Fractured headed out a little while ago, but I'm just going to read what he said. Thank you, Fractured. Have a good night. He says, I need to get to bed. You two have an awesome stream. Chat, if you haven't smashed the like button, sub to the channel, and maybe grab a membership. It's all worth it. Couple the best
you, sir.
voices for gaming. Peace out. Well, thank you. That is a big compliment, and I appreciate it. And honestly, I also really enjoy Fractured content. If you're a person that likes Star Wars especially, I highly recommend going to Fractured's channel, the Fractured Filter. He does some just great gameplays of like classic Star Wars games. Lots of great discussions. And you know what? Fractured and I don't always agree on Star Wars. I'm a lot more forgiving of Star Wars than he is, to be quite honest with you. But I love his perspective on it because, yeah, like he can't stand the Dave Filoni stuff. For me, I'm like, I liked Clone Wars. I liked some of Rebels. I like Ahsoka's character. But Fractured has great Star Wars takes in general, and it's worth giving him a watch. Lots of great content over there. Thank you again, Fractured. JB says, physical copy of Elden Bling brought to you by Steam. And Snapple's laughing, Patience saying, corn.
Corn.
JB saying, Elden corn. Corn isn't a fruit, nor does it belong on pizza.
Apparently doesn't belong on Steam either, but we're getting it through.
I had the unfortunate incident of trying corn on pizza once because it was bought for me, and I felt bad not taking a bite of it, and it was fucking disgusting. I don't recommend it. It was so gross. JB says Steam should specify why a game is banned, e.g. you had 6 dicks on screen at once, the limit is 4. Yeah, exactly. And Germany doesn't like your game because history happened. Warning, contains swastikas made from dicks. And JB says, I live in a town of 1,000 and the locals are setting stuff off that sounds like 105's firing. Oh my God.
Yeah, let's go.
Happy 4th of July to all of you out there. I think it's heading to midnight for most of you, but
that's awesome.
Still America Day here for 3 more hours. Nerd Takes is here saying, hey everyone. Hello, Nerd Takes. How you doing? Patience saying, it's very corny. And corn is good in a lot of things, but why would you put it on pizza? Yeah, this pizza was disgusting. It was all veggie pizza, and it was like corn and onions and like Alfredo sauce. And it was just, it was vile. It was vile. Tabletop's here saying, what's up? How you doing, Tabletop? How was your birthday celebration? It was Tabletop's birthday on Canada Day, which we are now calling Tabletop Day.
There you go. Much better.
We've got Nightmare here saying, evening, guys, with the bless. Bless to you, sir.
Bless.
Mutant Dumas over on Twitch saying, you guys have dope game rooms. Well, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
On the James side, that is one of our streaming rooms, and we have a little casting couch in there as well, aka our co-op couch. That's where we play some games together. And that's like a collection. Honestly, those are mostly my stuffed animals. I kind of pawned them off on you. But we went through and we made a bunch of posters on there. We went and put some Nintendo powers. And then on our side here, this is my collection and James' collection combined because we've both been collecting games for fucking ever. I think 20 years each at this point, if not more.
It's stupid. It's stupid amount of years, yeah.
It's insane. So we're flooded with stuff. We're flooded with stuff, but we love it. And then we also had Zimvoza on Rumble doing some little Doge dances there. Little dancing. I'm in for it. Tabletop says, nice. A whole holiday named after me.
It's much better now.
Yeah, I prefer the tabletop peg leg of July 1st than Canada Day.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a good combination. I dig it. Okay.
Also, Patience said, did you ever see the 4th of July meme I put in Discord?
Yes, titties. We brought it up. You want me to bring it up again? I will, because titties, right there. There they are. There they are.
Today.
I will. You know what? I can just bring this up. If you guys get bored and you're sick of hearing about like video games or something, I'm just gonna bring them up like constantly. Wait, why is this not working? Why is it? Hold on.
Oh no.
I need it to work. Hold on.
I'll keep reading. Shh.
Okay.
JB says Alfredo doesn't go on pizza either. Oxford Dictionary defines pizza as a flatbread with a tomato-based sauce, cheese, and usually meat and vegetables are added. I like to have Alfredo pizza too, though. Like when you do like, I don't know, you put chicken on it or you do like sun-dried tomatoes or something. I do enjoy it, but with corn, hell nah. Not in for that. So anyways, I'm caught up, James. Are you good now? You got your
I'm good. I'm ready to go. You ready for more stories? We can do more stories right now.
So ready.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this one is bumped up in the list more because it's a PSA, because I care about you guys and I want you guys not to miss out on any deals, especially when it comes to game preservation. So just a warning that this is this could be you, July 30th, if you don't get your 360 purchases in, everyone.
Oh! It's closed.
That's right. The Xbox 360 store is closing. It is sunsetting, sadly. And whether or not we agree with it, I obviously fucking don't. Fuck you, Xbox. Make sure that you are getting those digital purchases if you care about owning some of those exclusive 360 games before it closes. It's actually closing July 29th, 2024 this year. So make sure that any digital purchases on the console you want to get, you get before then. And that's not all, but some companies are fucking awesome. And despite this shitty news, they are actually doing massive sales. Some companies like Capcom. So Capcom tweeted out, with the closure of the Xbox 360 marketplace on July 29th, several legacy Capcom titles on the platform will no longer be available for purchase. Now is your last chance to buy them at 90% off. This is literally beating Steam sale. So if you don't mind playing on the 360, some of these games are actually preferable to get on the 360 over the Steam sale. And it's your last chance to do it before they are gone. You have titles like Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 6, Bionic Commando, which I want to do a full stream of. I picked that up recently, and I honestly really like it. Remember Me, DMC, and here is more titles. Darkstalkers Resurrection, Street Fighter 2, Turbo HD Remix, Street Fighter 3, Surge Strike Online Edition. So this Capcom tweet is great. It's on our Twitter feed, but I tweeted that out on June 20th. All the sale, I'm pretty sure that all these Capcom sales are still active. If anyone wants to link to this tweet and all of the Capcom links, it links you directly to the store. Let me just make sure it doesn't pull up anything here. Yeah, okay, perfect. So right there, Original Dead Rising, $1.99, and there's even a demo you can still get for free. So that is fucking perfect, and I recommend...
At the very least, download those free demos and just have them stored on your console. You get like a 30-minute snapshot of these games that are going to go away. So
yeah, go away forever. And also, whether you like them or not, lately I do not, but Xbox was nice enough to include a list of all the games, I think, that are going on sale. So you can get like a window into the Capcom games here. But here you go. Update. Price reductions available now on the digital Xbox 360 store, closing July 29th, 2024. Editor's note, we're aware of that a few games are still not showing the correct price or not showing in the store. We are continuing to investigate. We'll follow up when we have more information to share. Currently affected titles. So here's some titles not included in the list that I guess are on sale until the store closure. Just Dance Kids, Voodoo Dice, Frogger, Hyper Arcade Edition. Ooh, I might pick that one up, actually. Need for Speed Undercover, Burnout 3 Takedown, Lego Harry Potter for Connect, and Fight Night Round 3. Literally my favorite boxing game ever.
And my favorite racing game ever.
So, Microsoft writes, Xbox 360 launched 18 years ago and was a generation-defining console that red-ringed and fucked everybody. That invited many people to jump into gaming for the first time and connect with friends around the world. We're thrilled people continue to play their favorite 360 games on 360 or on newer consoles via backwards compatibility. Yeah, that Don Matrick quote didn't really age well. Now fucking did it. As we shared last August, we have a change coming to the 360 experience. Wow, what a fucking way to put it. Starting on July 29th, Xbox will stop supporting the ability to purchase new games, DLC, and other entertainment content from the 360 store on the console and the 360 marketplace. To celebrate the legacy of the 360, we're working with our amazing publishing partners to bring you as many price reductions from our online store or from the Xbox 360 store on the console. We'll be updating this list with more games on June 18th, 2024, and on July 16th, 2024, to bring you as many repriced games as possible before the end of July. These price reductions will remain in place for each game through the 360 store closing on July 29th, 2024. It is important to know that this change will not affect your ability to play Xbox 360 games or DLC you have already purchased. Xbox 360 game content previously purchased will still be available to play, which, full disclosure, I did this recently. The system for re-downloading things on 360 fucking sucks. You're pretty much given a list hidden in your settings, and all you get is the title of the DLC, not even the game it's associated with, and it's not in alphabetical order at all. And so if you're someone like me that, you know, was a big 360 fan, you're going to have a lot of content, and you have to sift through a lot, and you have to know exactly what you're looking for. It's a fucking shit show, man. So, June 19th update to continue our celebration of the Xbox 360 legacy. We are bringing you price reductions on additional games from our online store or from the Xbox 360 store on console. As promised, when we published our first list of repriced games on May 14th, we're taking this opportunity to publish an additional list of repriced titles. We'll publish an additional list on July 16th, bring you as many repriced games as possible. So, here you go, everyone. You have over 4 pages, 50 entries a page. That's a lot of fucking games here that are all on discount for the 360. You have everything from Xbox Live games to big games like Batman, Arkham Asylum, Dead Island, whole bunch of stuff. So absolutely think it's worth looking through this list here and seeing if there's anything you guys want to get on your system before it's gone. I'm definitely going to be doing that. And if any of you guys want this list sent to you, let me know. I can post it. I can link you guys. It's a great list. I'm curious now, did they include the Capcom games here? I just want to see if they did. Oh, so they have it weirdly in like different updates. So Capcom, let's just look for Dead Rising. Let's look for D. Yep, perfect. So yeah, they at least have the Capcom stuff because there's Dead Rising and everything. So perfect. So you've got one list, then you got another list you can look through, and it sounds like July 16th there will be yet another list. So definitely recommend everyone that has a 360 look through that because there might be an exclusive game in there that you can't get, maybe not even physically on disc or something. So I'll be looking through that entire list for sure. Okay, any thoughts on that thing that's terrible?
It's pretty self-explanatory, but sad days. I agree that it was a revolutionary system for the time. It's weird that that store is shutting down, and I don't understand why they're shutting it down, to be completely honest. Like, I don't get it, because you still can play so many of these games backwards compatible. It's still such, like, people still use the 360 itself. It's still a relevant system. I feel like the amount of maintenance they're going through to make these lists, why not just keep it all active?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really get the point. Oh, you can still download everything, even after it's down. So then why not just keep it open and then just say there's not going to be any sales anymore? We're not going to monitor, like, the price changes on this anymore. It's just going to be whatever the state of this is in. That's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why shut it down? It makes no sense.
Especially when Microsoft is like literally the biggest company in the fucking world. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
they can afford
you can handle it.
I'm pretty sure you can afford to keep the 360 store up and running. Like, I don't really think there's an excuse. How about instead of like forcing the world to eat bugs and live in the pod, you just leave our beloved Xbox 360 store up? Like, that would be much more preferable.
Exactly. So whatever. I mean, that's the situation we're in now. They don't want free money, essentially.
Yeah.
So that's fine. But sad days. I'm definitely going to go through. I've got like a bunch of Xbox points or whatever in my wallet. I got like $50 in there. So I'm going to go through and buy a bunch of games and, you know, maybe look at some physical games as well. Because the other part of the thing you guys have to look at too is that all the physical games are going to go up in price now in the retro market. So I would recommend, if there's a game you've been thinking about, you should try to buy it before the digital store shuts down, even if you're not a digital purchaser, because it's only going to skyrocket those games you might have want on your shelf. And you best believe that those are going to go up in price. I know, like, I think it was Sonic 06 you couldn't get digitally and you can only get physical. And I've been seeing that go up because people had that realization recently. So yeah, even if you're a physical collector, this does affect you, because the digital store going down only means that the retro secondhand market is going to get even worse for, you know, such a big era in gaming. Go get your stuff now before you can't find it anymore.
I was just looking for you, Kay. Unfortunately, Sonic 06 is not on sale.
Oh, but you can still buy it digitally?
You can still buy it. Yeah, this list. Yeah. And by the way, if anyone wants that list, I did just post it in our Discord. So just join our Discord. It's the latest post in general. And go to town, everybody, as a nice farewell to my beloved 360, one of my favorite systems of all time, one of my most hyped systems of all time. So many memories with that system. But yeah, no, the list is just what's on sale. So it's just, that just means you can buy it. So the list isn't everything you can buy. It's just there's no discount, which is sad to see.
Sad. Mutant Dumas says, was the GTA clone you were talking about Chinese Simple Life? It got taken off Steam.
No, I don't think so. I looked through my library. I literally can't find it. It's gonna piss me off if they took it out of my library, because that would be bullshit. Because it wasn't even a Steam clone. Sorry,
Do they even
a GTA clone.
have they done that? I've never heard of a case of them doing that before.
Maybe if it's like actually illegal, which it sounds like Chinese Simple Life could be, if it's like literally a clone. This was like a shitty GTA, like a really shitty poor man's like made in Unity in like 30 minutes GTA, and it was really funny. But it was called GTA 5 on the store, and it was really, really funny. But yeah, I can't find it for the life of me. So I don't think it was Chinese Simple Life. It got renamed to, it was literally renamed to something like Steam made us rename this or something. Like it was really fucking stupid. But yeah, I can't find it. So if I look through my whole library, maybe we'll hit it on a roulette one day. If I look through my whole library later, I'll let you guys know. But for now, I cannot find it.
Static's here saying white pizza is racist and gross.
Oh, buddy.
Why y'all hating on the Alfredo sauce pizza, man? That's good shit. It's not like a top choice, but it's still good. Just like putting barbecue sauce on like a pulled pork pizza.
Oh, I love
stuff.
it. I love that.
Amazing. We can go to the next story.
Okay, so this story, I literally saw this I start getting ready to go live with the podcast around 6 p.m. I usually spend hours the prior day setting up the podcast. This is something I saw bubbling around 4 p.m. today. So I don't even know, like, since we went live, this might be a story. This might have some answers. But I saw this, and I did some deep dive tisming, and I wanted to get an answer to this and see if I could figure this out. And I think I figured this out here. Literally, some of it's been censored since I went live, but I can fill in the blanks for what's been removed, I hope. But yeah, this is a bubbling story that I think I can explain and shed some light onto. So let's just start, and I'll run you through everything that I saw and why I think this is important. So, obviously, we love this guy over on Twitter. This is Daka at DakaDaka1. Tweeted this out. He also goes on V and reads V threads, so he screen capped this. And he said, I expected this out of Sony, but Nintendo? The communist Satan worshippers at Nintendo deserve the worst. And this is a OP from V here saying, Nintendo is now censoring third-party games. My interest in the Switch successor has died. And someone asked for proof. Now, obviously, we've been pretty big Nintendo simps here, more or less, and I was really worried. I saw this, and I raised my alarm bell because I was like, fuck.
Well, this is already weird because Nintendo's been very open with their marketplace.
Yes.
Right? Like,
so,
you literally got an ad pushed to you about, like, hentai girls something. Like, I don't know if it was a poker game or what.
Yes, just a few weeks ago, yeah. So, but this is the alarm, is DTA, don't trust anybody, don't trust any company, that's for sure. And Nintendo used to be censorious. These things change like the wind, right? So with the Switch, Nintendo has been very open. They've been very forgiving with like letting the most degenerate shit on their store. And PlayStation, Sony, has been the most censorious since the PlayStation 4 with Devil May Cry and, of course, Terminator Resistance, which I yell about all the time. And so I was really worried seeing this, and this raised the alarm bell because if you're into degenerate shit, if you're into porn games, it's usually actually Nintendo where you want to get those games. So anyway, I tracked down and read through the whole V thread here, just trying to find answers, and I read through this here, and I couldn't really find anything specific. So this is the same post here, and it's these two games here, and this person claiming they're now being censored by Nintendo. And again, this isn't anything like surprising, it's just alarming, and it would be breaking, and it'd be really sad because Nintendo has stopped being censorious, but they could easily flip that switch and go censoring again. Now, one thing they do...
Fuck, is this the Yuna and the Hot Springs game?
Yes.
I actually wanted to play this game. So this is it's a dungeon crawler Hot Springs game.
Yeah.
And I was super interested in this, and I was like debating between playing it on PlayStation or Switch. So I'm actually very invested in the story.
So here is the thing, because I had to look into this. I never heard of Yuna and the Haunted Springs. That's what the game is called, but it primarily centers around this game. There's about two games. There's two games that the censoring accusations come from. Of course, as you guys know, Nintendo Treehouse, or Nintendo's localization, rather. I don't think they even use the Treehouse term anymore. It's just easy for me to say Treehouse bad. So Nintendo Treehouse tends to do the quote-unquote censorship of Nintendo games. They're the localizers. So is the game censored? Yes, in a way. No, in a way. It's actually the localization that is kind of retconning a lot of the shit and fucking with your Nintendo games. We're seeing that with A Thousand Year Door. We see this with the Fire Emblem games and all that. So there is a form of censorship that does go on in Nintendo games, but it seems exclusive to the West, and it seems exclusive to the dialogue. So what I can tell about Yuna and the Haunted Springs, which is where the accusations are coming from, it was really hard to read this poll thread. It's just a lot of fucking wild shit thrown at the wind, which it tends to be what it is. But what I've been able to gather is that, yeah, it's about Yuna and the Haunted Springs, but here's where it gets weird. We have this video here from Censored Gaming. Censored Gaming is fucking great. Highly recommend them. They've been around pretty much since Gamergate shit. And pretty much what happened is the Nintendo Switch version was listed very ominously to say there is differences in the Switch version. There is differences. Now, what are these fucking differences? Well, here's the thing here. You have these girls here. Sorry, let me pause on this. You have these girls, and they're filled with Steam rooms. So this is all Steam and everything. Every single version of this game has different levels of Steam covering their tits. I shit you not. So, funnily enough, this is the game that's being accused of censorship on Switch. But as far as I can tell, if you care about cleavage, the Switch version, you see the most. You see the most tits in the Switch version, as far as I can tell. And I may be wrong on this, but this is what I've gathered. And it's been hard to gather this. And also, Censored Gaming broke this 5 months ago, but there is stuff that has been coming out literally today. You see the most in the Switch version. However, when you're playing with the girl in the hot Steam room, and by the way, I get it, Steam, even the Steam version of this game is on Steam, covers the girls more than the Switch version, which is crazy, as you can see right here. However, when you're playing in this mode and you're this little raccoon or whatever, and you're making them bob up and down, there's like sexy sound effects and everything for the girls. And, you know, they say things and they do voice lines and all that stuff while you're playing with them in the Steam room. In the Switch version, all the voice lines are gone. So
what?
And right here, Jackie Walker says they removed the voice and sound characters during minigames. Didn't notice this until I was playing it myself. It's an added censorship over other versions don't have. Wish I realized this sooner. Wouldn't have given them a penny. So, is this a bug? Is this censorship?
Yeah, that's...
Or is this Nintendo Treehouse? Because the voice lines could be a form of localization. So
I don't think this is Treehouse, for the record.
But they could say, we're not even going to record lines. Because what if they got...
I don't think Treehouse is involved with these third-party games that come on the platform. I think they're only involved with, like, the Nintendo property games.
Yeah.
For translating. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't think this is Treehouse, because I think this is literally like up to like your Fire Emblems. I don't think you go further than that. If it's a game that's like on other platforms, I don't think they touch it.
Yeah. So pretty much this is a weird thing about this game. And this is why trying to find out this news story has been so complicated, is because on one hand, the game is the least censored on the Switch. But then on the other hand, depending on your point of view, it's also the most censored. You see the most titties on Switch, but you hear zero moans or zero sexy voice lines or any of that stuff. Is that a bug? Is it censorship? Is it limitations of the console? There is no word. I watched this whole video. There is no clear answer. And in fact, over in the Steam forums, because Steam forums are great, usually, until Steam Jannies come along. But usually on Steam forums, you can just straight up talk to the devs. So they will say things like this: the developers of this game are giving really vague, cryptic answers. Can you clarify if the game has been censored? Thank you for your inquiry. We're unable to disclose what kind of censorship, and remember, these guys are ESL, was made when releasing the game in the Steam shop. We hope you continue to support Yuna and the Haunted Springs thrilling steamy maze. Kiwami. So a very baseline, like PR style answer. It feels like very ESL, but they are literally saying the game has been censored on Steam, but we can't tell you what it is. Well, we know what has been censored on Steam. It's been the fact that the girls are more covered up than on the Switch version. And then you have other things like this. Uncensored version, please. Thank you for your request. We will take your request into consideration. Well, like, obviously, everybody is going to want the uncensored version. And then we'd love to know what they meant by Switch version bathing scenes will be different. So they acknowledge they're different, and we know how they're different. They're different in the fact that, one, they're visually the least censored, but audio-wise are the most censored. Thank you for your request. We will take your request into consideration. That's all you fucking get. So very, very weird shit. But that is everything regarding Yuna and the Haunted Springs. However, the accusation and the reason people on V are recognizing a pattern for this and why they're concerned now that Nintendo may or may not be censoring games starting now is this thread. So, East Asia Soft announced anime-style dungeon RPG Tokyo Clan Pool is coming to Nintendo Switch and PC, localized in English and traditional Chinese for the first time. And we have Joshua Michael French, and this guy is a pretty cool guy. I follow him. A lot of people I've noticed like to follow this guy. We are localizing Tokyo Clan Pool for the Nintendo Switch and PC. Physical pre-orders this week. But here's where it gets interesting, and this is the primary source of people's concerns. Sorry for jumping on this question train, but any word on censorship? Switch should be safe, probably. And now people are assuming that based on the Switch's track record so far. But what about Steam? Any alterations done? And Jackie Walker came in here, and this is the same person that we saw 5 months ago in the Yuna video, right? So Jackie Walker says, someone else asked the same question but no reply. However, the silence is answer enough. So I'm thinking it may be censored on both Switch and Steam, mainly because of Steam. If it was released exclusively to Switch, I doubt it would be censored. Joshua responded, the game is still in development. It's still too early to make any promises, but we always strive to keep content as close to the original as possible. Now, people were running like wildfire with this, but I just want to clarify something and point something out. Jackie Walker here, and I'm not saying anything for or against the guy, but they are taking unanswered tweets as gospel here. Let's just be real about it. However, the silence is answer enough. So just the fact that they're not getting an answer, they're taking that as an answer, saying it is censored. But like, if you're getting thousands of tweets,
I don't take that as an answer.
But that's how they're taking it, and that's how a lot of V is taking it. So that's why I wanted to clarify that. Like, that a not answer isn't an answer one way or another, especially when there's thousands of tweets. Like, you can easily miss a tweet.
I would be interested in seeing the context. Now, if there's a thread and every single tweet is being replied to except for the ones asking about this particular question, and the team is very active in replying, then I would be on this guy's side saying that silence is an answer because this team is very active. They're replying to everyone. In reality, we see how Twitter operates now, how people's tweets get randomly hidden, how you don't get notifications properly all the time. I don't know if they're asking purely on Twitter or other platforms, but at least on the Twitter side, I can speak for the fact that Elon does not have the smoothest fucking platform in the world. Oh, yeah. And sometimes there's people in our community that tweet at me and I don't even see the response.
Oh yeah, it'll get buried.
And it's like, I don't see it. And it's like, I'm not ignoring you guys. I literally just don't see it because Twitter doesn't give me a little thing to be like, oh yeah, this person replied to you. Sometimes I have to go in the tweet manually to be like, oh, like who replied to this tweet? So that's just an example. I'm not saying like whether that person's right or wrong. If the context is that team was replying to everyone except for that specific question, I would say, yeah, the silence is a bit weird. If it's just like random here and there, it's completely possible they didn't even see the question to begin with.
Yeah. And now a lot of people on V ran also with Joshua's response here. They took this as gospel as it's over, Nintendo bros. It's over. We have censorship back. But like, if you read what he says the game is still in development. It's too early to make any promises. People took that as it's censored, but he's literally just saying that he hasn't submitted it to Nintendo. So he doesn't want to confirm that it's not censored. He's just saying he doesn't know yet. It's not submitted yet. And if he promises that the game is not censored, and then Nintendo does decide to censor this game, it's his ass, right? So he's just saying, like, look, I haven't gotten an approval one way or another yet. When I get that, I will let you guys know one way or another.
I also like knowing the context of who Joshua Michael French is a little bit more. I consider him somebody that is in the culture war with us in terms of trying to make games better. I've seen him reply to a lot of people that are saying the same talking points that a lot of us are saying about how we want video games to improve. And he goes out of his way to make lists of games that, like, not even developed by him or anything. Just these are games that still maintain the sexual stuff and they still have attractive women. So, like, he goes out of his way to do that a lot. I can't speak for this person, obviously. They're their own person. I feel like he would be honest if he was censored, given on how he acts on Twitter and
Absolutely,
how he is actively combative against people censoring other games.
Yeah. So here's the thing. These tweets, I don't know why these tweets got deleted, but some more of the conversation did get deleted, but Joshua's tweets are still up. I do have a screen cap for one of the tweets to him with the name blurred out. For whatever reason, they deleted it. I don't know why, because it's pretty, tame. But right here, after that, this person said, Switch version should still have the contact. Oh my God, I can't speak today. Switch version should have the content intact, I would think. Reviewing progress at Nintendo still the same, yeah? So again, this person is assuming based on Nintendo's track record in the past generation. Joshua responds, that's not something we can take for granted these days, but we're working on it. Platform holders' internal practices and policies aren't within our control, but of course we wouldn't want to make any changes. Again, V ran with this like crazy. Just the fact that him saying that's not something we can take for granted these days sounds like kind of like a loss, or, taking it as something like a negative. People are taking that as it is censored. It is. Nintendo has changed. But I think he's just saying like a blanket statement for the entire industry and the way the wind is blowing in the entire industry. I personally don't take this as Nintendo has changed their policies. There's a lot of people reading heavily into this tweet here saying that. I think he is literally just saying we haven't submitted it yet. And sure, based on Nintendo's track record, we would hope. But you don't take that for granted. So we're hoping, but there's no guarantee. There's zero guarantee when we're submitting a game. We're going based on the blind faith that games similar have not been censored in the past. And then he just went on to say, finally, we'll do everything in our power. I have a personal love for this game as well. So that's the whole story. Is Nintendo going to start censoring games? Are they already based on the Yuna game? My opinion is, we're going to have to wait and see. I don't know anything about the Tokyo Clan Pool game, but I guess this game is going to be a big, big indicator, and I have faith that Joshua, I do follow him on Twitter, that is at Joshua M. French, will be honest and upfront if he says something like, look, bros, it looks like Nintendo censored it. But I think he's really he doesn't want his ass on the line, and he doesn't want to say, like, yep, no, everything's going to be intact, everything's going to not be censored, and then Nintendo 9 months from now is like, nope,
everyone's going to hold him accountable for that and be like, you said that it would be fine, and it's like, if it's literally out of his control, it's literally out of his control.
Exactly.
So I think you're kind of in a rock and a hard place in the development cycle. The best thing you can do is just be honest regardless, but if he says something too wrong in one direction, the fans are going to be mad. If he says something too wrong in the other direction, then the people approving his game might be mad and might not even approve it at all because something got too heated and viral. So that's kind of the problem you run into with just how open communication is on Twitter. But everything I've seen from this guy so far has been pretty transparent. I don't have reason to believe otherwise. But of course, trust but verify. You should always take a look and see situationally what's going on. I just don't think that this is a smoking gun worth running with quite yet.
Yeah. I will say the Yuna and the Haunted Springs aspect, because this is a 2-game thing, is interesting. For the Tokyo Clan Pool game, we have to look and see when it gets released. So we're going to be watching his Twitter and seeing if there's any updates on that. It sounds like it's months away from being submitted to Nintendo, so he's not going to know. So any speculation is just speculation. The Yuna thing is censored, whether it's a bug or not. If anyone is not being transparent, it's the developers or publishers or whatever on Steam of that game. So I would love to get answers from them and just be like, why is it that the voice lines are removed from the Switch version, but yet at the same time the Switch version you see more, and they're just not being open and upfront about it. We have no idea why. We have absolutely no idea. So I looked and I haven't seen an update from Censored Gaming on this video. It's a good video. It's about 2.5 minutes long. Recommend them. And they're going to be covering that as well. So if we do get an answer on that, we will see. Kay, do you have any theories on the weird state of Yuna and the Haunted Springs there? And why it's the least but most censored version?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be so many different things. I don't think it's a tech issue though. I wonder if it's just like specifically in that marketplace we're okay with this but not this, and in a different marketplace we're okay with this but not this, and so they just put the best version that they could on every marketplace.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I lean towards, which would mean that Nintendo is censoring. Yes. In my opinion, I think they are. If this game exactly, with this in particular, exactly how far that is, I'm not really sure because the developers are just kind of closed book, not really saying much. Maybe it is the ESL thing. I have no idea, but like giving a generic like "thank you for your input" doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
So.
And this really reminds me of Stellar Blade and the developers with
Yeah.
that and all the confusion about that. And he lost a lot of good PR just by not being open and upfront about it. Like, is it Sony causing you to censor? Is it you choosing, like, on a creative side that you don't want these outfits as sexy? Like, what the fuck's
like,
going on?
Why would you invest in voice actors and then not have that voice acting in one version of your game? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's very weird.
And I don't see that being a tech issue because look at every other Switch game that's voice acted with no problem.
Mm-hmm.
So how would that be the thing that's taken out?
Yeah, it's
unless
quite
it's
odd.
censorship. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's quite odd. It's a very odd decision. So anyway, we will update. I'm sure, Kay, you're interested in it. If you want to look into it more, let me know. If
No, I literally was planning on playing that game, so I'm like, fuck.
Which version?
Which version do I play now? Is there mods on Steam?
Yeah, I'm curious.
That's probably the only way.
I can pull it up on Steam. Let's see here. So if I'm just doing
because that came out in January of this year. It's a very new game, and it's been on my wish list. I've just been waiting for a sale for it. Essentially, I had it wish listed on Sony, like on my PlayStation.
Why can I not find? There it is. Okay, so I'm just gonna look at it blind right here. So looking for anything regarding censorship. Not a lot of Steam reviews on it.
Yeah.
If I go to Community Hub, go discussions. Censored is it censored or not? Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for someone to confirm this so I know if I should buy the game or not. In any case, in a few days the demo version will be available. Let's just go to the end here and see where this thread ended. June 20th, you seem pretty upset. Thanks for confirming this version is trash. I will not buy this game. So it seems like the Steam version is censored. But then, yeah, the Switch is the least censored. Mods have been distributed. So, yeah, you can mod out the censorship.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm getting the Steam version.
Yeah, so, yeah, it seems almost like they're fan-made mods, which is weird.
Yeah.
But, yeah, let's see. What if I type in Switch? Censorship. Looks like the Switch is a censored platform according to that post. The Switch is not, plot twist, the Switch is not powerful enough to have the thick fog. So there, it's the least censored because it can't handle the fog.
Oh my god. I would be so happy if that's the case.
So yeah, it's really weird, and it's almost tempting, but then you'd be giving them double the money to compare the Switch, do a side-by-side comparison on the Switch and the Steam versions. Obviously, Sony's is going to be censored. There's no point even looking at that one. But
Yeah.
between Switch and Steam, it's quite a strange scenario.
I didn't even know this game was going on the Switch. I wonder if it was released later.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So, and the devs are not being open and upfront, so we will see.
I'll keep tabs on it myself because, like I said, I've been waiting for a sale on this one. I've only got like 5 games in my basket, and this is one of them. So
there you go.
Let's see.
And then, of course, I think it will be a pattern if Tokyo Clan Pool ends up being censored on the Switch version, because that is Switch and PC exclusively.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Kay, are you ready for more? What you want to do?
Yeah, but I'm going to say hi to Paul Hadoken, who's saying Alfredo pizza is delicious. Nightmare says, so Nintendo's censoring like PlayStation now? that's really up in the air at this point. But we're gonna keep tabs on this situation, and hopefully we get a proper answer. I would be inclined to say yes. I personally believe that Nintendo is going to censor the same way, especially with the approach of the Switch 2 or whatever it's going to end up being. I think they're going to pay a little bit more attention to their marketplace while they're developing their next console. And because then they can just have a fresh new marketplace on the next system and they can filter it out the way that they wish. Whereas right now with the Switch eShop or whatever, it's like already so far developed that they're probably not going to filter anything through there anymore, right? So that's kind of where my brain goes to, is like, if we're seeing a new console in 2025, 2026, I would expect games to start being censored, and for the next system to be more censored than this one.
If it ends up being true, we're gonna see it quick. We're gonna
yeah.
see a whole lot of games getting denied. And I really hope it's not the case, because Bing Bing Wahoo is really all I enjoy between some PC as far as new games go. So it'll be really unfortunate to see if Nintendo turns to the dark side, especially when out of the big three, they're the only ones not censoring shit. So it would be,
which is again so weird because it used to be the other way around. So,
yeah,
so strange,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Nightmare says perhaps Nintendo of America has some kind of system level censorship like PlayStation does now. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is something that we just have to wait and see. I'm not going to jump on it too quickly and say that's the case, but all signs point to yes.
Oof. Hate to see it. All right, well, let's get to some good fucking news. How about that? Let's have some good news. And this good news is that GOG has brought back the original Resident Evil trilogy from the dead, and it's on PC for the very first time. Barely a week after a strange PEGI rating for the original PC version of Resident Evil appeared on the rating board site, the aura of a mystery has been broken. Turns out the entire original Resident Evil trilogy is due for its first release on digital storefronts. The release comes courtesy of, you guessed it, GOG, no doubt flush with the success of rescuing the excellent spy RPG Alpha Protocol from licensing hell. The company says it teamed up with Capcom to put 1996's Resident Evil, 1998's Resident Evil 2, and 1999 Resident Evil 3 on the World Wide Web. They're not all releasing simultaneously. For now, you can only buy and play 1, with 2 and 3 following later down the line. There is, of course, already a version of Resident Evil 1 on digital storefronts, but that's Capcom's 2015 HD remaster of the 2002 GameCube remake, and it isn't the original game that hit the PS1 and PC back in the 90s, which is what we're getting today. As per GOG's standard practice, the Resident Evil 1 you can find on the store is totally DRM-free and comes with quality of life improvements and enhanced compatibility with modern systems, which is how the company usually refers to the little tweaks it makes and fan patches it bundles in with games that it sells to keep them functioning on modern machines. Beyond that, pure Resident Evil, baby, with all its original content intact. I'm excited for this to an extent that it's probably abnormal. In our era of remakes and remasters, it often feels like the golden oldies get left by the wayside to be supplanted by their RTX-enabled successors, especially if they never had the good fortune to get digital re-releases. But as good as those remakes can be, especially in Resident Evil's case, there's something to be said for going back to the original. These games are too important and iconic to be kept trapped on the physical editions that none of us have the disc drives to play anymore. I asked GOG if the games would remain permanently exclusive to the store, or if they might wander to over, I don't know, Steam someday. It's almost like offensive to ask GOG. Hey, thanks. Do you go on that other store that I prefer shopping on? And the company couldn't tell me. My bet, permanently exclusive or not, it'll be a while before you see the original Resident Evils anywhere else, so there's no use holding out for your preferred launcher if you're hankering for the Spencer Mansion and a Jill sandwich. So, and they are live right now for Canadian $32.50. You can buy the Resident Evil bundle, and you can also just buy one of them if you prefer at $11.99. I fucking love this. I love that GOG is doing this. GOG is getting these weird little exclusive games, which are the original versions just working as intended, and those are kind of the best way to play a lot of these games. And yeah, if you buy the Trilogy bundle, you pay 17% less per game, and it just works. That's the thing that's beautiful about GOG versus Steam. Steam will have a lot of dead shovelware, dead software for their old games, and there's not like kind of the quality of life to make sure that they're up and running. I've noticed this a lot with the X-Wing series. Do not buy those games, and also the Dark Forces 2, Mysteries of the Sith. Do not buy those on Steam, but if you buy them on GOG, you can be assured that they will work and they are up and running right out of the gate here. Let's see what this little trailer is. Oh, it's just the intro. Okay, I don't have to play that. It's literally, their trailer is just the intro to Resident Evil 1 there. And they have Resident Evil 2 and 3 intros. And it's just the old games, as you remember. No changes.
This is great.
Yeah.
This is what people want because, yeah, I mean, remasters come out and then people are like, okay, I like this remake, whatever. Just give me the original game as well. Give me the option. And a lot of these older games, Resident Evil, I don't know how choppy it was to go back to the originals or anything, but like there are some games where they don't run properly at all anymore, right? I've had like Battle for Middle-earth 2. I would love it if they just polish that up and put it on GOG. I'll buy it. You know what I mean? There's some games you can't. The hardware was too old at the time or whatever. Like computers are too upgraded. You can't hop into it anymore. So I love to see this kind of stuff. Kudos to GOG. More companies need to be doing this, but I'm happy that they're doing it. And I don't care if it doesn't go on Steam because GOG's doing the work. So GOG deserves the support for it.
100%. I've been growing more and more fond of GOG as Steam falls into the traps that we're seeing, like with Team Sneed. And GOG is kind of just staying consistent. And they're just like, here's games. We're just dropping games. And if you been watching our late night streams, you know that my favorite remakes and remasters are where they don't do anything except get the game working on modern machines. And so like Night Dive, that's kind of what GOG is doing. Night Dive, of course, goes a little step above and they, add widescreen support. They make it look up res and all that stuff, but they don't change anything. They just, works on your computer right out of the gate. And that's kind of what GOG is doing as well with these.
And they're
games.
not charging extremely premium prices like limited run games.
Yes.
That's the big thing here, okay? Because yeah, I get limited run has their new engine that I vented about last time. This at least is like keeping it within a good price range. It's not like we're going to give you this $100 thing and this and that and whatever. Just here's the game.
Yep. Also,
look at our new engine that we did, and it's like just you're so fucking full of yourself. Just fix the game up, put it up. We'll appreciate you.
Also, Kay, I'm so sorry. I typed in Lord of the Rings on GOG. Can you guess what is the only Lord of the Rings game on GOG?
Is it Gollum?
Yeah. But you can get it at 70% off.
Thanks.
Glad to help.
Excited.
Glad to
There
help.
was another Middle-earth game that came out recently that was about the dwarves. What was that one?
Oh,
Battle of Moria or whatever? I've been
Mines
curious
of Moria.
Mines of Moria, yeah.
Yeah, I heard it was lukewarm. I heard it was okay. It's simulation-y. It was going to be their Deep Rock or whatever. I think it's still Epic exclusive. Oh, okay, yeah. There is... I'll wishlist it. I heard it's very okay, lukewarm simulation. Oh yeah, it's an open world survival craft, which to me is like I hate you.
Yeah.
But hey, if you ended up wanting to do like a co-stream of it, because that is what it is, you didn't get into Pal World, maybe you'll get into this because it is that sort of game.
Because it's Lord of the Rings themed, maybe.
Exactly. Yeah. So it ain't my bread and butter. I'd rather you get into like Deep Rock or something. But it's still coming soon to Steam. So that means it's still locked over in Epic Land where nobody fucking cares.
It's on console too, though. I think it's on PlayStation 5.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's gotten, this is the thing about going Epic exclusive. You kill all your PR. No one even knows you exist anymore. One of the games I just bought on the Steam sale was a game that is considered really good. I really like it. And nobody knows about it. Nobody cares about it. And a lot of people openly hate it because it was Epic exclusive for a year. And it's just like, if you just went on Steam, you would have been better. But you had to take the greedy. You had to take
that greedy cash.
Yeah. Okay, what do we got coming up next? Are you ready for the next story, Kay? Or do you want to...
First of all, I'm going to say hi to Lord Slosh.
Lord Slosh! How's it going, Slosh?
What is up? Another late night for me. My schedule is messed up as usual. I'm sorry to hear that, man. This Nintendo news is discouraging. Yes, but let's see. We'll keep tabs on it, obviously. But as much as I'm inclined to say yes, I just don't think anything we're jumping on yet is like too smoking gun.
I want to see a game, because obviously the Super Switch, I want to see a game. The Super Switch, or whatever you want to call it, is going to be more powerful. So at least for the first year or so of the Super Switch, you are going to see, once again, more games being multi-platform between the Super Switch, the PS5, and the Series X. So those games that are on multiple platforms that may show a little cleavage, show a little booba, that sort of thing, I'm curious how those games are going to be on the Super Switch, and that might be
Yeah,
the
you can't use
indicator.
the limitation argument anymore on the
The only argument they have is what Teon did with Terminator, which was Sony forced us to censor the sex scenes, so we just said fuck, and we censored it across the board to avoid any future problems, which I think is fair. Fuck you, Sony, for forcing them to do that. But we will see what happens if Switch ends up having a exclusively censored game over, say, Sony, over, say, Steam, which could be the case with this Yuna haunted bathhouse game, whatever the fuck it's called. We'll find out. We'll find out very soon.
Slosh says, I wish they'd released the originals on Switch, been itching for CV again. Metroid Prime is a perfect example of a modern remake. Yeah. Everything is one-to-one, just upscaled for the modern Nintendo system.
Couldn't agree more, Slosh. And here's the thing. Yeah. That is why I am not excited for Metroid Prime 4. And I heard Mike Matei have the same opinion for me. Is it's just like, I played Remastered 1, and it was amazing. It was so amazing that I've never played 2 and 3, and I don't want to go back. I own the collection on Wii. I don't want to fucking deal with it. I want the same remastered treatment for 2 and 3. Then I'll be excited for 4. And there is, you know what's weird is I this always sticks in my head when everyone talks about how good Metroid Prime Remastered is, and I agree. I loved it. I absolutely fucking loved it. But I always have to point out the audio designer had a problem with the remaster. And there was one subtle little change, and apparently the way the door sounds are in the remaster is slightly different, and he was devastated because he did those sounds very intentionally. Now, I haven't played the remaster. I just always, my TISM always triggers me into pointing that out. That it's not 100% one-to-one. According to the sound designer, it's like 99.99, and that 0.01% just devastated him. And it's so sad to hear. But I did love it. I absolutely fucking loved it. I am ignorant to that door sound.
I hope that guy's getting paid well. We need people like that in the industry.
It was so sad. Like, literally, the door sound just broke him. And I'm like, oh, no. Let's get the door sound mod.
Slosh is saying it does sound a bit different. He also could tell.
There you go. So I'm ignorant to it. Never played the original. But man, the way the game, it's just the controls. The fact that it plays like a proper shooter on a modern console. So yeah, I'm never going back.
Yeah. We can go to the next topic and then.
Well, this is our big. This is multiple stories wrapped up into one big old, big fat, Big Bertha TF2 update, everybody. So let's get into it. Of course, we have talked about before how TF2 was suffering a bot problem. And we did a whole video on it. We did multiple streams on it. And we supported Fix TF2. I'm a big TF2 fan. Short version, because we've already covered it. And there's a video on the channel where I go into it and deep dive into it that Kay clipped out of a stream there. TF2 has been overrun with bots that literally cripple the game. It makes TF2, Team Fortress 2, what I once considered the best PvP shooter game of all time. It makes it fucking unplayable. So we're doing a call to action, and this isn't the first time that the TF2 community asked for a call to action, and it's been unanswered for years. The bot problem's gotten worse and worse and worse, and the game has become unplayable, and Valve has been ignoring us. And it got to the point where what I supported personally, my opinion was go downvote the game. And you guys were insane. All of you guys, everyone that did this, thank you so much. Getting the game to overwhelmingly negative on Steam. This was the only way, in my opinion, that Valve would actually do something. And guess what? They did something. Holy fuck, we're getting somewhere. That's right. That's fucking right. We fucking did it, lads. So, Valve has been very quietly, and I gotta stress this is the most interesting part of this, very quietly addressing the problem. Accounts that are botting the game and ruining the game for everybody else and making it unplayable started getting these DMs. Hello, Our team noticed your accounts were involved in majorly disruptive activity in Team Fortress 2. Accounts dedicated to the disruption of TF2 have been deactivated, and accounts used for other purposes have been locked and banned. We removed the terms of service violation lock from your primary account only. That account will remain game banned in TF2. If your account or any linked accounts are involved in similar disruptive activity going forward, Steam moderators will issue additional restrictions for all of your Steam accounts. So, holy fucking shit, lads. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. Whether or not it stays, Valve did a thing. Valve did a thing. And it's because of all of you. If we just let this problem slide, this wouldn't have happened. It's a free-to-play game. Valve wants to move on to Deadlock, which is dead in the water, whatever it's fucking called. But because of us, because of all the shitstorm we've been making on the internet, you guys all did this. So thank you. Every single person that tweeted about this, every single person that negatively reviewed the game, every single person that played with us on our TF2 community events, thank you, thank you, thank you. Whether or not it actually gets somewhere, we actually had Valve do a thing. And Valve has banned the bots. How many of the bots? Well, let's look into it. So this was posted on June 27th at 4 a.m. And this person tweeted, at WheezyTF2 tweeted, this is definitely not confirmation of any long-term trend, but it's a step in the treadmill. Let's get them to take more. And this person from a Discord posted, there's reports of a large ban wave happening in Team Fortress 2. We're still working to confirm any rumors, but so far we have confirmed a prominent hoster has been game banned and several more are rumored to have been banned as well. It is unknown at this time if the ban was manual or automated. There are also reports that casual mode is fairly clean of bots at the moment. The strongest evidence we have of a large ban wave is the Steam charts. However, the maintenance period may have simply knocked them offline temporarily. Let's see how this pans out before we get too hopeful. Please queue into casual and see what your region is like. Report back in general with your findings. Make sure to state what region you're in. An update as of right now, it seems as though the vast majority of aim bots have been purged. It's 7 a.m. and I've seen no bots. That's unheard of. And I was also watching, by the way, YouTubers go in and just like try to find bots and they fucking couldn't. I personally, we've been so busy with other streams, I haven't done a dedicated stream, but I have been, dipping into games. Not one bot found. Not one fucking bot found. I have not played in a few days. But as of the time of this tweet, June 27th, I did not see any bots. So, as I said on Twitter, this is not a drill. Valve is fixing TF2. I repeat, Valve is maybe trying to fix TF2. And I said right here, just played a few rounds of TF2 and wow, Valve may have actually fixed it. For now, no bots encountered and it was beautiful. Gonna keep playing in the coming days and I'll post the moment I see bots, but if this holds, I'll be so happy. That was June 28th. Let's keep it going. Valve even has a support page up for this, specifically dedicated to TF2. At Heavy Fortress tweeted out, Valve has now officially released a Steam support page specifically for TF2 about bans related to cheating, bot hosting, and interference with game servers. This will be the first time they've actually publicly acknowledged the problem. The progress continues. So they write, TF2, I've been game banned. Team Fortress 2 game bans are permanent, non-negotiable, and are not removed by Steam support. Why are game bans issued? Can you tell me why I was game banned? Can I appeal my ban? I was not using my account when it was game banned. Can the ban be removed? Can I remove my TF2 items to a different account? And here, why are game bans issued? Game bans in Team Fortress 2 are issued when a player attempts to circumvent or interfere with game systems to the detriment of others. Examples include cheating, manipulation of competitive mode rank, botting, right there, baby, and or automation, intentionally interfering with the normal operation of game servers or other players. Game bans for all the above are not removed by Steam support. And there we go. Look at that. As Shitpost Rock said, total bot death, it seems. Total bot death, everybody. And the bots are fucking dead. The bots are fucking dead. You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. I said right there, it's a beautiful day. Are you enjoying the Nothing Ever Happens? Refill your popcorn. You'll love this next Nothing Burger. It did. No, total bot death. It happened. We did it. There we go. There I am saluting everyone. Oh my God. You'll love to see it. Now, here comes this next part. Now, Kay, don't laugh at this next part, though.
I'll try.
Let's watch this trailer.
They giveth and they taketh away.
Yeah, and that ominous music is perfect. So, Team Fortress 2 characters are coming to Funko Fusion exclusively on Steam. Get the Team Fortress 2 pack at launch and play as Scout, Medic, Heavy, and Engineer, free for all Steam players. DB Witch says the fact that Funko is putting more effort into TF2 content than the actual TF2 devs is funny to me. And there you go. You got sad Scouts. You got sad fucking Scouts here. But this news, July 1st, I got to point out, came out after all the bot stuff. So let me just try to be optimistic here, okay? So I tweeted out, amazing timing to do a soulless cash grab promotion, Valve. But if I force myself to be optimistic, maybe, just maybe, this is a sign that they're committing to fix TF2. It's like, we all may not like it. We don't like our Funko shit, right? But this is maybe a good sign that they're aware that the brand and the IP fucking exist. That, like, Valve is willing in this cross promotion, this shitty soulless cash grab cross promotion, instead of using Portal or Left 4 Dead or Counter-Strike, they're using TF2. They could have used any IP, but they're using TF2, which, if I'm being optimistic, kind of says, like, well, they're using TF2. They don't want it to be fucking dead and laid to waste by bots, right? Right?
It's a bit of a cope, James, but it's okay.
No! So let's look at this article here.
It's a mild cope. Do you really, like, it's Funko, man.
I'm not saying I will play it. I'm not saying I'm excited for it. I'm just saying that maybe the brand is alive again. But sometimes
they're paying attention to the IP.
Sometimes dead is better.
Which means that the, like, actual TF2 might stay unbotted because they might actually try to regulate it since they have this partnership. But I'm just disgusted by the Funko side of it.
I know. And I will.
Which Gears of War is also doing. A lot of properties are doing the whole Funko thing, and it's stupid. And I think some Lego devs moved on to Funko as well, which is a whole other thing.
Yeah, no, this game is mainly made by former Lego employees for the Lego games. So let's look at this article here. Team Fortress 2 players are not loving the announcement of TF2 DLC Funko Fusion. Instead of, TF2 genuinely would rather bots continue to overrun the game than this happens. What timing? Agreed. As TF2 players are continuing to beg Valve to take a more active role in dealing with the game's botting problems, is maybe not a good look that the first new Team Fortress 2 related DLC announced in years is for another game entirely. Now, I do want to point out, full disclosure, that one of my favorite cross promotions ever was a TF2 one, and it was in Sonic All-Star Racing Transformed. I love the fact that you play as TF2 characters in one of my favorite kart racers ever. And they're the most fun characters to play as. Because, as you know, in the greatest kart racing game of all time, there's land, sea, and air. But rather than having different characters, it's 3 characters rolled into one. So when you're on, I can't remember exactly what it is, but on land, it's Pyro. And then when you go into water, you turn into Heavy. And then plane, I think, is Spy. And I always thought that was a really cool way to do it. I thought that was really cute. And I would love to stream that for you guys one day. And not just any other game, it's Funko Fusion, which answers the question, what if you made something like Lego Star Wars, but out of garbage? I'm an avowed Funko Pop hater. I truly despise the way... Is this the last good PC Gamer journo here? I truly despise the way... Just kidding, there's no good journos. I truly despise the way Brand has taken thousands of creative works from across decades of pop culture and smushed them all together into the same ugly, beaded, black-eyed, cheap plastic, painian blandness. I am deeply skeptical that Funko Fusion will offer the uniquely authentic, irreverent humor it promises as it recreates scenes from famous films with its ugly dolls. But there's a certain extra salt in the wound element to this TF2 Funko Fusion reveal at a time when the game's community still feels like they have to shout just to keep the shooter alive on a drip feed of life support updates. I didn't have to look far to find the reactions as unenthused as my own. The top thread on TF2 subreddit right now is about Funko Fusion, and the comments are as I expected. Genuinely would rather have bots to continue to overrun the game than this happened. We are in the worst timeline.
I don't agree with that part though. Like, it's good that they fixed the bot thing, and if the Funko bullshit is, a side product of that, whatever, it just sucks. And it doesn't mean that we have to accept the Funko game, but like to say that you're fine with the state of how TF2 was in order to avoid a Funko game is also pretty stupid.
I agree. TF2 update, anywhere else but TF2. Peak comedy, not gonna lie. I'll grant that not everyone's as down on the Funkos as I am. A few folks are hopeful that this means the physical TF2 Funkos will get made, or that Valve has more TF2 updates of its own planned. The latter would be nice, but sounds awfully fanciful. Judging by the TF2 wiki, the last proper major update was in October 2017, while the occasional seasonal updates since then have at least kept some new stuff flowing into the game via the Steam Workshop community, but it sure seems like the days of TF2 being in active development are long done. Team Fortress 2 pack for Funko Fusion is at least free on Steam and will add Scout, NG, Medic, and Heavy to the game when it launches. Oh, it's not even the entire roster. When it launches on September 13th, it's packing more punch than the Sandwich, the DLC page says, in an exciting example of uniquely authentic humor we all have to look forward to. And
it's not the entire roster. Like, how much effort would it have been to put in another, 2 characters?
5, but yeah.
Okay, 5 characters. Still, it's not like Funkos are complex.
I know. It's quite
so
fucking
retarded,
odd.
man.
It's quite fucking odd. I'm wishlisting this.
Are you really?
It's just I gotta keep tabs. It's for my ethical look into this game I love. I gotta keep tabs on it. That's all. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
So let's go over. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to close that. That's fine. Let's go over to the next thing, which is an article celebrating the current state of TF2. Let's take a look at this. TF2's player count doubles after fan pressure sees Valve step in with a bot demolishing ban wave and a firm line on appeals. No, another endless win. TF2's bot problems is an ongoing drama in PC gaming land. The issue seemingly went into overdrive when developer Valve stepped back from the major work on the game in 2017. To be clear, whatever some in the community may say, Valve has never abandoned TF2 and continues to periodically release bug fixes and the community authored expansions for the 17-year-old game. But the bots have definitely gotten out of hand. The issue seems to have become particularly acute around 2020 and led to various player campaigns before Valve even acknowledged that there might be a bit of an issue. In recent years, the community kept up the pressure, but things have reached fever pitch this year with a renewed effort under Fix TF2 hashtag that's been part of the petition, part awareness campaign, part review bombing, and all about pushing Valve into a response. It seems to have finally gotten some results. Over the weekend, a new FAQ page has appeared on Steam, and it's dedicated entirely to players banned from Team Fortress 2. Opens with a line, you really have to imagine this delivered in the Heavy's voice, that Team Fortress 2 games are permanent, non-negotiable, and are not removed by Steam support. Somehow gets even better from there. The behavior Valve lists are cheating, manipulation, botting and or automation, and interfering with the normal operation of the game, servers, or other players. And then we get into the juice. The following is an excerpt from Valve's text. Can you tell me why I was game banned? No. Can I appeal my game ban? No. I was not using my account when the game was banned. Can it be removed? No. Can I move my TF2 items to a different account? No. Tapping those sentries. Big words, but the appearance of the new page on Steam was accompanied by the kind of bot ban wave that instantly had the fan base reaching for the celebration gifts. The estimates based on Steam DB activity are about 1,600 or 16,000 bots lurked among the humans until June 27th, when all of a sudden that portion of the player population disappeared in an instant. TF2 YouTuber Shaunik, who made several videos about the bot problem and fixed TF2 over the years, covered this ban wave, and as an experienced bot spotter that knows the times and places to find them, claimed that it became impossible to find bots immediately after the purge. They did later find one after 20 minutes of searching, which seemed to just be spinning on the spot and rather confused. There are also some community source claims that PC Gamer cannot verify. According to these, around 850 accounts were targeted, with roughly 250 receiving lifetime bans, just under 100 VAC bans, 130 community bans, and 4 game bans. Bear in mind that one Steam account can be part of a network responsible for many more bots. I played 20 matches today. Post the X account, did TF2 get updated? I checked in less popular regions and not a single bot. Also, the difference between the player count in the last week before the ban wave and now is huge. If Valve continues to do this, TF2 could make a major comeback, which is a rather optimistic note to finish on. What can you say, though? The numbers are the numbers. On 27th June, Team Fortress 2 had over 60,000 players per Steam DB, still an active number. It must be said, in the last 24 hours, it had about 145,000 players. The TF2 community is absolutely reveling in the fact that finally something seems to be happening. The attention from big Gabe's proxies has offered the opportunity to call out known botters and hosts, and in particular the ones who make a show of bragging about it. This one that sometimes goes by Toad seems an e-special target of opprobrium. I can't read. This being the TF2 community, there are also some excellent memes. As I pointed out, total bot death, everybody. There should, of course, be some perspective. TF2's bot problem will no doubt persist, even if the players are currently struggling to find them. Valve's obviously decided to get the hose out, but Valve is Valve, and who knows whether this will be significant and permanent improvement in the game's condition or simply a temporary lull before the bots return with a vengeance. But sometimes you have to smell the flowers and bask in the Schadenfreude. Discussing a known botter's profile and waiting for the inevitable can be its own reward, after all. 8-year-old account, notes Redditor Fogoticus. Discussing a known botter's profile would be a shame if he got VAC banned. Shortly afterwards, Half-Life Cat replies with the good news, fucker did get banned. Lamau. Another endless win, writes Fogoticus, as they light a cigar, lie back, and think about Scout's mother. And I do have an ominous and unfortunate update, and it is the last update of this story, this big, long story we have. June 29th, just spotted the first bots in almost 48 hours.
No!
They're back. Let's make sure Valve keeps going, and here they are. Here's a screen cap of all the bots. And I said, fix TF2 bros. The bots have been switched back on. Don't change those negative reviews just yet. And that's the thing. Nobody react too quick. Hold the line. Hold the fucking line, just like Kira would have wanted. I won't change my review until, let's say, September. If the problem is still good by September, if it's still resolved, then I will consider changing my negative review back to a positive. But overall, this is a win. This is a good sign. All Valve has to do now is just keep someone regularly banning these fuckers. Keep the game playable. That's all people want. If this was a one flip of the switch down for Valve, and then they just let all the bots come back, and then it's years of what we've been seeing on TF2, fuck Valve. My review is staying negative.
Yeah, because it would be like, oh, you fixed it for a week, and then you didn't maintain the problem. Therefore, you didn't actually fix it.
Exactly. We had peace for 48 hours, and now it's back again. You didn't actually really do anything. We had a moment of happiness, and you took it away. That's arguably worse. So we're going to be watching. I am, of course, going to be doing more TF2 streams, and I want to do a TF2 stream in the future just to see how long until I find a bot. How fucking long. I hope that Valve continues to have the problem fixed. You know, of course, the people running these bots, there's a monetary reason for why they're doing it. So they're going to want to fight, and they're going to want to flip that switch back on. It's up to Valve and only Valve to keep that switch flipped off. So we're going to see in the coming month. Right now it's July. Are they going to be banned in August? Are they going to be banned in September? I'm going to keep TF2 installed. I'm going to be regularly checking in. You are going to see occasional streams from me, and I hope to God that they keep banned. I included the Funko Pop story because, as I said, yes, it's fucking terrible and soulless, but hopefully that's a sign that they still care about this brand and this IP. And hopefully that's if I'm being an optimist, that's their way of saying, like, we still care about this. We don't want this game to be in a shitty state, and we're going to do the bare minimum of keeping the game intact and maintained. So that's it. And finally, like I said, thank you guys. Thank you, every single one of you, whether you tweeted about it, retweeted us, joined us on stream, left a negative review. You guys are fucking awesome. We have done our part. Now it's up to Valve just to keep that switch flipped off. Let's hope they do it. I will let you guys know the very second I see a bot. Okay, anything from you?
I mean, I've said my piece. They just need to maintain the shit, and the Funko game is cringe. I'm not going to judge you, James, if you play that DLC.
I
but it
need
is
my Hecarino
cringe.
Funkarino. No, I hate Funko
cringe.
Pops. I fucking hate them. The only way I would play them is out of fucking shitty support for TF2. That's it.
I hate that the Lego people moved on to Funko because it's like Lego is a way more respectable property, and that talent should have stayed in making games like Skywalker Saga, etc. But it is what it is. Yeah, I would just say keep up the pressure. We've seen a lot of instances where people see a slight improvement and they think everything's fine, and then they just forget about the issue and move on, especially with the internet now where it's like so many things pop up constantly. People have a hard time just staying on one issue for a while, right? And I don't blame people for that because it just breeds ADHD just with the amount of stuff that's going on. And it's like, no, we got to fix this. And there's so many fires in the game industry right now that need to be put out. It's almost impossible at this point to be able to tackle all the issues at once. So I would just say if you're passionate about TF2, if you care about this game, maintaining what it once was, and you want these bots gone, keep up the pressure. Keep them accountable still. Just because they fixed it for a few days does not mean that it's permanently fixed. What you want to see from them is a consistent update that they're actually taking care of this property, that they actually care. So I agree with you on don't change the negative reviews to positive quite yet. You can obviously approach it the way you want to. If you want to give them a positive review for what they've done so far, I don't blame you for it either. But I do think that a lot of these companies see an issue, fix it to appease their fans, and then just kind of move on. And then sometimes that issue isn't truly fixed. And to grab their attention again to this degree is going to be difficult. You have their attention right now. Keep the pressure there. The second that they see, oh, everyone's fine with us again, they'll move on to the other thing that they need to worry about. And they won't keep checking in on this. So keep up the pressure, in my opinion.
Perfect. All right. Let me know when you're ready for the next bit of stuff here.
So I think we should do 2 more, and then we can do rapid fire.
Sure, I can do that.
And then, yeah, I think we do 2 more, because we got through some good stories today. We'll do 2 more stories, and then we'll do rapid fire, and then we'll spend some time on the anything goes, because I think that question's really fun. And yeah, I just wanted to also say hi to Fallen Angel, who is inserting the soy faces, saying going up and down, inserting the soy face here, and 1 new heckin' Funko to add to my collection. That stuff is gonna end up in a landfill with like.
Oh yeah, it already is. It already fucking is.
It's just. Oh god, I can't stand it. And the thing that pisses me off about Funko is that they have other things that they make that look much better. Like they have mystery minis that look good, and then they also own rock candy, which is way more detailed. And it's like, why is it that your fucking pops specifically are the ones that you invest all of your money into and make that the collectible thing when they're like so fucking ugly? So I just hate Funkos. Mutant Dumas says Valve not so good, but GOG is peak.
Yeah, I'm becoming more and more of a GOG fan. You know, they don't have loyalty to That's kind of
Aren't they owned by the Cyberpunk people though?
Yeah, CD Projekt Red.
So I don't think they're perfect
Valve to
either.
Steam, CD Projekt Red to GOG. Yeah, no one's perfect. Definitely the ones that I prefer are Steam with all their flaws. I like GOG with all their flaws, and then Nintendo as well. But like literally none of them are perfect, and they all have their own fucking problems this generation. Where you put them at the best or with the worst is kind of up to you. I would say, yeah, obviously Xbox and PlayStation are just doing terrible this generation. But we will see what the next generation holds. Okay. You ready for the next story, Kay?
Yeah.
Let's do it, because this is a weird one, and this one relates to you. Sonic X Shadow Generations Dark Beginnings animation gets additional content as PlayStation exclusive. Dark Beginnings, an animated feature released in promotion of Sonic X Shadow Generations, looks to be getting an extended version exclusive to the PlayStation owners. And in the tradition of Sega's recent promotional DLC offerings, it's just one step more complicated than it really ought to be. Start with, what can we say for absolute certain? There will be some manner of animation content for Sonic X Shadow Generations Prologue that will be exclusive to the PS4 and 5 versions of the game. This is confirmed the game's English pre-order information page as a bonus PlayStation exclusive prologue animations. Animations, plural, not our words, the pages. We contacted Sega PR for clarification. They directed us back to the pre-order information page where we originally got the information from. Additionally, a translation of the product information page on Sega's Japanese website has come to light that it has its own stance on animations exclusivity per Sonic City's translation. Quote, PS4, PS5, Sonic X Shadow Generations, both physical and digital editions, will include a limited time bonus, the extended version of the prologue animation, to be released in the future. Plans are underway for DLC distribution. Details on viewing methods will be announced at a later date. In a subsequent tweet, Sonic City interpreted this as timed exclusive. It's unclear whether it means it will be available for other platforms at a later time, or if it will be posted to video platforms later, or if it just goes away after this limited time. As stated above, the English pre-order page doesn't mention any details on this animated feature being a future release, a notable inconsistency, but with benefit of the doubt, it could potentially be related to the regional dubbing. A quick machine translation reinforces both the limited time nature of the extended animation and its future release as DLC, but also retains the vagueness of what the limitations of this release are. Across recent releases, Sega has maintained complex DLC strategies, from Sonic Origins' confusing DLC grid to Sonic Superstars regional and restaurant exclusive skins. Even with Sonic X Shadow Generations, the Digital Deluxe includes a Terrio skin that will not be available at launch for the time being. The only thing certain is whatever this extended animation will be, whenever it will be, everyone will probably just post it to YouTube immediately. And my take on this is, so PlayStation has no games, but they do have exclusive cutscenes. Lamau.
Oh my god.
So, yeah, I thought this was interesting and weird, and a lot of people are excited for this. I'm excited for this, so I'm curious, does this change the platform you're getting it on? Yeah, and I've never really heard about this. Of course, Hogwarts Legacy had an exclusive mission for PlayStation.
Yeah.
And sometimes PlayStation has exclusive games that are also on PC. But does an exclusive cutscene or animation or cartoon do anything to sway you over to the PlayStation side of things?
Well, if I'm buying the game regardless and it's the same price and I own all the platforms, I'm just going to buy it on the platform with the most stuff included, right?
Right.
So I am going to buy the PlayStation version. I've also learned never to risk buying a Switch version of a Sonic game ever again.
Yeah.
After Superstars. So
that was rough.
I personally, like, Sonic Mania would be the only exception of a game that ran totally fine on the Switch, and I'm still okay with that purchase. But I own Sonic Mania on multiple platforms because it was a quite cheap a game. So, yeah, I'm gonna buy this version because it's literally gonna be the same game as everything else, but with an extra cutscene. Why Sony would book an exclusive for a cutscene is beyond me, unless this is like a game-changing thing that's big for Sonic fans, which I doubt. I bet it's just really visually pretty, and that's really about it. I doubt it has any story implication. Just overall, really bizarre decision. I feel that the wording leads towards it's going to not be exclusive to Sony for long, probably like a year, similar to the Hogwarts thing. And then it's just going to end up on other platforms anyways. But yeah, as everyone is already saying, you can literally just post this on YouTube. So what, are they going to DMCA people who put this on YouTube because it's now like exclusive content to PlayStation? Like, I just don't see how this, it's just a weird thing to have as an advertisement. I don't know. Why not just put it on all platforms?
Yeah, no, it's super weird. I want it thrown out there because a lot of people are excited for this new version of this game, and it's such a strange thing to make exclusive a cutscene, because we've seen exclusive skins, we've seen exclusive levels, but an exclusive cutscene, which is effectively worthless because it's just going to go on the internet immediately, is a very strange decision. So maybe there's something in Sony's clause now, because we keep seeing this from Sony, that says you have to give us some sort of exclusivity or something, or we'll pay you extra for this. So Sega was like, cocaine? All right, cutscene. You get a cartoon. You get a Sonic cartoon. That's it. Done. That's all I can imagine.
Now, if it's like a quick 30-second cutscene, it makes no sense. You said the word cartoon, it set something off my brain. If there was like an exclusive like episode or something to their new show, if they have a new show after Prime,
it's all done in
I'd be like, okay,
style.
that makes sense.
It's not like a cartoon. It's like a one-shot. It seems
It's
like
similar to the Sonic Superstars and Sonic Mania like intros where they make them super
I
pretty.
think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Bizarre. I'm gonna buy this version. I was already sold on this version anyways, just because like I have Frontiers on PlayStation as well
Right.
already. I owned Superstars on the Switch, and literally I was drowning when there was no water. So I'm not risking it with the next game. And like, especially when this game is more about the graphical upgrade, I'm not going to use it on a system that's backwards, right? For all the things that I love Nintendo for, the Switch does not operate well. Yeah, you could argue, oh, well, you can have a portable, but I would rather the game run smoothly. So I'm going to just get it on PS5 and call it a day.
Oh, yeah. Okay, makes sense. Well, it sounds like we're getting it, and Kay loves her Sonic, so you're going to be able to see that exclusive cutscene when we stream it, and then it's completely worthless.
But the one thing that I'm debating on is because, like, other countries are getting different pre-order bonuses and stuff. So the thing I was shopping around for was, like, what is Play Asia offering for us? Because the thing with the Switch is that I can get the region unlocked stuff. And the cover art is better in Japan. It's more shadow-centric rather than, like, Sonic and Shadow. So I'm like, what do I do? But gameplay wise, at the end of the day, that's what you're buying it for. So even if I have to own multiple copies, whatever. I'm a Sonic consumer.
You must consume. Here I am doing my soy face for TF2 Funko Pops, and you're buying all the Sonic shit. We should be fucking ashamed of ourselves.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's go to this final story before the next segment. Are you ready, Kay?
Yee.
Well, good news, in my opinion. Maybe some people will disagree, but apparently Nintendo won't be using generative AI in its first-party games. Nintendo President Shuntaro Furukawa has revealed that the company currently has no plans to use generative AI in its games due to IP rights concerns. Unlike competitors like Xbox, who are embracing artificial intelligence to help write in game quests and dialogue in future games, which personally for me makes me immediately unfucking sold on your game, Nintendo has no plans to use generative AI tech in first-party titles. As the game industry cuts thousands upon thousands of jobs, publishers are looking for new ways to save on costs. AI is one potential solution. God, who fucking saw this coming? In theory, the technology may be able to speed up game development and potentially even replace positions through automated processes. AI has become a controversial topic because of this, yet despite this sensitivity, publishers like EA and Microsoft are big proponents of the new tech. Nintendo, however, is dubious about using generative artificial intelligence in its games. The rationale is pretty simple. Nintendo knows that generative AI can have implications for IP rights, and as one of the most litigious companies in the entire industry, Nintendo is one to protect and respect all forms of copyright and intellectual property law. In a recent Q&A with investors, Nintendo President Shuntaro Furukawa was asked about using AI in his games. This is his response. In the game industry, AI-like technology has long been used to control enemy character movements, so game development and AI technology have always been closely related. Generative AI, which has been a hot topic in recent years, can be more creative, but we also recognize that it has issues with intellectual property rights. We have decades of know-how in creating optimal gaming experiences for our customers, and while we remain flexible in responding to technological developments, we hope to continue to deliver value that is unique to us and cannot be achieved through this technology alone. So, speaking for myself, that is fucking great news. Now, apart from the Nintendo potential censorship that we saw in an earlier story, this immediately makes me way more sold and way more set on going with the Switch successor over any PS5 or Xbox Series X successor. I am firmly in the I hate fucking using generative AI. You're just taking like an amalgamation of work to make some weird thing like creature of work, and I can feel it. I can feel the soul being gone. Even if you just bring it down to like the text in a game, I can feel the soul being gone, and if it's not made by humans, I don't really care. Fuck you. And it's going to get to a point where they don't even have to disclose this, and all games are just made by AI. So if Nintendo sticks to their guns and they actually are like, nope, fuck AI, we're making our games how we make our games, beyond sold. That makes me not even want to get a PS6 and an Xbox Series X2, X5, 4, whatever they fucking call it. That's me personally. I know there's some fans of AI. I personally am the more that comes out on it, I'm pretty much in the camp of hating it. The only time I really like AI is for memes, and it's to laugh at people on the internet for free. But using it in actual work, in paid for work, that you're taking away from somebody else in the gaming industry, I am very much against that. But Kay, what are your thoughts on that?
Obviously, I'm happy that they're trying to avoid using AI. I would just say that we still have to hold them accountable because there is potential that people working on their projects may take a lazy route and still use AI. So even though they're taking a stance that they're not going to use it, doesn't mean that a huge team of people isn't like going to have some sneak through. So I would still keep an eye out for it, and if you see it, make it clear to Nintendo that it's a thing. Because if they're saying that they don't want to have it, but we notice it, could still be a thing. And you said with Brothership that you thought they were using AI. That was the art style.
Yes.
That was the old art style of like the other DS stuff. So
I guess I am
interesting.
happy to be corrected on that. I thought that Mario and Luigi Brothership, the new Mario and Luigi title coming to the Switch this year, I thought it looked AI-esque. I'm now super paranoid anytime I look at shit with this AI takeover. I'm like trying to find and sense it. And I was noticing some fuckery with the hands on Mario and Luigi. Like their hands looked off to me a little bit. But I guess that's just the Switch being shit, which I will happily take over AI.
yeah, but that was like if you look at the other games, that art style looks very similar. So I think they were just trying to really replicate that art style. Just a weird choice because you should punch it up if it looks gross, but to each their own. But yeah, overall very positive. I'm happy that they're trying to take a stance on this. I would just say still keep your eye out. Just because they tell you one thing doesn't mean another thing's not happening. So don't expect it to be like completely clean of it. Just know that if they are doing it, that they're claiming it's not intentional at this point.
All right. And with that, whoa, my God! Oh my God! K, oh my God! K, oh my God! That was what the fuck is going on in gaming. And my God, is there a lot going on in gaming, everybody. But now it's that special time because I still have so many stories for you. And not one story goes unturned. Not one story goes unsaid because it is time for rapid fire news. Kay, you know how this goes. This is rapid fire news. I'm going to speed through every single story here super quick. If you hear one that you want to give the full-blown treatment through, you just yell, hold it. I will hold it, and I will tell you the whole story, Kay. Oh, my God. Okay, let's get this. Ready? Are you ready for this?
I'm so ready. I was born ready for this. This
Yeah.
exact moment in time.
I'm ready. There's so many you don't understand. There's so many stories. I don't know if I can get through them, but I'm gonna. Okay, with that, let's do it. Right now, it is time for rapid fire news. Oh, yeah. Okay, what do we got here? Well, first of all, let me fucking turn down Phoenix right here. Second of all, we have Miyamoto alluding in an interview to maybe not his retirement soon. It is being discussed, everybody. It's not official yet, but he is talking about handing the baton over to younger developers. When that will happen, we don't know. Hopefully not soon. You need to keep making games until you're fucking dead! Dead Rising is getting another remake. I think this is their second remake. I don't fucking know. I never really played Dead Rising, but I've always wanted to. Honestly, I'm probably going to stick to the original. The original's got a lot of charm to it, but there is a new Dead Rising full-blown, full remake coming out. However, there is a caveat. The original voice actor for Frank West was not asked to return, and he covered wars, you know. So that is a big red flag for Capcom, especially because Dead Rising is known for its crazy, kooky lines. I've always been more interested in Dead Rising than Resident Evil because it's the Dawn of the Dead, more funny and silly Resident Evil. So I gotta say, I'm sticking to the original just for that alone. You don't get Frank back, I'm not fucking interested. Unless you're just reusing lines. I need confirmation on that. Xbox tweeted out a really stupid fucking tweet. Xbox said, hey, you don't have an Xbox? No problem. You can game on the cloud with a Fire Stick or something. Xbox is committing suicide, effectively. Is this alluding to the future of Xbox as just a cloud gaming service? Xbox isn't doing good. I'm just saying. So it looks like maybe the Xbox Series X could be the last Xbox. I guess we're going to find out in the future, but signs are pointing to it. Multiple Assassin's Creed remakes are coming. None of them are officially announced, but a developer at Ubisoft did say they're remaking a bunch of Assassin's Creeds. I'm just saying right now, that's not going to save your fucking reputation, buddy. Just trying to remake the slop from the past. You're still shit. And something I should probably give more nuance to before I get crucified, NBA 2K removed Dr. Disrespect from their game. Whatever you feel about, either side of this, whether he did the thing or didn't do the thing when he was jerking off to trannies working out at the gym there, I will say that me personally, if you're going to put someone in a fucking video game, they should stay there. You don't have to include them in the next one. I just don't like that they're retroactively removing a character or an esports figure or whatever from a video game just because he's getting canceled right now. Whether or not that's justified is up to you. Just don't fucking bring him in the next one, but you don't have to erase and remove characters from your game because they suddenly aren't popular in the public eye here. Fuck you. Click Holding is a game coming out on Steam that I'm excited for, and the name says it all. Cuck holding? No, this is click holding, baby. 59% of devs say the industry is a bad state. Imagine my fucking shock. And we have layoffs coming from Ubisoft, which means that those Prince of Persia remakes may be getting canceled again. Daybreak is acquiring struggling devs. A Sweet Baby Studio officially got fucking hit. And Microsoft once again having more layoffs. So yeah, 59% of devs saying the industry's in a bad state. I think that's kind of a rough estimate. I'd say it's a lot fucking more, probably feel that way. Teon, my favorite developers currently, makers of Terminator and RoboCop, are now working on a new unannounced ARPG. Technically, RoboCop was an ARPG. It had talents, and you could go into different skill trees, and it was an action role-playing game. So, is this a RoboCop 2? Is it RoboCop versus Terminator? Is it my beloved Dick Tracy? Give me the dick, Teon! Steam is now finally getting an in-game recording feature. That's right, just like modern consoles like the PS5 and the Xbox Series X, you can now enable this feature that's in beta, where Steam will be constantly recording your gameplay. If you're someone that cares about frame rate like myself, I will say maybe be hands-off and let other people test this. These sort of features will maybe tank your system unless you're playing on a super high-end, super crazy fast PC. We effectively have confirmation why Capcom is skipping the PS5 and the Xbox, and it's as we said before, they're running on, what is it fucking called? Give me a second. It's the thing. It's their MT framework. All their games run on MT framework, and the PS5 and the Xbox do not support this. But hey, maybe Xbox should fork up some cash and be like, fucking update your games, I'm just saying. But that seems to be the reason, is Capcom doesn't feel it's worth the money to update their games and put them on the Xbox and the PS5. Is Marvel vs. Capcom 4 teased? In a recent Deadpool comic, they did talk about Marvel vs. Capcom 4. Is this a new tease and a leak for an upcoming Marvel vs. Capcom game based on what we've seen already from Marvel vs. Capcom? Or is it just a wishful Deadpool writer doing the fourth wall break and begging Capcom to pretty much make Marvel vs. Capcom 4? You decide. I personally feel that it's just Deadpool writing and they're just being wishful thinkers, and comic book writers are usually shit. Star Wars Bounty Hunter is getting a new remaster, and this is from Aspire Media, who just botched the Battlefront collection. Not only that is that a concern, but Star Wars Bounty Hunter is not a good game to begin with. I will be watching this with great interest because I've never really played through Star Wars Bounty Hunter. So if Aspire Media wants to redeem themselves, they should remaster this game, not censor anything. I'm going to be looking out for that Slave 1 censorship, and they should update the game with proper modern controls, and then I will give this a shot. In a surprise twist here, Konami wants to work with Kojima again. They are opening the gates and they're publicly saying, hey, come back to the promised land, Kojima. Will he do it? Or is he going to keep making fucking garbage art with Jordan Peele? Probably the latter. Crazy Taxi is being described as a driving MMO, and it's dividing the fan base. Some are cautiously optimistic, while other ones are saying it's fucking dead, Jim.
I'm so sold on it. I want to play it.
Alana Pierce is a fucking retard demanding a feature in a game because she has kids or something and kids are a disability or whatever. Everyone had a different take on this. Everyone was talking about it, but my take, which I didn't see anyone else talk about, just play a different game. How many other games can you pause in? There's 5,000 games on sale right now on fucking Steam, Alana. They probably, almost all of them, if they're a single player game, have pause. There's more games out there than fucking Elden Ring. Don't change Elden Ring's design to be easier just because you can't fucking stand it. This is white Tanuki style design. Fuck the fuck off. There's a billion other easy baby games out there. I don't even like Elden Ring. I don't play it because it's hard. Fucking join the club, you stupid bitch. Hypercharge has sold over 100 copies on Xbox, and it's great to see because Hypercharge devs are really cute and wholesome, and they deserve their support. I plan on buying this game on Xbox in the future. Mind you, the game is dead on Steam, but it does have crossplay, so just get ready to play with 100,000 Xbox players if you do pick this up. There's a new Transformers game announced. It's a racing game. What? Can I race as Megatron in a fucking gun? Can I race as Soundwave as a boombox?
Oh my god, if they make this like a Twisted Metal game, I'm so in.
It's a racing game.
I know, but like, I just hope that we don't have enough info. Just make it a Twisted Metal game.
I have a trailer. Do you want to hold it?
No.
Can I race as fucking, what's his name? The planet? What's the planet?
You know what, James? Just show them the trailer at this point. We're already talking about the trailer. Show them the trailer. That will be the whole thing.
There you go. Okay, what's his name? I confused myself enough that I made Kay hold it. What's the planet called?
Because I knew you're going to take time to search anyway, so like just fucking throw
Why can't
the
not
trailer at the same
Cybertron?
time.
Unicron. Can I race as a planet as Unicron? This is weird. I'm going to look at the trailer with all of you. 1 second. Okay. Here's the trailer.
3, 2, 1. Let the galactic trials begin. Race in alt mode.
Oh my god, wait.
Fight
You can
in bot
what?
mode.
What? So there is fighting. This could be good. It looks
Play
kind of
as
cheap,
an
but it could be good.
Autobot.
Fuck them. I want to be a Decepticon.
Or as a Decepticon.
Goddamn right.
I don't know, James. I'm kind of sold on this game.
Play solo. Play against a friend.
I'm confused yet sold. What the fuck?
Transformers Galactic Trials.
All right, I'm wish listing that right. I thank you for holding it, Kay.
What the fuck just happened?
Transformers Galactic. There's too many Transformers games on Steam. I just want to wish list this.
It looks fun. I don't know.
Galactic I don't think it's on Steam yet. I don't think.
Mutant Dumas says, "Is this game directed by Michael Bay? No Michael Bay equal no by."
What? Are you trolling me right now, sir? Anyway, yeah, this game kind of looks good. It's very G1, which to me Transformers is G1.
Like, it's kind of ugly and janky looking, but like the concept looks cool.
Ugly and janky games need love too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta love those ugly ducklings sometimes.
True. Okay, are you ready for more? Is it time to go back? Is it time to go back?
It's time to go back.
All right, that was Transformers Galactic Trials or whatever. The game looks kind of good. I'll probably end up playing it because I play slop. Let's continue. What the fuck is going on at Sony? Sony just... Okay, yeah, it's on us. Sony wanted to highlight something for you all today. They said that for 30 years, immigration equality has promoted justice and equality for LGBT, blah, 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 and HIV-positive immigrants. Sony has formed a dynamic partnership with Immigration Equality to improve and sustain its direct legal services, administrative advocacy, and impact litigation for blah, blah, blah immigrants. So, just to be clear, Sony, you have one game. You don't want to make any more games. But you will flood the country with AIDS. Hold on, I have a clip for this. Because Sony's literally flooding the country with AIDS. Okay, did you hear?
Why do I know what clip you're gonna do? Maybe.
Let's do it.
Maybe.
What this has to do with basketball, I've got no idea.
Yeah.
That's when it kind of came together for me, though. We've got basketball, we've got viruses, and we've got Magic Johnson.
Ooh.
And it was like a light bulb went off in my head.
Where does this lead, Rich?
Sony be like, no games, just AIDS.
Wow, you held on to that AIDS longer than Magic Johnson. Hey! Recycled joke.
It's fine.
But not as long as Sony. Okay! A Quiet Place game is a non-symmetrical licensed horror game. Did anyone watch A Quiet Place movies? No?
No, but it seems like a cool game concept.
But it's getting a game, and it's not an asymmetrical multiplayer licensed game like Killer Clowns or Texas Chainsaw or any of these others. It's gonna be a licensed movie-based game that is a story single-player game. Maybe I should watch A Quiet Place. If I don't, I probably won't play the game.
We're getting movie-based games back.
We're getting movie-based games back! Fat piece of shit that nobody likes is making an Elden Ring TV show. I'm, of course, referring to George R.R. Martin. It's all but confirmed that Stellar Blade is coming to PC. Once again, Sony has one game, but a lot of AIDS. Xbox recently celebrated the disabled with Disability Pride Month, and they celebrated by disabling Xbox Live for an entire day. I'm gonna hold it myself. I need to hold.
It was that brutal. You needed to hold it yourself. Hold it! What happened, James?
I just have another meme I have to do.
I had a feeling.
I just have another meme. Okay, it's a quick hold. It's a quick hold. Okay.
It's a grab and go, as we say.
Yeah.
I applaud.
Okay. There's a theme. There's a theme with my memes today. Okay. There's a theme.
I applauded it.
Okay.
AIDS? Is AIDS the theme?
AIDS is the theme! So, in the latest Huff piece from journos on the internet, gaming journos, this comes from Video Games Chronicle, VGC. They write, PlayStation's Concord is breaking new ground in how live service games tell stories.
I applauded it for being different.
It broke new ground!
I just wanted to do that. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. The final update for Bloodstained is out, and it's a controversial one. They're officially done with Bloodstained. Whether or not they do a sequel is unclear, but they are moving on to a different project after this. The problem is this game has almost been out for a decade, and it's got still a lot of issues and a lot of crashes. So is this final update fixing any of those problems? Apparently not exactly. Dead by Daylight just added Lara Croft. Of course, this is survival titless Lara Croft. We love our booba here. So I said, hey, Dead by Daylight, you like charging $20 for skins of characters that cost $12. How about charging $20 for a sexy Lara Croft skin? Money? Rockstar co-founder turned down movie offers for Red Dead and GTA because they wouldn't be accurate to the source material. Now we get to find out if Rockstar will be accurate to their own source material. Why you look confused, Kay?
With GTA 6, like, that's not accurate to their own source material.
Exactly. Someone made Tears of the Kingdom cutscenes for the Game Boy original. A Splatoon player that is a 27-year-old male sent 39 bomb threats to Nintendo because he lost matches in Splatoon. And I just wanted to point out that a blad splatfest can really change a man. There's a WrestleMania 2000 mod that adds in new characters on original hardware. There's a Mortal Kombat Trilogy fan remake, or is it? One Twitter user pointed out that it's actually a fucking lie and someone is just making GIFs and there's not actually any content. Someone in France held a Steel Battalion LAN party. Man arrested in Britbong land for having a mastered sword. Excuse me, Link, do you have a license for that?
Not just a master sword, a 6-inch master sword.
Yeah.
It's a 6-inch. It's like, what?
I'm a firm believer in how you use it, you know? Sometimes you just gotta go out into the public and wave around your wand of Gamelon. Call of Duty is getting a cool-looking pixel retro mode that I won't play. The Horizon Zero Dawn show is officially dead, now renamed to Horizon Zero Seasons. And Suicide Squad update comes out. Mrs. Freeze was real, lol. And with that, that is the rapid fire news.
Holy moly.
Did anyone even hear me, or
there.
was the music too loud?
Who knows?
Okay.
Who knows?
Okay.
I'm going to read a few comments, and then we'll transition to our Anything Goes.
Oh, good.
Well, Snapple got excited over the Phoenix Wright music, saying, yeah, Phoenix Wright music.
Happy to
It's always pretty
oblige.
hype, just saying.
Yeah.
Lord Slosh is saying, James segues are gold. Absolutely. It always cracks me up. Static says, so I guess Warren Beatty owns the rights, so Dick Tracy. Is that about the Teon?
Oh, yeah, they would need to go to Warren Beatty, you're right.
Lord Slosh says, I played through most of Star Wars Bounty Hunter, bought it solely off of IGN's recommendation for it at the time. What a jip.
Yeah. So the game, a lot of people, a friend asked me, like, should I buy this? You're the Star Wars expert. And I have only played, sorry. I have only played Star Wars Bounty Hunter for like a total of maybe 20 minutes, and it's rough. It's rough. It's super janky. I would compare it to the Obi-Wan game on original Xbox and how janky and rough it is. It's like there's other Star Wars games more worthy of a remaster. Aspire, why don't you remaster the PSP exclusive Battlefront games or something? But yeah, it's a rough one. That's why they will win me over if they put in a lot of work into this one.
Yeah, but they're not Night Dive, so they're not going to.
Exactly. The game has respawning enemies, limited ammo, really janky controls, really janky level design. It's not an easy playthrough.
Sounds like the PS2 era to me.
Yeah,
PS1, PS2.
Yeah, and it's just rough. It's super, super rough. So if they update the controls and maybe if they even change some of the game design, I will be in. But I will be in regardless, just for preservation purposes, if they don't censor Slave 1. And we were told over on our Discord that it outright states the Slave 1. It said, like, he says he names his ship in a cutscene Slave 1. So I am very curious if they censor that.
I don't even think they'll bother. Aspire? I don't think so.
Yeah, I
Aspire, as I call them now.
But there was controversy with the Tomb Raider trilogy, right? They did do some stuff there, so
that's true.
We will see. It was apparently a mistake, but people called it out and they're like, "Oops, sorry," and they threw it back in.
Mutant Dumas says, "Yes, preach. Who the fuck does Alana think she is?"
Stupid
from the
fucking
Elden Ring
bitch.
story. Yeah, and no, I just you don't need to change game design. You know, like there was a bunch of people complaining when Baldur's Gate 3 came out that like it wasn't their style of gameplay, and it's like go play a game that has your style of gameplay. Then like you don't have to change a popular game, and that's what this reminded me of with Elden Ring. It's like just like you said, go play any other game. In my opinion, it's like they probably didn't add the pause partially because apparently you can be rated by people online at any point, almost like MMO style.
Okay, yeah.
But also, like, you could totally, like, manipulate that frame by frame, right? Like, if you pause it and then, like, you try to beat a boss.
The point,
that's what I see it as.
The point of Souls games, and I've, full disclosure, I've never been a fan of them. I want to play Bloodborne. I've only played through Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. I'm currently playing through, and those are light compared to these games. But the point of them is difficulty. The whole fucking point is being a super tough game. And that ain't for everybody. I've never played these games because it's like, hey, do you want to be really fucking mad and break your controller and scream and shit your pants? No, I don't. I don't mind if I play through games that are hard and they're satisfying and rewarding, but a game that's hard for the sake of being hard probably won't sell me. Bloodborne, I am sold on because I think the visual design's amazing, so I'm willing to stick it out for that game. And Star Wars, I only play because they're fucking Star Wars games and I consume slop. I've been told that Elden Ring is the easiest by a landslide Dark Souls developed game, like from the studio. But still, the point of them is to be a challenge that you need to get through. So it is very much a design decision to not have a pause button. And we saw all sorts of people complaining about this and yelling at her for demanding this, or even siding with her. Some people being like, bro, it's just a pause button. Other people being like, she called kids a disability. My take at the end of the day is stop trying to change fucking game design. It's not your fucking game. Stop trying to change it. If it's not for you, then go play another game. There's billions of games out there. It's not like every game doesn't have a pause. This is an anomaly, and it's a unique thing to this game, and people love it. I don't love it, but millions of people love this game, so fuck off. Fuck you kindly. And this is very different from, say, like Doom Eternal, which I've taken issue with their game design. Because Doom Eternal, the problem is it's changing Doom's design. I think Doom Eternal can be a good game in a lot of ways, but it's like, I just want Doom, whereas it's changing the design of Doom.
Well,
you are asking to change Elden Ring's design.
Yeah, you're talking about subverting an IP essentially. So like with Doom, original Doom up to Doom Eternal, they've literally made game design choices that have worsened the game over time. Whereas Elden Ring is already established as a good game. This is its own original concept, and they're trying to change that after the fact. That's two different things, in my opinion.
Yeah.
One is a long-standing series that has always had certain mechanics that they've started to change over time, and fans are saying, hey, we're not a fan of the direction you're going in, versus this game, it doesn't have a pause button. Like, to me, that's completely different.
Mm-hmm.
It's its own game. If there was like 10 Elden Rings and 9 of the Elden Rings had a pause and 1 didn't, I would be like, yeah, go complain that there's no pause.
Because that would be strange.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's, yeah.
But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just like, this is an intentional design choice for this game. If you don't like it, there's a billion other games. I really hate this trend of everyone just clamping down like there's one game released and that's the only game you can play. There's a billion fucking games out there, and we love highlighting and spotlighting all the different good games. So, Alana, go fucking play something else that has a
They
pause
should
button.
add a pause button to Elden Bling. How about that?
There you go. Actually, Alana, how about you go play Elden Bling? There's probably a pause. You can probably pause in Elden Bling. Do you want me to go tweet Team Sneed and see if there's a pause for you? I'll tweet that right now. I'll tweet. Here you go, Alana.
If they let it on Steam, they'll do it. They'll probably add a pause button just so
Here,
they can be on Steam.
I'm going to tweet right now. I'm going to tweet Elden Bling right now. Hold on. Where are they? At Team Sneed. Following. Okay, we got Corn. Where is his physical copy here?
Okay, while you're looking, I'm going to keep reading here. Lord Slosh says, Pierce is a bint. Razor Fist cooked her alive the other day. Static says, who cares if you die in a game? I can talk about this dumb Pierce crap for hours. Yeah, it becomes a thing of like, does it really matter to you that much? If you have something that you have to take care of in your life and you have to put the controller down for a second, and a consequence of that is that you die in the game, you just restart again when you are fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's just weird to beg for a function like that because, oh, I have to get up and take care of a child. And to call that a disability is just like the most retarded shit ever. And that person should be ashamed for even thinking that.
Mm-hmm.
You good? You tweeted?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up here in a second. 1 sec. Where the fuck is it?
Lord Slosh says Tyrone game has paused.
There you go, Alana!
There you go.
So I tagged her and I said,
easy peasy.
Hey, Alana Pierce, since you can't handle Elden Ring because no pause, maybe Elden Bling is more up your alley? Grab a copy below. And there you go. Elden Bling. There you go. And it's the digital download version right there. There you go, Alana. Enjoy.
Perfect. Perfect.
And it probably has more diversity, even. It's more up her alley than Elden Ring does.
Snapple says that disability story is stupid. Absolutely. And part of why I don't want to like go on this huge thing and I didn't stop you in the middle of your rapid fires because everyone and their mother is talking about this and we all get it. We all get that it's stupid. this person sounds unintelligent, thinking that there should be, you know what I mean? Like, oh, my child's a disability and I need a pause button to handle that. Deal with your own life. Go play another game. We've given you several solutions. You just sound stupid online. So that's why I'm not like deep diving into that topic. Mutant Dumas says, I love Twisted Metal. They canceled the newest game recently.
Yep. Yeah, that they did, yeah.
Yeah, and then, is this game directed by Michael Bay? Paul says, I like the idea of open world Crazy Taxi. Me too. You know,
It could be great.
the original Crazy Taxi is an excellent game, and it runs well, and it does what it needs to do, and you can still go back to it to this day and have the same experience. Now, obviously, there's some soundtrack issues. It's a whole different thing. Just play it on your Xbox, mute the game audio, like the music, and put on your own Spotify, and you've solved that problem too. So there are solutions around that. I want game companies to experiment and do different things. So I'm okay with them trying this and going, let's make it an MMO. Let's see what happens, right? And, you know, like, battle royales are not like necessarily my favorite thing ever, but there are battle royale games that I've enjoyed, like Pac-Man 99, for example. I like the Tetris 99 series as well. F-Zero 99 is fun. So, like, to me, this is kind of going in the vein of that, and I want to see what they do. And if I don't like it, that's fine. I can go play the original. Lord Slosh says, Unicron, the Planet Eater.
Thank you, yes.
What about all the Jets, too? And oops, we accidentally made a banger. Yeah, that game actually looks good. I'm like, this looks janky and weird, but
yeah.
JB says, what about the disabled people who wanted to play Xbox Live when it was disabled for the disabled people?
Thank you. Exactly. How dare you, Xbox? How dare you? You piece of shit.
Mutant Dumas says, GTA 6 looks awesome. I'm hesitant to believe that just because of culturally how different that game has become.
I have a bad feeling about GTA 6 personally.
Yes. But the actual like way that it's opening up, like to me, GTA 5 is a pretty much perfect game. And I would love to see GTA 6 like innovate that more. I just don't like the story direction personally.
I have a bad feeling. I've talked about it before, but pretty much Rockstar is not the Rockstar that we know and love. And there has been signs of this. I've said before that you can't really trust any game development studio because people come and go. HR gets replaced. People get fired. People quit. I'm pretty sure the original creators of GTA are no longer even with the company. And we've seen changes. So GTA 5 itself has retroactive changes in the new versions. The Confederate flag has been removed from GTA 5. And if you played Red Dead 2, I think Red Dead 2 is kind of a masterpiece in a lot of ways, but in other ways, it contradicts its own storytelling with how it limits you and how it forces in these very political scenarios that really play to the politics of the creators. And I was playing through it, and there's so many scenarios where I'm like, this is so tilted and off-putting. Some examples are the fact that you can't hit women. The game literally stops you from hitting women. And also you can't hurt native people, but every other NPC in the game you can do anything to. Mind you, I did find workarounds to hit women and natives, and it's quite funny. But the game does try to stop you from doing that. And there is missions in the game that are really weird and off-putting, and I think changing the character, like the mission where Arthur suddenly runs into a slave owner and he fucking loses his shit, but in every other mission in the game he's all live and let live and being like, oh well, I guess that's how it goes. But as soon as he finds a former slave owner, he fucking goes monkey mode and like beats the shit out of him and kills him, and it's like justified. It's quite weird. So, yeah, I have a feeling that we are going to see even more of that from GTA 6. It's going to make a $2 billion, and most people are going to love it. But I am expecting it to not make me happy, and I'm expecting a lot of people to be upset when I say that. I'll give it a fair shake, though. There's no reason to boycott it. It's fucking GTA 6. It's going to make a stupid bunch of dollars, but I have a bad feeling about this. Also, on that note, I want to recommend my favorite Rockstar game while I assume it's on sale, which a surprising amount of people have looked past, and that is LA Noire. One of the greatest detective point-and-click games that you can play. Great story, great acting, great characters. Absolutely love this game to death. and it's currently on sale at $8.99 Canadian, 70% off, and not a traditional game. Doesn't play anything like GTA. Doesn't play anything like Red Dead, but it is fucking amazing if you love noir detective stories, and it is very, very offensive if you pay attention to the writing. Even Case 1 gets pretty brutally, hilariously offensive, and I love this game so much.
I think we can go on to the Anything Goes, and then we'll do one final chat wrap-up after that.
Perfect. Well, everyone, she said it, not me. It's time for Anything Goes. So, okay. Not anymore unless you're in the Pacific. But this has been our special 4th of July episode, Independence Day in America. So, with that, I thought, why not? Let's shout out some of our favorite freedom-loving, patriotic games so that everyone here listening to this episode can go along with their evening or days or whenever you watch this and celebrate America in a special video game-centric way. So, Kay, do you have any recommendations? You want me to start, or would you like to go?
I know there's going to be some crossover for us, for sure, because there's very clear choices for what patriotic games are. So I'm going to think a little bit outside of the box of just, like, American patriotism and just go for, like, the vibe of American patriotism, if that makes sense. Even if it's, like, fantasy worlds.
Whatever you want to recommend.
So, one I would say is there's a certain level of patriotism with Star Fox 64, especially in the intro. You're worrying about saving Corneria. I think that's got a certain amount of patriotism. And what I would back that up with is that they literally used a reference of Independence Day in that game. So when you go to save Bill, and there's like a little pyramid and there's a UFO coming in, that scene is directly from Independence Day. So there's clearly some inspiration there. I consider Star Fox 64 a patriotic game.
I'm sure you consider it better than Independence Day as well.
Oh, yeah. I love Star Fox 64 way more, of course. Another one is, of course, we've got some great sports titles. So you can play a Madden game.
Also, point out that if you guys do want to celebrate Independence Day with America, it's very easy. If you have Switch Online, you can play the game for free. There will be shitty controls, mind you, but you can literally go pick up and play Star Fox 64 on your Switch right now.
Yes. Madden games are always a good way to celebrate. I mean, who doesn't love football and tailgate parties and all that kind of stuff? So playing a Madden game, even going into some of the other sports titles, like the Midway sports titles, I feel like some of them, with the way that the commentary is, that can feel very Americana. I know that this is going to be a crossover for us for sure, but I'm just going to say Duke Nukem, of course, is an obvious choice for the American patriotism.
Oh yeah, I will say I'll add to this right now.
I'll let you elaborate if you want.
Yeah, because this is one of mine. But Duke is very America and very American. And minor spoiler, yes, I am a simp for Duke Nukem Forever. Fight me. But one of the endings of the game is that he becomes president of the United States, and who better to be fucking president than Duke? Highly recommend the DLC also, which, you know, he is the president during the DLC. So if you want some patriotism, I'm pretty sure he's talking about that the whole time.
Another thing that we've been actually discussing in the past, like 20 minutes, but pretty much anything by Rockstar, in my opinion. GTA games, you know, whether they're going with the American dream angle or you're looking more at like GTA 5 where you've got like a father dealing with his two spoiled kids and his wife that's cheating on him and whatever. Might not feel 100% patriotic, but just relating to Michael as an American, I feel like that is a very American game. Red Dead Redemption, I think, has a lot of elements to, you know, being
classic America.
Classic America, exactly. I think LA Noire in its own way as well. I would say even Bully, to some small degree, has a little bit of that feeling to it, just because the era it came out. So any Rockstar games, really. I feel like you're gonna have this one too, but okay, no, you might not have this one. I think Helldivers as well.
Oh yeah, I don't have that one.
Yeah, I think Helldivers, I mean, especially Helldivers 2, looking at how that game was, I think that's very patriotic feeling. I would argue that Halo made me feel patriotic for America, just by in the basis of the way that they were fighting in Halo 3.
100% see it.
Yeah, I guess I'll leave it there for now because I'm sure I can think of even more, but I think that's a good starting point.
I think that's a great list. I think you have set an awesome list with a large variety. And yeah, you only had one crossover. Only one crossover. So what's going on? That's crazy. So I got a bunch more. I think you're going to top me because you have even more than
Well,
I
there
do.
is another one that I know you're going to mention as
All
well
right.
that I was going to say, but I'll let you do it.
All right, Kay, you ready for mine?
Yeah.
Let's start and talk about our crossover together. That is, of course, one of the best games that is super patriotic. That is Broforce. If you guys don't know, Broforce, developed by Devolver Digital. That game is excellent, super fun. I still want to play through this game. Okay, we should play through it together. I would love to. And it is a big old celebration of America and all things 80s action stars. You just play through all the 80s action stars. And yeah, as you can see, you're freedoming and liberating the entire world here, and it is such a freaking blast throwing up that American flag. I absolutely love it. What else
You set me on a tism here because you said Devolver, and I thought of another one. Not a hero. You deal with the political office, and it's a side-scrolling shooter.
Yeah, I remember.
I love that game. I know you're not a big fan, but Not a Hero is so fun.
It's okay. It's a flawed experience. It's one of those games where it's good but flawed, and it's hard for me to ever recommend it because the flaws are irritating enough that I have trouble saying just go play Hotline Miami, because Hotline Miami is just superior in every way. But I guess because it doesn't seem like we're getting Hotline Miami 3 anytime soon.
No, I know exactly. This is all I have. I have to play other things that are like Hotline Miami.
But yeah, it's just there's design flaws and difficulty flaws in Not a Hero that irritate me a lot. But it is still good here. Okay, my next one. I thought of this while you were talking, Kay. I still need to play through this game. The only real Saints Row game I haven't played through. Saints Row 4. You're the president of the United States fighting an alien invasion. It's literally Independence Day. The entire game. I don't know why I haven't played this yet. I know I'm going to fucking love it. I really need to get around to it. That is the last good Saints Row game. Saints Row 4. You play as the president, and it is fucking awesome here. Next one I have is, of course, the big one, Metal Wolf Chaos, which I still need to beat this game on stream. I don't know why I haven't. You, once again, are playing as the president and a giant fucking mecha suit reclaiming your country, and it is super badass, super freedom-loving. This is usually people's go-to America game, and I fucking love it. I really need to pick this game up again. And, of course, where would I be if I didn't shout out a game that I still need to play? I don't even know if I can get away with it on the channel, but I want to play through it. And it is Alex Jones' NWO Wars. Who doesn't want to play as Alex Jones mowing down the globalists? And that is on Steam. Unfortunately, it's not on sale on Steam, but that is $23 on Steam. Amazing, it's still up there. You never know when it's going to get deleted. And then talking about Steam games, another Steam game, also not on sale, but it's only $3. I played through this game. It was pretty fucking great. It's very much in the same vein of the Alex Jones game. It's Make America Great Again, the Trump presidency. This game, very similar. It's a side-scroller. You play as Trump, and you're just mowing down everybody in a helicopter. This came out around the first presidency, and it's very American, very lovely. And now for a little weird one. This one comes from my childhood, but I love it. It is Incredible Hulk, Ultimate Destruction. And this is an Xbox PS2 title. One of my favorite open world games. I would love to do a full playthrough of this game on the channel. Why is this patriotic? Well, you can see it right there. I found footage. You can wear different flags in the game as your Hulk pants. And even though I'm a fucking Leaf, I always wore the American pants. There's something that just looks great about Hulk in the USA shorts. I don't know what it fucking is. But it's so patriotic and American, even though he's literally smashing up America.
Wait, if we're going to this degree where it's like he's wearing American shorts, I've got another one after this.
Okay, well, I just love this game, and for some reason as a kid, this game was always a patriotic game for me, is just smashing through America in American pants as the big green machine here, the Incredible Hulk, and those are my recommendations.
I will go also... The Amazing Spider-Man, like those games on the original Xbox and whatever. I think those have a bit of America to them. But what I was gonna say is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Mm-hmm.
That's very America. Like, where else do you have Bam and Tony Hawk? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
So
if you're not
Thug 2.
in North America, you don't understand
Yeah.
the beauty of that. To me, that's Americana.
I love Thug 2. I love the Thug games. I want to do a playthrough of those on the channel as well. Thug and Thug 2 are a close second to my favorite Tony Hawk games behind 2 and 2X. So, yeah, I love Thug. I have so many memories playing Thug. And Thug 2, there you go. He's playing as Bam as we speak. This is the Bam Margera video game, effectively. The Jackass video game, because Wee Man and Preston Lacey are in it as well. Fuck, this brings me back, lads. I love this game so much. But yeah, I'm kind of curious right now. Let's see. I'm going to just quickly see on the Steam sale some of the games we shouted out here. I'm just going based off memory, though. So I'm going to do Saints Row 4 here. Where the fuck is Saints Row 4? There it is. So Saints Row 4 Reelected. If you guys want this on the Steam sale, it's 75% off, $6 Canadian. So it's going to be under $5 American there, and that is the remastered version. What else did I say? Duke Nukem Forever. Duke Nukem Forever is a steal. Look at that, 80% off, $4.39. I cannot recommend this game enough. I don't care, fight me. I absolutely love this game. What else did we say here? Of course, Broforce. We had Broforce here. Look at Broforce. 80% off at $3.89. That is a fucking steal. Absolutely. Great steal. Great game. We also had Metal Wolf Chaos right here. And that is 50% off, $16.25 Canadian. Great game, highly recommend it. And this used to be a rare game, but now you can play it there over on Steam. Let me see, what else did I have? I think that was it for me as far as Steam games go. Is there anything you wanted me to check, Kay, on Steam? You said Red Dead 2.
I'm curious what Not a Hero's at right now.
They're also on sale on Switch right now, actually. Red Dead 2, $26.39. You said a bunch of Rockstar games. So let's see here. Oh, God. The GTA Complete Collection. Are these still... Oh, wait. No, that's a different thing.
I would play GTA on console.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Personally.
Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, you have Max Payne at under $10. Or, sorry, LA Noire, but yeah, Max Payne as well, which you didn't mention. You were looking specifically for Red Dead and Bully. Where the fuck is Bully? There is Bully. $5, 65% off. You were saying No More Heroes. Let's take a look here.
Not a hero.
Sorry, not a hero. Oh, that's right. Sorry, Not a Hero. $5, and that is 80% off. So, yeah, Devolver does great Steam sales. Absolutely. So, yeah, perfect. Well, folks, that was... Anything Goes. Let's read some chat, and then we can get on out of here.
So we've got, Static saying still 4th of July here. There you go. Snapple on the last topic about the Atlanta thing saying, in this logic, if I need to take a leak, it's technically a situational disability if I can't pause in Elden Ring. True.
Here's a mod. Just have a piss bottle. The Elden Ring mod is having piss bottles.
Oh my God. Lord Slosh says, I always made that ID4 comparison too. Love that part of the game. And I think the general might be a reference to Bill. Or Bill might be a reference to the general. Because I think the general's name is William or something. Static says the Alex Jones game. Slosh says, oh, Bam, I miss Jackass. Talk about Americana.
Same, man. Yeah, no, I'm a big Jackass fan. Loved them. That last movie that they released recently that they didn't let Bam be a part of was so rough. It was so boring, so dull. But pretty much the show and the first 3 movies are so good. They're so good. And if you want more, highly recommend Wild Boys. That's actually one I would love to find a DVD of Wild Boys because it's so hard to find it even on the internet. Like the internet still loves Jackass. You can find your Jackass, but if you guys don't know, Wild Boys after Jackass ended was Chris Pontius and Steve-O's pretty much offshoot of Jackass, and it was Imagine National Geographic crossed with Jackass. So they would have like a British narrator talking about all these different parts of the world, and they would be talking about different animals and different societies, but then it would be presented by Chris Pontius and Steve-O being like, yeah, but what if I like shove my cock into the water and it bites it? And it was the best. It was the fucking best. I love it. That was my National Geographic.
Mutant Dumas says LA Noire is so good. Also, Bully is quite cool too. I prefer these two games over Red Dead. And that's what I liked about Rockstar back in the day, is that you could kind of pick your poison, right? What kind of style game do you like? There's a huge following behind Bully. There's a huge following behind LA Noire. Red Dead and GTA is obviously the most popular one, and then Red Dead being second. But like, still, there's such a huge audience for Bully alone, which is
People have been
the
begging
last time
for
we
a
got that
Bully
is like
2 or a Bully remake
since the
for
early
years.
2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And Mutant Dumas also said Saints Row 4, as you are the president of the United States. And Tony Hawk's American Wasteland is on par with Thug 1 and 2.
I think American Wasteland was the last good Tony Hawk game. It really was. Apart from the recent remake, which was pretty good. And it will always be a shock to me, as you guys may know, that they were going to make a sequel to the remake. And Activision said, nope, fuck you, even though it was a massive success. No more remakes. And Tony Hawk was devastated himself.
Tony Hawk remake was so good.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah. And but American Wasteland was, I think, the last real good Tony Hawk game. I remember being a kid and being blown away from it because it said it said we don't have load times. We don't have fucking load times. And I always thought that was super impressive because the way they did it, and this was an Xbox PS2 game, is all the levels were connected by pretty much long subway tunnels that you could skate through. And I thought that was genius. I still think it's pretty genius, especially for the time that they were able to pull that off. So the load times are hidden behind subway tunnels, but the subway tunnels, they were playable. They were like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 level that you could play through and grind and do tricks and all that stuff, and it would carry over your combo between levels if you could pull that off. So yeah, great stuff in American Wasteland. I think that's really the last great Tony Hawk. For me, the peak, my top 2 is 2. I think the best version of 2 is not the remake. It's actually 2X on the original Xbox. That is an updated version of 2 with all the original music and the original characters, including Spider-Man on the original Xbox. It's amazing. Not a lot of people know about it. Original Xbox exclusive. And that was to like tide people over for the next games. And then Tony Hawk's Underground 1 is my second favorite, and Underground 2 is probably third. But I love Tony Hawk. I absolutely I cannot wait to do a Tony Hawk stream. I can't believe we haven't done one yet. I will probably play through Thug. And I don't care. I'm not censoring myself on any of the music. Go fuck yourself. Because as Tony Hawk says, I'd rather be listening to any of the Tony Hawk Pro Skater soundtrack, and Tony Hawk signed it saying, me too, Tony Hawk. And as I said...
I love that man.
Yeah, that's what I said. I really love that man. Protect Tony Hawk at all costs. How do you not love him? He's like the most lovable man in the world, like, honestly.
He's the best. Have you played the BMX games?
A very little bit of
Dave Mirra.
Yeah,
Do you
no,
remember?
only a very little of BMX Triple X. That was it.
Ooh, okay. I might get you to play some Dave Mirra. Like, those games were really fun too.
Played a demo of it way back in the day on PS1.
For me, it was always Tony Hawk and Dave Mirra. And then like I never really got into skate, but there's so many people that love skate.
People, I'd say,
and
never got
I
into
don't
skate.
know.
And
I don't get
people
it.
love it. It's good. I can see it's good because what skate does well is what I love about Fight Night Round 3 is it came out in the time where I loved EA's design. This is the one time I'll compliment EA, is this era that was around 2005 through 2007 to 8, where all their games were designed with dual analog sticks, and I love them. So with Fight Night Round 3, it's my favorite fighting game because like all the punches are on the right stick and you move with the left stick, and it feels so nice and fluid. Skate is very similar in that a lot of the tricks are in that right stick. The only reason I never got into it is my brain is just burned in with Tony Hawk, and I'm just like, boy, no, it's Tony Hawk or nothing for me. I get it. I'm sure they're great, and I love that design style, but I can't. Tony Hawk is too much in my brain. I can't play another skating game. It's Tony Hawk or nothing.
No, I'm with you. That's the main reason I didn't play skate. I was like, I love Tony Hawk. There's just nothing else.
They're great. It's just like I don't know. It's almost like playing a different fighting game or something, and it's just like I feel like I'm wiping out.
It's like Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter almost. Which, by the way, Street Fighter playing Guile. That's pretty American. There you go.
Oh, of course. You want to get into that? Wrestling games. Any wrestling games that have Hulk Hogan in it. There you go. Showdown Legends of Wrestling. There's another one for you.
I feel like we could think of games all night if we wanted
Oh,
to.
definitely.
Anything with guns in it feels American, to be honest.
You have a gun, it's American. Oh.
Yeah, all those 360
Homefront.
shooters.
Homefront is the red dawn of video games. We did that during Steam Roulette. North Korea took over America, eerily realistic, and you got to take it back for America.
Static says, I want a new Skate so bad.
So many
Skate
people
is
do.
more of a sim, whereas Tony Hawk was arcadey.
I think
yeah,
there is
see,
a new
I lean
Skate.
arcadey personally.
Isn't there a new Skate? I feel like there is.
Just like some open world one or something.
It's a remake or something. There is something with Skate. Static.
There's like 2 skateboarding games that are coming out right now that are like way more open world, and they seem like they're copying Skate, but they're not Skate as far as I know.
Yeah, there is a Skate 4 coming out. There is a
Skate 4 is also coming out?
Skate 4 release date estimate, gameplay, and all the latest news on PC Games and yeah, and it's
Was that part of the Xbox showcase? Because I thought didn't we see the guy from EA?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that trailer was so bad. That was the Office trailer. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was the fucking Office style trailer, and it was like, what the fuck is this? And it looked like an episode of The Office, and it was super tryhard. It was during all the showcases.
Yeah.
And it was terrible. It was fucking terrible. And at the end, it was like, this is Skate 4, by the way. And I was like, oh, okay.
I'm like, that's weird.
And they were just showing that, like, they didn't show anything in the fucking game. It was really fucking stupid.
Yeah, and Static saying there was an announcement for a new Skate, but like 0 information.
Yeah, so it's coming. It's coming for you, Static. But yeah, fucking don't know when. And hopefully it's better than that fucking trailer.
Hope so. Naomi Watts is here saying, yo.
Yeah, yo.
And Nightmare saying Doom Eternal with the America skins.
Oh yeah, they do have great America skins in Doom Eternal. You're right.
Lord Slosh saying Tim Robinson Lamau.
I don't even know who
and
that
is it.
That's
We're
the guy in
caught
the
up on
trailer.
chat. I think that's the Skate guy.
All right, folks. This was the Melee Madness Podcast, Independence Day edition. You're all super patriots. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Where are you going to see us next?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Thank you so much, guys. Where are you going to see us next? Well, I'm going to be on Beelzepub for the next few Fridays.
Ooh.
So the next time you'll see me live is tomorrow night at midnight. On our own channel, you'll see, of course, Sunday Steam Roulette will be the next time that we're going to be live. Other than that, we've got a guest appearance on Paul's channel next week as well on the Wednesday. And then after that, we've got tons of stuff bumper to bumper. So on Steam Roulette Day, we'll let you guys know what we're up to, because pretty much after Steam Roulette Day, we got, 1 or 2 days, and then just bumper to bumper. We got shows. We got the Town Square next week. We've got our members exclusive stream next week. A bunch of stuff.
Halo, of course.
Yes, and that's going to be the week after. So tomorrow, Beelzepub, you can find me there. And then Sunday, of course, on this channel, James will be rolling some more spins. That 119.
Hell yeah. Snapple saying, thanks for the stream, guys. Well, thank you, Snapple. The Snapple Strut, alive and well. Thank you again, friend. JB saying, what do people keep talking? Well, you can't get rid of me, JB. You know this. You know this. Snapple saying, I'm super buzzed at the moment. I think I was able to get most of it. Perfect. And Alec Baldwin's finger coming in right at the end with the hail and kill to you, sir. I hope you had a great 4th of July. If anyone is celebrating 4th of July, it is you.
I was hanging out with him earlier today.
That's true. Happy
on
birthday,
Neo's
Nerdy
birthday.
Neo, once again. Mutant Dumas saying, Bungie's very first FPS game called Pathways into Darkness is about Bill Clinton sending you on a mission to kill a demon inside a pyramid. Well, I'm sure modern Bungie wants you to forget all about that. And Lord Slosh saying, fun stream, guys. Nice ending to the holiday. Glad to be a part of America's best holiday, as we are America's hat. All right, I'm going to leave you guys with a special message from a true patriot. So everyone, God bless America, and I hope you have a good night. Happy 4th of July. God bless America. And if anyone fought for freedom, it was her.
I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American. Fight for what's right. Fight for your life. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American. Fight for what's right. Fight for your life.
It's not doing the goodbye. Oh, there it is. All right, have a good night, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to the Melee Madness podcast, super ultra patriotic edition. That was a fucking blast, and we got through so much news. Thank you so much here. Have a good night, Nightmare. Have a good night, Lord Slosh. And have a good night, Mr. Snapple. Have a good night, Alec. Of course, we want to thank all, and have a good night, Mutant Dumas over there as well. Let's thank all of our lovely supporters of the evening. Of course, we're going to start off over on YouTube with Cream NATO becoming a bro. Thank you so much, our creamy boy, you. We love to see it. And the big one of the night. Heads up, Big Kahuna! It was Snapple Rai coming in with the $100 super chat. Buddy, your words meant a lot, man. Thank you so much, and I'm so glad you enjoyed this show, sir. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it, and hope you have a good rest of your holiday, man. Also, we had the Cult of Carl RNG podcast coming in. Thank you, Carl. Then we had Bend Over. Oh, my. Oh, not Bend Over. Then we had Gino SMRPG coming in with that raid and fucking the Alliance. Folks, that was the 4th of July Melee Madness podcast. As Kay said, thanks for spending Freedom Day with us, everyone. So until next time, and it will be coming very soon. So long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.